Is that a yellow shirt or an orange shirt? That's a great question. I will leave that ambiguous. Stealing your grandpa's lines? Yeah. Here's a interesting person. He's called Dances the Belly Rub. He was also apparently convinced that WWE was real.
Is this who I think it is?
Pawpaw.
Oh, Pawpaw.
Yeah.
Papa. I was like, what?
No. It's Papa's dad. Yeah, that's okay. The best series of the day was a 3-0. Really? That's a dandelion yellow. Where's the melon shirt? Nah, you're not gonna see the melon shirt. I can't. You wear it every time, because otherwise it has too much. I mean, how dare I compromise that personality for just a gimmick? Hey Jay, you know what I'm saying? I'm not a gimmick. I'm an art form. I never compromise my art for the sake of. I mean, if you just do it too often, you know. Wait, what's?
I want to see what this team can actually do at full.
Oh, I have the earbuds plugged in. I was like so confused. I'm dense. All right. Not artistic? I wouldn't. Don't be too hard on yourself. Who the frick is talking outside? What's up? Oh, I was wondering who you're talking to.
She's like, I was like, I like your pink shovel. She's like, are you going home? I was like,
No.
am I going home? And she's like, yeah. I was like, yeah. She's like, okay, bye. I was like,
That's cute.
bye. I don't know what that was, but.
You were bald. Thank you, Bob. Dorix, hello, father. Hello, Dorix. Actually saving my day. You were very welcome, Vovelli. How's the volume? Can you guys faintly hear it? That's all I'm aiming for. Faintly. Alcadzia? Who's Alcadzia? It's Landon's team, right? Big old Landon. Freaking Landon. Dude, Landon, man, he's cementing it up. It's gonna be considered one of the greatest Western support players, I think, of all time.
Landon?
Yeah. He's had a good couple of years, man. He's showcased a little more flexibility over time. Love that from him. Nobody deserves it better, honestly. Like, Landon is just such a good dude. Such a hard worker. Good attitude. I could tell you guys so many Landon stories. I'm not showing you my runny nose or smelly feet. I'm not going to even... Yeah. The game just ended was supposed to be the Indiana game, but it was a wash. Well, should I turn it up a little bit then? I'll turn it up just a little bit more. Frick, I gotta sneeze. I need to roll tissues. Landon Kellex, nice. Lebda. Yeah, Lebda apparently has been popping off the last this past season on non-Farah. Checkmate. Good for checkmate. Duncan, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it, my friend. All right, Hazard, Freya Mears. I'm curious to see why Hazard's being played. Maybe it's due to the perks. It's probably just due to the meta evolution and the fact that he's one of the more... I think it's probably due to the fact that he's a semi-mobile tank that can deal with Freya relatively well. Bye, love you. Have fun. Sweet girl.
Bye, Pat.
Drive safe. And because of the on-demand mitigation. So I talked about it in my Freya guide. Just because he doesn't just get exploded, you know? Hanzo got a buff. He did get a pretty significant buff, that's true. Doing dots in the roster for because Landon was on it. Well, it's always hard to know. You never really know anything. I think whenever you're predicting how a roster does, a great deal of it is due to, that's funny, just predictions, you know, and like the odds, but you never can guarantee that a roster is going to do well or poorly. There's always going to be a surprise. Sombra was doing quite well with Freya, yeah. So Freya is really, I think, the mover and shaker right now, and then everything's kind of revolving around Freya right now. There's a couple of outliers right now, like I don't think Ana is super strong, which definitely has small impacts here and there. I I think Kiriko has become stronger in the last several months since perks, so there's some impact there as well. I think, you know, there's just little things like that. Tracer as well. Tracer, Sombra have had good perks evolutions as well. Yeah, Freya just dumpsters on Winston. So if Ana was strong, we might see them being forcing it, you know. But like, you can't even really primal Freya. What's up, Paulify? Long time no chat. So first ban here, Genji, they ban D.Va. They want to force Tread off of the off-tank pool, and D.Va's pretty good right now because perks have improved, and also her matchup versus the more meta characters is really strong. Thank you for the sub, dude. I appreciate it. And then Peps is going to ban Ana to kind of keep it more along their hero pool strengths. I'm not sure what Xeron GDH's hero pool is, but like you want to keep it off of Ana. You want to keep it on Kiri, Juno, stuff that FD God probably can kind of play around with as well. So just probably more favorable support lineup for them. Ana is difficult in the Freya. Yes, yeah, I agree. It's more map. I mean, we talked about Sarah Lee, obviously, so. What dive thing is good in the Freya? D.Va's good. D.Va's pretty good. D.Va can absorb it. Hazard is not good, but Hazard is not bad because Hazard can absorb a lot of the projectiles. We just mitigate it. Yeah. Alcadzia apparently won. Yeah. Honestly, it's actually makes me so happy that I don't know some of these players. That makes me happy. Like, we have freaking Team Peps here who are like competing, you know, and they've got more names that I know. But apparently, Tread has had a good season, and he's kind of newer to me. Same thing with Zerion. And you look at Genji, and you're like, oh yeah, who are you and Mag? But then there's just freaking some dude named Zox. Like, who the frick is Zox? He's playing with Who Are You? You know? I'm not saying they're necessarily popping off, but I am very pleased to see. And I'm not that these guys, I'm not humegaloing these guys. These guys, I'm sure, have been grinding just quietly. But it's nice to see some new names competing up there with the best. And you know, just, and now I'm like, even like little like Zodiel, like that's somebody that's done very well the last season or two, and now they're up there at the top. Even Cookie's still around here. Cookie and Ken have been around for forever, and they're finally kind of getting a chance, you know? It's really nice to see. FD God not in Lucio hurts my soul. I think he's been, I don't know how well he's been performing, but I have seen FD God playing a lot of non-Lucio. So I would say that I'm sure that he is developing and expanding that pool. Bans, Freya, and Juno have definitely forced main supports out of their comfort zone, which is nice. Hey, Grandma. Ton of upsets, yeah. FD God feeding for 8 minutes straight. Well, okay, yeah, but you know that's kind of always been FD God. FD God has got, you know, he's the French violet. maybe not quite. That's not the best analogy there, but yeah. Okay, Orisa, because flat map, and I don't know if either of these tanks are gonna want to play ball without a Freya ban. I like these comps, actually. Very narrow, linear map, so EDI should be actually pretty good here.
I mean, it's working so far. I mean, I think Team Pep's looking at this like, what the hell do we do here? But they're like, why are they doing this? What in the world? But I mean, hey, if it works, man.
I've been kind of critical of the EDI previously, and we haven't seen as much, I guess, but here it makes sense with the comps that you're going to be seeing and the way that the map is set up. You're just not going to need to really move all that much. And also, it lines up, I'm pretty sure, with Kanale's hero pool. It's all going to be based off, I mean, every time you see Sombra, it's tempo. It's like, when are we playing off of my Sombra's timing and what angle she's playing compared to Tracer. And there's obviously the verticality of the map as well. It's just like really good. If you have a good enough Sombra and a good enough team play for it, I mean, you can see it right there. She's just going to do more than Tracer, I think, on this particular map in this particular composition. High grounds are really oppressive. Hacking Mega is really valuable. Her matchup is good versus Freya. If your team play is good, it's really nice. Yeah, it's just going to be really hard for Ken to contest that at all. I would want to see Xerion playing really aggressively with the Freya up top, probably. That's probably your best bet of controlling space, but even then it's very difficult. What is your opinion on the current iteration of Sombra? It's better than the ones that we've seen in the past, I think, but I don't know. I'm not sure. It would take a lot of experimentation to really try it. I think public perception is really negatively against her. I'm of the opinion, don't quote me on this, but I think hack is probably more culturally unacceptable than stealth right now in the current iteration of stealth. I know stealth is annoying, but it is significantly easier to keep track of something than it ever has been. I just think that people still hate hack. Even if it's weak, even if it's weaker than it's been, people don't like it. People hate it. And I think that plus her burst damage, we'll maybe talk about it later, I don't know. But good retake there from Peps. Hacking health backs, the Hanzo thing? Alright. I wouldn't mind seeing an EMP EDRE combo here. I don't normally call for ult combos, but it would be nice to see both to help one set up the other. There's the Juno ult, response, EMP. They get the combo. They do combo EDRE. I don't even know who they hit there. It looked like it hit the Orisa, which is weird with EMP, but yeah, they comboed. They blew their Juno ult. They blew everything, but honestly, like, it's fine. If you get a stagger kill here, you win. They're not getting staggers. Okay, that's kind of big. They will get a retake here. It's going to be messy, but they will get a retake. Would have liked at least one more kill there. Ken's also in backline, so Ken's going to get a pretty decent touch here. He's not going to even need to recall. Solid. Will Tread connect with the ult here is the question. Freya ult doesn't connect. Orisa ult does. It takes a decent chunk off of Mag's health. And they catch Who Are You? Wow, what a retake there from Peps. That's incredible. That is not easy to do in this map. This map has historically been one of the, I think, hardest maps to retake in the entire game. Like, it's almost like 2CP-ish in certain metas because of the oppressiveness of the chokes and and how narrow it is, not to mention the verticality. I remember a lot of times both in 5v5 and 66 where, like, retaking was just miserable. We would have straight up it was like 2CP, you have like a whole strategy of how to retake here, so that's incredible. Incredible. And they have Kitsune to hold the space here. That's a deep angle there from, I think, what was that? Who Are You? Yeah, Who Are You's deep, and then I think, I didn't see who was on the deep there. They're going to Kitsune. Oh, that's unfortunate. King gets caught. You hate to see that. Dying during an active Kitsune. Genji's going to be able to respond. That's going to catch. Oh, gosh, FD God gets sucked. And he's 91% as well. That should be it for Genji. Tom, thank you for the sub, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Well done by Genji. I really like the comp. I really like the way that they were playing this. But Peps gave him a good run for their money there, despite losing first fight and really struggling with the retakes. I don't know that I agree, Rob. I understand what you're saying, but Sombra has to... I don't know. I know what you're saying. I just think that anybody thinks that there's an easy fix to Sombra is kidding themselves, given the fact that every aspect of her kit has something that somebody doesn't like. Thank you, Jax. I appreciate it. Spile is cool, too. Not as cool as Who Are You, that's right. Explosions, thank you for continuing your gifted sub.
I'm not surprised to see the team coming back and hovering over the hazard. I think that's probably going to be the meta here if it was, of course, on Lighthouse. And if we go back to what we kind of saw in Lighthouse, right? Team Peps was
Sombra or Tracer here? Tracer. All right. Bit harder for the high grounds to be relevant here, so we'll see hazard here because now verticality is relevant again, as opposed to the previous map. Yeah, these make sense. No surprises comp here. This is definitely a map where we'd see D.Va, I think, from Peps if it wasn't banned. FD God get killed. Oh no. My goat. And they squeeze him out. Don't think they're going to get another stagger. Oh, wow, they do. Okay, I was not expecting that. Will they get one more? Probably not.
team alive. You gotta be careful. Don't want to overextend. Who are you with a very aggressive dive in? Is gonna be
Am I holding?
play now.
Yes.
The Peps was
That's
so
a nice setup,
slick, man.
Yeah, they got crushed on the high ground trade. Getting bullied off like that, they just never had the recovery.
Yeah, we see it from like Max POV, but like everybody just
Wait,
kinda
what is
splits
that?
off in opposite directions. No way. Without
Oh, that's my forehead, bro.
be able to keep some of these players alive as
Holy crap.
for Team Peps if you want to battle back.
That scared the dude. What the frick was that?
You install this point for what feels like an eternity there is
I thought you guys were joking, and I look at that and I'm like, what is that? No, it's not that massive. Here, it's not that massive. It's not super massive.
Cleaned up in the end. Ken finds Exodial, injecting a bit of life into the squad, but he's caught.
Dude, I was like, what?
Here, getting hunted, getting chased down by Who Are You and Mag. Forces the re of Who Are You though, and still relatively healthy. So
All right.
Ken is
Genji holds. Peps is gonna retake.
aggression on the Zirian, gonna force him off the angle, and I mean, it's just been very dominant in the brawl. Genji has consistently been getting the initiative going first, and once again here, Who Are You straight into the back line, putting some pressure onto FD God, forcing him to float off the map. And Genji has some powerful ultimates to deploy. Here's the bullet shot, big connection onto Cookie.
Oh, huge ult.
Also find that downpour
Who's the Guile skin? Who's Guile?
fast reset. Genji sweeping forward to a first map victory.
yeah, they are dominating Peps at the moment. I mean,
Yeah, Peps is really struggling with a retake here.
you know, he dies and his body just ragdolls off.
To be honest, I'm so flashbanged by my own balding spot.
Here for Peps, not even going to be able to build up towards some of these ultimates.
Soldier?
Absolutely
Soldier Street Fighter skin. I'll look at it in a second. Can Peps touch? They do get the touch. Did they get it at 97? Hang on a second. Okay, they had the touch again. They didn't get the touch at 97. Wow, that's a nice ultimate. Suzu'd because, but yeah, that's unfortunate.
No way.
Soldier, let me look it up. Soldier, 76, Street Fighter.
A lot of players who can touch the point.
You're Genji, you take it. Anyway.
Board, baby. We do not care.
No, guys.
Gotta, hit the lag switch, get some of these guys out of
Wait, why does my hair look... Dude, my hair is weird. Okay, you know what happened? Is I shampooed today. That's what happened.
hitting the lag.
I shampooed. You see that? That's the problem.
Hit the lag switch.
So it's just like, it's all over the place.
Where the supports just got.
There.
I mean, they were just getting. I mean, obviously, like.
Yeah, I mean, I can see it. I can see it. I can see it.
You kind of have to
Wait.
die by some of the stuff that he does, right? Like, there's some
Yeah,
times where he
wait.
plays that aggressive and it pays off. There's sometimes that he
Maybe?
plays that aggressive and it looks like how it does there on, well. But that at the end of the game, though, him and
Maybe.
Zirion not able to build up really towards just
I don't know. I don't shampoo every day. I wash my hair every day, but I don't shampoo every day.
sorts here on well.
I feel like Genji were just so emboldened in that third round compared to the first round, right? The way they were taking the tempo to the opponent, like I felt like they got.
It was flatter for a minute or two.
damage
Yeah.
trade from long range from Exodial.
What shampoo do you use? I honestly don't know. I can't remember.
Engagement. And
Something crunchy.
in those scenarios, Who Are You getting a lot of pickups on the tracer?
Yeah, I've heard that it's not good for your hair to shampoo every day. Especially considering I wash it every day, I wouldn't want to insult the injury.
Peps were on the back foot that entire
Yeah, I'll talk with Questor at some point. I don't know if I want to talk about Sombra specifically. More about his thoughts on, like,
that is like a gut punch, right?
it definitely feels like as a Sombra player getting slapped in the face with a nerf, it's rough.
You could
So,
set it up and say, oh, we just C9, but like
yeah.
realistically, even if they do touch, they are in a rough spot in that fight.
Yeah, I mean, it's 2-1.
More about, like, skill bias and stuff like that.
Kind of how we saw the last 2 rounds play out. And if you're Peps,
Yeah, I think Questron didn't communicate that tweet all that well, but I think he has some interesting ideas.
rush style of comps, right?
But there is a reason why I responded to that one Symmetra main quote thing, because I was like, all right, we gotta make sure that we're not getting on the wrong way,
The maps you would say probably
because
out from them straight
there's a reason why Genji Tracer are being played consistently, or even Sojourn, right? Sojourn's a little bit different, but just like we have to make sure that the nuance is there and that people.
Genji, and so I would love to see that just kind of like blocked from the early on in the
Should
series.
say EDRE. I don't know. EDRE we need Pylon to be on a timer. We need Pylon to be a cooldown that you utilize for specific efficacy and has different choices with how you use it. I also think her mobility is just like really cheeks.
Yeah, okay, so it is
Listen, I'm a Sim advocate. I freaking loves playing Sim. I think Sim has immense potential, but she just doesn't show it right now. So it's like before we start talking about why there isn't a sim meta, we need to start working more with Symmetra. And I don't think necessarily people will disagree with that, but I just want to make sure.
I don't know if it matters what the meta is. I feel like you're gonna play Winston on Gibraltar. Maybe you could like make the diva work, but historically,
Yeah, you could just wash your hair with pure water.
on Gibraltar, it's his
Yeah.
home.
I mean, it depends on what you do. So
I like that. It's
when I used to do a lot more jujitsu stuff, I did shampoo more often because it's just kind of nasty. You know what I'm saying? But I don't do as much as I used to, so I don't have to. Like sweat, your own sweat's not going to, it's not necessarily gross or dirty. It depends on how, you know, the pollution of where you live and how much you get out and so on. And,
When I
you know.
think of Winston, though, I think of the moon.
True. You want to bring back Horizon Lunar Colony?
Ryan's sim meta is never going to be in ranked, like almost ever, unless both heroes are overtuned.
There should be another map option that is just like a mystery map. Not just like, it could be, you know, you
That's something you'll only see in like pro play, unless, like I said, those two are overtuned.
like spin a wheel and it's like, oh, it's Temple of Anubis. It's like,
I think turrets can stay. I just think turrets have to change. I think turrets probably should lose their slowing effect and should gain a potential overshield effect. So you can get gain 25 shields if there's a turret near you.
they get first ban here.
I think they should definitely keep their damage, and I think they should definitely keep their scouting. So then you have turrets that can do three things. They can give you extra shields, they can give you do damage, or they can scout for you. And so you can use them on a choke to damage tank, right? Maybe even they keep the slow, but it's like nerfed even further than it is right now. You can use it on an angle for scouting, or you can use it on yourself to help win duels or control space. And you could even still use TP bombs, right? So like they're like if you just reducing the slow and giving them an overshield effect, I don't think a heal effect would be good, but like a shield effect, right? Would immediately significantly change how you'd use turrets. Immediately. And then you'd have to go into... I've made these suggestions before. A fully charged alt fire charges your beam to level 2. Beam ramps significantly slower on shields. The scaling of beam is faster, but the total ceiling of beam is a little bit lower. We haven't looked at the ban reactions yet. We'll look at it between games because there's like a longer pause.
It's just a good idea. They should do that.
Yeah, all that stuff. Like I think you get lifesteal off of shields. That probably should go too. I look at Symmetra as like a utility DPS with limited mobility, limited poke, limited brawl, but has a little bit of everything, right? She kind of already is there, but you could really just take some of her brawl potential down just a tiny bit, just anti-tank, and just lean more into her alt fire, lean more into like the utility of different things that turrets can do. There's like so much that you can do with her. Okay, so what we got here? Peps is banning Mei, so they just don't want to play Mei. Mei's really good here. Ken is a pretty good Genji, so they're going to lean more into their hero pool, I'd imagine. I think Who Are You is a pretty good Mei, if I remember correctly. And Genji's going to ban Life Weaver because I guess we have seen some Life Weaver being played here. I mean, we've seen some Life Weaver being played here because you could do all sorts of stuff with enabling your Zenyatta to take really greedy angles, and Tree's really good. So maybe they just want to force Juno Brig. Maybe they want to force EVRA. Maybe they want to force Zenyatta.
I think that's you got to do committing. That's scary, bro. I don't want to fall.
I'm kind of small, so I feel like
You could probably do it. You could probably.
What type? Are you going to go Sigma versus this?
maybe like
Or Ram? Okay.
All right, so Tread is gonna head over.
Oh, that's a free pick. FD God's dead first again. Frick me, man.
He's been a little sloppy positioning this.
Good choke game. To beat a Ram, you kind of would want like Zen here, but I don't know if Peps can play it. Is Juno Zen even good? Is that trolling? Does Zen just die to Freya? It's Eid Yari. Eid Yari. But really, I guess if you're American like me, you're just going to say Eid Yari, and there's like a E, Ili, Ili. But it's just me transitioning into a Y sound, which is like Eid Yari, Eid Yari, Eid Yari, you know. Juno Zen is strange. All right, well. Eid Yari. Il Yari.
Worthwhile. They're so close to their own spawn.
That's the pronunciation that is Quechuan and official. Iari is Spanish, and Ilari is American. But the Quechuan pronunciation is Iari.
Trade there, but you still burn a decent amount of clock there. 14 peps on that for Gen G on that first point. So
Iari is Spanish, but she's not Spanish.
this is also a
She's
combo
Quechuan.
where Gen G should be at one of their best.
Sem does nothing on ladder, yeah.
Exodial on the Freya, like these are, this is kind of like why you got some of these players to play these type of heroes.
I wonder if they ban. Yeah, the Life Weaver ban is odd. It probably has to do something with like either a niche. Is it a DPS pick? Like I don't look at Peps as what they're playing right now and say, oh yeah, Life Weaver would be good here. But you'd run that with like a Pharah or an Echo or a Zen or something that could be really, really greedy. I think we're just part of it is like I don't think Life Weaver is quite enough to be anything but niche just yet, for sure. But man, he's getting there. Like he's sneakily getting there. Like he keeps getting more and more effective, skillful buffs, and like we might eventually be at a point in time where Life Weaver is being played outside of his niche. Mercurial, think of the sub. Over 2 years. Circuit's always been a good brawl map. Always. It's gotten better since Juno has come out because you have a range speed. But Circuit has always been, I wouldn't say great, but it's been tolerable, Juno really enables that a lot, though. Is Life Weaver an actual heal bot? Not really, no. He can put out a lot of healing, but not really, no. If Circuit isn't a poke map, then what is? Well, it's just because Overwatch 2 is just much less static than Overwatch 1, Now you want Freya's float nerfed? Yeah. I just don't think it's good to have a character that's completely inaccessible for that long, Because that's also what a lot of the pro high-level players are utilizing, and that the low-level, mid-level players aren't, so... Nice. Oh, holy crap. So the Orisa swap is... They're just kind of playing a little bit of randomness here, but I just think Orisa is pretty good in this map, so... Orisa also just very well versus Freya. Removed it from Pharah and gave it to Freya. Yeah, to be fair to Freya, Freya doesn't have it near as bad as old Pharah did, but yeah. I look at Freya as like release hazard right now, where she's just really freaking strong in the right hands and definitely overtuned, but is a design that will probably work, just needs time. They're looking for Juno ult. The Juno ult's there. I don't know if they're going to get anything out of it, though. Kiriko Lucio. They catch the Brigitte with the Kitsune. That's one of the dangerous things about speed boost. With Kitsune is like you can just completely turbo stomp Brigitte because yeah, she's good against Diva, she's good against Genji, but then you get a Kitsune Diva in your face. Now Kitsune Genji, the Brig is just the slower hero there.
Especially the sound bearer is going to be a pretty big difference maker. And now this third point, I'm kind of worried for Max Orisa. I mean,
What do you mean the new perk? You mean the buff to the lifesteal?
pretty much useless when it comes to verticality. Or see, they're going to take this wide approach, get the Orisa.
Oh, what did Hazard get, chat? What's my brain's kicked off? He got something. What did he get? What did he get the ban? The dash bleed perk. Do you still recommend meditate? What is meditate? Is that the lifesteal? Oh no. He got booped during the bash. Wall speed. Oh yeah, that's right. The wall climb speed up. Yeah. Genji deflect heal? Yeah, I think the Genji deflect heal is the way to go. I mean, you can even see this guy's using it, so. Or no, he's not using it. He's using the dash bleed. Yeah, I can see in pro play, I mean, we've seen some, I don't know, I've seen a little bit of a mixture from pro play. I still think the deflect heal is better, especially in ranked. Consistently having me able to take a duel and just heal yourself for like, what is it, 80, 90? I see no reason why you would choose dash more damage off of, a damage over time too. No way. I refuse to think otherwise. Just way more consistent, way better when you're not as reliant off of healing. It's just way better. Yeah, 70? Yeah, it's absolutely better, I think.
And I know, I don't even think you kind of look at this and it's like, oh, you know, the May ban is really kind of what throws everything.
25 to 40% life still block, yeah.
You was playing Genji, which is
I still like the dash distance on Hazard, to be honest with you guys, depending on the map, but yeah.
an argument around it, but he didn't really do much there, Jake.
Hold on, that was a crazy play on last. I get they're in a really rough spot with the high ground being kind of dominated on them, but I feel like you have to just let the Orisa hold the car and play from under and just.
Yeah, it's after elimination.
Who are you dashing to the high ground and using deflect is like, that's exactly the opening Peps are waiting for. Like they don't really want to jump down because that's a big commitment for them. But then just who are you just opens the door for them at?
Whoops.
It's like, maybe he thought he was gonna get like a secure dash kill or something. He thought somebody was low enough to just dash and kill and dash out.
I was gonna say, like, what do you even accomplish there? I mean, you look, who are you? 1 and 8, right? Ends up holding on to that first blade for what felt like 2 minutes, right? You know, never ends up getting it off on first. Uses it, no, doesn't even get it off on second. It's off towards the end on second. But then never ends up building up towards another one where Ken was playing the Genji there for Team Peps. Looked like a rock.
Yeah, if you can rely for your supports consistently, sure. I think it also depends on the map, too.
Who are you? Where one of his
Yeah, Stadium Championship Series would be funny.
I can't help but think watching this that like the Brig Juno has lost a bit of.
What's the grub? Same as usual. Beef, avocados, tomatoes. Hey, applicable.
Like you know, in the past, something like the orbital ray was like.
Do you think Life Weaver would be frustrating if he was meta? Yeah, I think Life Weaver would definitely be frustrating if he was hard meta. I still think that he has a long way to go. Yeah. But, yeah. Beef? No coffee? I had coffee earlier. Yeah, so the bleed used to proc on blade swings, which made it really nice. It doesn't anymore. Hello, Stone. Life Weaver, as we've seen him occasionally being played here. Actually, okay, this is it. This is what we were looking for, chat. This is what we were looking for. There's the Pharah that I was wondering. There's the Pharah. So there's that. This explains her Life Weaver ban. Pharah has been played with Life Weaver on this map since literally over a year ago. Like, I think over in DreamHack Dallas, actually. Right at a year ago. You have constant heal in the Pharah. You can let Pharah do really aggressive plays and even go for a barrage and then get pulled out. It's on this first point. It's just like a kind of a gimmick for this first point. Ken is a solid Pharah. Genji know that. They banned the Life Weaver so that you can't do that. And we've consistently seen Life Weaver with Zenyatta's Pharahs and Echoes here. Now, it seems like they're still playing the Pharah, but it's just a bit more fragile, I suppose. That's why we see Life Weaver. It's because Ken's playing Pharah. Ken plays Pharah here. If they remove the dash requirement, I think then they would be a little too strong, but I'm not sure. Yeah, it's like a mercy pocket. And the thing with Life Weaver, too, it's like you're just shooting, healing and shooting right in front of your screen. Tree is really strong on this point because it's just very congested. Petal's fairly useful, too. I think that I have always said that the solution of Petal is if you use it on a target that's more than 3/4 in HP, you should get half the cooldown. I think you could actually use it to reposition people. I agree with you. I think it would be annoying, but I don't care. Pharah mirror. Okay. Taking the angle here. I did not stream the Alcat. I was coaching. Sadly. EDRA ult. What is she looking for? What she got? Not bad. I think that actually connected. Bit of zoning value. Wait, did he hit that mid-air? Or am I crazy? Holy crap. There's so much damage being vomited in this choke. I really just think that the impact of like having... It's so weird to see like these more like no widows, no Zens, no. I just think Juno's speed boost is really prevented some of these poker comps from being functional here. pulling somebody to give some speed boost for a second? I mean, why not? Yeah. Why not both, you know? Exactly. You're thinking right. I mean, it's a Spylo speed boost obsession, you know? But, yeah, I mean, that would be sick.
Here's Magno going into the back line. This is the moment. Okay, no, back him out, back to trading with Irza. Like, you don't win this trade. It's up to the DPS to find something.
Can Peps hold on?
Really have any advantage? I mean, the clock is just burning out.
They desperately need to pocket tread. There's Suzu. There's speed boost Diva. He clears the angle. Then they turn back on tank. Fortifies run out. Tread is dead. Yeah, I don't think they're gonna be able to do it. I think your Kawawa a shot. Yeah, they're cooked. It was a really good hold by Peps though. Really good hold. Do you prefer the EDRA Kiriko for support? Definitely map the pin. If you're not moving around as much, I think maybe EDRA can provide some stuff. But Kitsune is the way better ultimate in this narrow space, so it's probably just hero strength difference. Hey, Bad. I appreciate it. You too, mate. Oof, that's a rough death there. That just allows a really easy recontest. And then also, crucially, you kind of shove Genji down the floor. Oh, no, he got Ken. Oh, no, that's huge. They can actually... So walking up this is so painful, right? So it's so important... Oh, that's a good shot, too. Kitsune's used. Juno ult's used in response, and they got Cookie. Wow! This is monumental. This is by far the hardest part of the map, and it also makes it with Pylon basically impossible to retake. Yeah, that's second point right there. It has shift from instead of just following numbers to also providing different buffs. I mean, I think so. I think they should have done that with Kiriko as well, where they're going to actually go for the touch. They're going to Juno ult. They're going to recontest this. Barrage is scary here, though. There's only so much Matrix. Tread dies. That's one, that's two, that's three, and that's it. Could have been a lot worse for Peps, honestly. I mean, it was a bit risky to touch that early, but yeah. Yeah, this match is live. I did read the ban blog. I just haven't looked at it on stream yet. I couldn't resist. So to be perfectly transparent, there will not be a first reaction. Yeah, it was a good ult trade. It's not bad. I mean, I don't think Who Are You would have stayed far there anyway, with third point just being as toxic as it is for far, but... Brigitte swap here. I definitely like the Kiriko better than the Brigitte, I think, here, with how open this space is. I mean, you can see they swap off of EDR as the map opens up. Who Are You actually goes Sombra. I actually like that. It's not going to be easy, but yeah, there's value there. Good little zoning Frey ult, isolation, Brigitte. Man, like, this is really where having Juno Kiriko for the verticality, the high ground feels really good. Brig is so hard here. It's just so big and so tall, like me. Yeah, we'll look at it this stream. Between the maps. We'll read ban blog after, not between maps, between series. Because I just don't think there's enough time. They're going to go Orisa. All right. I don't know what you even do here. I guess you can brute force high grounds with speed ring. But still feels tough. A lot of angle control here. Almost gets the pulse as well. There's just so much angle control for Peps, man. Kitsune. Isolation on Freya. Brigitte. They're just shoved into the locker, man. I don't know, man. I don't know. This feels so hard. Pedal perk could give damage boost to allies on top, ignore how broken it would be. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I mean, there's all sorts of things that you could do with it. They're going to stick with it, though. The one thing about Genji's comp is that their ult bank is really strong. Rally, EMP, Juno, Orisa ult's probably a little better than Diva Bomb in terms of consistency. They're trying to angle on the Diva. There's a speed ring on the backline with the Diva. They don't quite connect. They use the Freya ult. Good bait from Genji. They disengage it. Can they respond? They're probably going to Juno ult this yet. So there's Juno ult. Will they keep the Brigitte up? They don't. Dude, Brig is so cheeks, man, on this map. It's fine versus the Diva and Tracer, but there's just too much range, too much damage, man. They get the trade on FD God. That's very useful. Mag will have to ult this now to live. He gets a decent chunk of Diva damage there. And what? How did the Kiriko die? What? I don't think it matters. Kanale's not going to even build ult. Frick me, man. Just comp diff, to be honest with you. Peps came with a strategy. You know, that's a strong map for them with their Pharah pick. The attack looked good as well, the Ram stuff. And then they just played the strengths. There's a reason why Peps picked this map.
Past Mag on the Orisa, and Mag is still looking towards the rest.
No, the bleed dash blade is not why Genji's being picked as much. He's got an okay match up versus Freya, and he's been good for some time.
Everyone else is too scared to come through the choke because they know Peps is like hungry to die.
Wow. Okay. Well done to Peps.
Like, even if you don't dive, I feel like you're probably still winning.
Genji's probably gonna pull them back to what's the next map type, guys? Is it Flashpoint? We'll probably just see Suravasa again, and then just Peps trying to ban Ball, or it has to be probably Winston or something, right? Yeah, Genji can deflect Frey ult. Yep.
What Gen G is trying to play there, but Peps bounced back there.
Okay, so push. So maybe Esperanza then,
But still felt like it was like never
or maybe like Orisa stuff is good on Colosseo.
going to be able to win, right? Where
I'm honestly not too sure.
by Peps.
Hey, what's up, mate? Yeah, what's up, AR? It's been a while since I've seen you. Cheers, I appreciate that, mate. Thank you for the kind words.
Some weird gameplay. But Peps are far from
It's an open format? Oh, so we don't know.
getting caught off guard. I think Exodial has been a bright spot for Gen G.
Got it. Okay, good to know. Thank you, guys.
Dominant map.
All right, I'm going to eat just a little bit so I don't have to chew in your ear while we're watching a match.
This map, you feel like you're just on respawn.
Yeah, well played to Peps.
If you're Gen G, right? You
Ana on New Queen Street be viable in the Freya? Potentially, yeah. I just think Ana's much weaker right now. I think the additional cooldown on Nade, as well as Freya being really strong. So Winston's matchup into Freya's weak, and Ana's really good with Winston. So Ana isn't very good, isn't great as an individual hero right now. Okay, so they go Runesapi, and I don't think the meta favors her right now either. You know,
One thing is,
so they go Runesapi.
after watching these games, I just feel like Brig has lost a lot of stature in the meta. I think that's
What do you ban?
it looks better because Brig is not as strong.
What do you ban?
I think Freya has a great matchup against
Um,
You just have such overwhelming damage.
I don't know the Freya advantage here. Maybe they're both even.
And those are the type of heroes that Brig historically has had the hardest time with.
But they can't ban Diva,
Do not mind Brig
so that's good.
that are fine taking super extended engagements, and especially with like the sticky arrow.
Farah maybe?
It feels like-
Yeah, could be Farah.
I mean, good luck as Brig.
You can play Farah on here. And
Rally or anything, like just good luck, right? She's permanently
Hey, Skirmian.
floating above your head. So maybe without Brig, the Lucio Curie, the Curie Juno.
I'm just really not familiar with either of these teams.
Peps, you know, you've already banned Ana, and then you banned May. Like, are you even worried about Mags like Winston? Like at this point, like
And on Runesapi, I don't know if this is. I mean, maybe.
you can play a little bit of it here, but it's not like I wouldn't say it's like. Are you trying to like angle for Mag or Risa here if you're Gen G? Like that's probably where you're trying to.
No, Freya's just stronger than Sojourn. That's all.
It's like Gen G heard us.
Sojourn is way stronger on paper on lateral. Freya's way stronger on vertical.
Off the rip.
But Freya's just overtuned right now.
Actually, the Sombra's been giving them some trouble. Gave them some trouble in map number 1. It wasn't as effective in that second map, but I would mark
Sojourn is...
more of like
Freya is harder to dive preventatively and can punish more. Genji bans Lucio. Okay.
going to work, like kind of
Sombra Lucio. Yeah.
interesting one here. It takes away some of the
How to tune Freya to fix her? I mean, I just think they just need to continue to tweak like her ability to maintain verticality through sliding on walls, keep tweaking dash cooldowns,
like to see him get away with it, but wonky stuff, right? Like,
lots of little things. How long you stay scoped in for the holding, the distance.
it doesn't make sense to me.
You could even look at her bolt hitbox if you wanted to and shrink that by a tiny bit.
Attacking with it felt really awkward. They lost a lot of time on that first
I think with Freya, I don't think there's any one thing they need to do outside of abusing like roof sliding for roof holding for highest level players. I just think it's gonna be like a lot of little tiny things.
Maybe this forces Gen G into doing what I think maybe they should.
Yeah, just more of a number thing. Yeah, exactly.
The tempo game, meet Peps in the chaos in the duels. Like you think back to Ilios well.
So we got a Lucio ban from Genji. They pick Runesapi. We want to force our messy. We don't want Kiriko. Lucio ban means banning Kiriko Lucio, essentially. We want to play our weird comps. We don't want any Kiri Lucio nonsense with FD God, and Zerion and Kiriko, which could be like Diva. And Peps goes, okay, that's fine, but you're not allowed to go Sombra.
We've seen Hazard into Diva.
because they may have the stronger Sombra player. Who are you? Look like the guy that's, if anyone's going to play Sombra, it's going to be him. And Sombra's okay here, too. So yeah, you're going to force Juno Brig, or you'll, I don't know how good the EDRE, or sorry, the Kiriko Juno would be, but you could see that here, too. But again, it's not something that your FD God is not going to be able to play his strongest character, basically. So we could see Juno Brig Hazard. We could see Diva Kiriko Juno. We could see Pharah. We could see Tracer. Yeah. I would be surprised to see Pharah Freya, so maybe we'd actually don't see Pharah. I feel like you would need to run Tracer here with how big this map is. Perhaps looks like they may pull out the... I mean, I don't know. Would you run Winston here? Frick, dude. Advice for banning in ranked, just do what you enjoy. Ban what you enjoy. And or complement team bans, and or pay attention to the map. Juno Brigitte. Okay. Interesting. I think Brigitte is much better in the frontline Tracer trade, but I do find her weaker versus Freya. So, as predicted, we get Juno Brig and Kiriko Juno, actually, which is pretty funny. Yeah. So, let's see. I like the Juno Brigitte for dealing, like I said, with Tracer, more congested space. I think the Kiriko Juno is much better at controlling more open angles, and doesn't just get bullied as much by Freya, essentially. I wouldn't be surprised to see Kanale swap, but I don't know how. Does Kanale have a good Kiriko? Nope, they're gonna make it. They're gonna force it. Okay. Ban what you enjoy. Yes, ban the characters that you play. That's it. I ban whatever my teammates wants to ban. Yeah. So they go Diva, which I like a lot. That kind of gives you something more to deal with the Freya. I can play a little bit more proximity Overwatch, you know? Take some of your heat off of your Brigitte, allow her to play a little bit more aggressively on the angles without her being the center of attention. But Zarian just died instantly, so I don't know what happened there. So they're going to go Ram. Rams. Okay, so then so we're just going to basically be like, okay, well, you're not going to play Orisa then. So then we're just going to go full greed mode. So basically the Ram is not because it counters the other combo. It's because you'd want to play Ram here anyway, but you can't because of Orisa. So they're going, okay, you're not going to go Orisa, so they're going to go Ram. Little tiny details, right? I think Ram is really strong. Problem is that Ram doesn't have the greatest matchup versus Orisa, which is why we see a lot of the Brawl matchups boiled onto Orisa. Genji needs to kind of force this out. They found a connection onto Kiriko. I'm not really sure what happened there on the flank. Zarian's died first twice, which you don't love to see from Kiriko. He's going to go Brigitte. That's versus the Diva. So we're playing support. Little rock, paper, scissors going on here. Ken Pulse dies. Now the question is, have the swaps settled? Is Mag going to be... I can do enough to not worry about the Ramattra. Are we going to see him go back to Orisa? Map control. This area of the map is really good for Diva, too. There's just lots of little high grounds, lots of little covers. Ram connection. Can he reach Brigitte? Can he reach Juno? The answer is not quite. Brigitte bashes in. They're going to double support ult. Something needs to die now. Die now. It does. Damage boosted torpedoes, and they catch tread. Totally worth it to use double support ult there. Lots of ults were also committed from Peps. Good stuff. Big fight for Genji. This is the most painful part of the map to push. You're going to guarantee at least a 95, 100 meter range push here. What was this? This is a flashback here. Oh. Ram can't punch as freely into Freya. There's 110. Will they disengage and just play passively? Maybe. Ken goes Genji. point of the map is more favorable for Genji. Same reasons why the D.Va feels more favorable here. D.Va and Genji are kind of interesting. They have similar tastes in maps, you know? Short range, a little bit of verticality. So this area feels pretty good for both the attackers and the defenders with the heroes that they're playing. Team Pep seems content to look for opportunities. They do catch that feels. That felt probably like a Vortex catch on the Canale. Nemesis is used, or Annihilation, excuse me. Will they connect onto Canale? Ooh, Bomb. Very awkward split here. Hyoryu's recall is forced. We still have a D.Va trailing behind. Inspire procced, Ram walking forward. They need to squeeze things out. Lots of damage. Canale does not get Vortex. He's able to get out, and he's able to off-angle to punish Tread. Not enough space taken there from Peps. They weren't able to get the angle that they wanted with Cookie or Ken there. So Tread just kind of eats all the angles, ends up swapping D.Va here. Probably more of just the comfort of the matchup. Worst Annihilation of all time. Yeah, I don't understand what he saw there either. Brig was already dead, and so your odds of connecting with somebody immediately are meaningless. Nor was he in need of HP. I agree with you. That was not a good Annihilation. That's a great play there from Hyoryu. Easy kill here. That might even allow you to walk forward here. Juno ult to pincer. FD God is going to need to use ult now. Okay, no, they actually just full disengage it. Okay, so that was impressive. They full disengage. They actually layer with Rally, but FD God... Oh, no. Genji pulls it off. Will they get the cap? 1 for 1. Really deep push there from Canale. He gets his one, but he dies for it. So high risk, high reward. And the Juno ult still gets the trade after he's dead. Ken, Genji need to reset. Will they get more Peps?
They're going to start coming off of spawn. You have that front spawn advantage, so you're probably going to get another fight around this area of the map, right? A little bit before that first point.
Zodiel is cooking. He's going for Juno. Oh, no, they spotted him. And Genji's just in a position now where they can just kind of park it and not really take any risks at all. If you mark Genji, don't let him get a blade set up. See, there's a rally. They're trying to isolate. Oh, no, Matt got his boosters canceled. They're going to take some space off of it, though. Mag is still pretty isolated here, but he's got his bomb. Rally, I wouldn't say rally for nothing. They're just stuck in the choke. They just were unable to get anything out of it. Mag is still low. Canale is still low. Mag gets DMAC'd. Blade is used off of the DMAC. Totally worth it. Get his one and trade 1 for 1 with a bomb. That's a fine trade. Zodiel catches Cookie, though. But finally, Peps is out of the choke. Pulse is hit. Fight is lost. That's a bummer. Even with the trade there, Tread's going to use bomb to remech. Well, oh, hang on. Ah! Oh, no! No way! Oh, notice that Ken actually has the deflect heal now again. Interesting. Maybe just because of how open the map is. That's crazy. I have no idea how Peps is still in this. They're gonna have to disengage now because FD God died late, but they really did not want to lose the space here, which I actually respect a lot. Like you're in a point in time now where like you can't be shoved down looking uphill again. At least now you're on a neutral again. They just keep losing fights looking uphill, you know? Cookie. Okay, big recall force. They need to get this Juno ult. They need to get it. They need to get the ult used on backline. They're able to cut it out. Cookie's isolated. I think you still need to use the Juno ult here, though. They are going to use it. They get the DMAC. Or no, they don't get the DMAC. They force... No, they get Zox! Double support ult. Can they stabilize here, Peps? They eat the pulse. Huge play by Tread. They're going to layer the rally on top of it. This is looking good for Peps. They're going to catch Mag with the bash. Mag is low. Canale is also low. Mag's going to be following soon after. And the commitment there, crucial by Peps, given the cooldown situation, despite being down 1. Absolutely, I think, the right play. Cookie's death was earned. You know, a lot of resources there to get the kill on Cookie. That should allow the Juno ult to do work. And that's really what Peps needed there. They needed a good, solid ult fight in their favor. Now, obviously, they still need a lot more than that. But that was a crucial moment here. And actually, the ult economy is still relatively in their favor. Oh, no. Oh no, what a play by Genji. Knowing that they don't have the ult in their favor, they set up the angles. Will they need more than one? He does get two. How? How did he connect with Zodiel there? That is incredible. Fight's still messy here though. Tread will be able to remac. I think. Yeah, he'll be able to remac, no problem. Can they steal the cart though? Will respawns become a problem? That's a big kill on Tracer. Huge kill on Tracer. That should mean Peps should be able to stabilize this, no problem. And actually, as chaotic as this has been, Card is also quietly moving forward, and we're going to get another 15 meters here before Genji is able to take a fight here. So Genji plays that fight correctly in terms of strategy, but they definitely don't get as good of a trade after the fight devolved. And still Peps now, like, kind of still in the driver's seat with ults here. Ult used. Mag might die here. Mag does die here. That is a backbreaker. Oh no. Oh no. Hinder. Can we keep him alive? Can we keep him alive? We're going to rally to keep him alive. I think that's... Oh no, we're not. We're going to rally. Okay, so I'm blind. Oh no. Oh no. Zodiel just... Oh my days. Dude, Zodiel is literally dragging his team to victory. Zero business winning that fight. Zero. And he wins it. Diva's demacked. Freaking Zodiel basically almost solo kills like 3 people. Now, to be fair, he had defender's advantage. He had the sight line, he had the ult, but ouch. Just completely drags them to victory. And I'm going to go back to the previous fight, too. Zodiel gave him an opening pick there, too. Out. If the tank is denying my angle, do you find another angle? Do you wait, shoot the tank until he leaves? It depends. I would say probably just take the trade of the tank. Holy crap. That's a backbreaker for Peps. They were playing, I think, the fights relatively well team-wise. You know, even with the clutch little angle there from Zodiel to catch Cookie, like they were able to stabilize. That is definitely a map win for them if Zodiel doesn't get those, what, 2-3 kills? Sucks, man. Sucks. Right here, this is it. One. Oh, jeez. Backbreaker. So close, man. That's a classic push. I feel like the most reverse sweepable map mode, maybe up there with Escort, in the game mode, in the game. Sorry.
For that final map, if we do need it. So, big decisions here for Peps, where it feels like if you went to New Junk City or Surabasa, that feels like that would be fine for Peps regardless, right, of what happens. So maybe you go to that hybrid pool.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing them take a hybrid and kind of slow the game down. That's where it felt Genji has been struggling a bit. You know, makes sense when they're able to play off the dynamism from Mag and Who Are You. They're in a great spot, but we'll have to see where Team Peps take us, if they can make the comeback in this series, or if they end up falling to Genji. We'll be back with all of that right after a quick break, so stick with us.
Girlfriend asks you why you're watching you now. That's funny. Yeah, Ime Overwatch is peak. You got hungry, yeah. What a good map. The Stadium Show match already happened? Oh, yeah, shoot. Are they doing that in DreamHack? I actually don't know. I forgot about that. I saw SK and J3 and I was like, oh yeah, wait, isn't that a thing? They don't want to use the in-game ban system. Well, they can't because first off, this was implemented sooner, so there's like kind of like an expectation. Not that they couldn't change it, but that there would be. So the way this ban system works is that once you ban a character, you can't ban them again. You just run out of characters. You know what I'm saying? You run out of characters really fast. So, or you'd end up not. Or you'd allow double bans, but then the same characters get banned over and over and over and over and over again. It'd be abusable. This is not a single match ban system. This is a single map. It's like a multiple map system. So it's a lot more strategic and provides for more, a little more variety. Okay, so show match already happened. Okay. Yeah, I heard about OWCS Korea, but I don't have any thoughts. So I'm honestly not too sure. For ball, just make sure that you're checking your team's positioning at all times and that you're always thinking about, like, what's a creative way to approach this fight? How should I go in? And just practice, like, not just rolling in and doing the thing over again. Be creative. Don't be scared to make mistakes. Well, if they remove the ban limit, it wouldn't just be Freya would get banned every game. You would have a very quick ban meta for supports and for tanks, and it would just be very dull overall. Pro players are like, honestly, they just want to do what's meta, and they'll find a easily abusable, spammable meta, and they're just going to chase the execution diff instead of like being outside the box. And it will always be that way. So this current ban system forces variety, which is what you want as a viewer. It handholds the viewers into forcing them to see more variety of stuff. Okay, Brigitte ban, which means we might see some Diva here. And then a Ramatra ban, which is interesting. Well, they can't ban Diva, so yeah. I wouldn't be surprised to see some Diva here from Peps, and we might see some fun support comps here on First Point especially. We might see some Ibiari, we might see some Kiriko, Juno stuff. I'm not sure what we'll see. Diva? Oh, yeah, that's right, because Peps could run Kiri Lucio here, I forget, yeah. How does support playstyle change between ranked and organized play? It doesn't. Not that much. The only thing that changes is the composition that you're playing versus are probably not going to be double hit scan like there often is in ranked, so you'll see supports that don't take quite as deep of an angle, but a lot of that is compositional dependent. The difference between ranked and organized play is that in organized play, hard hit scan characters are just not near as popular. And so... And immobile characters as a whole are not as popular. You don't see Junkrats, you don't see Widows and Hanzos and Bastions, so deeper angles from supports is less common, but you still see angles. Genji's got such a weird comp. May's good here, though. May's good. It's not a synergistic hero pick, it's just a strong pick for the point. I like Pep's comp, though. I mean, it's good. It's good for First Point. Get a rotation to high ground. Isolate that Mei or Ana Kiriko. They're gonna rotate, split rotate. Genji gets pushed. Genji gets pocketed. Somehow they caught Ana though. That must have been a sleep from Zox. Who are used chunked. High ground control for Peps. If they can keep pressure on Mag here. Oh no, that's unfortunate. Yeah, you could play Hanzo here. This would be one of the points, but not in this current meta right now, I don't think. With how strong some of the Diva and Kirikos are, but and Genji as well. Is it because the mobility enables players to make rotations and threaten positions faster? Yeah, just in general, mobile characters have higher skill and value ceilings, so you're going to get more out of the character when they have mobility. Whereas in ranked, you're not necessarily squeezing every little bit of value. Huge peel there. And also, like, yeah, rotations, disengages, pushes, and pulls are a lot more valuable. Because you can just kite ults or get rid of ults. Nice! Huge Mei pick. Who are you? No, he's not going to even die for that. That's incredible. Love the flank Mei stuff. She's really good in this point. This is the ranked Mei playstyle, you know? If you're playing full dive, they'll just sit and wall tank. What are you walling here? FD God, absorbing attention, and living for it with a little bit of Suzu help. Mag's low. High ground's reacquired. Kitsune on the point, and can Cookie do something with the angle that he has? Ken's low. 3, 2, 1, Kitsune is used. Disengage. They're going to flip the map, Genji is. I like that a lot. Respond with Kitsune. Can they retake the high ground? They can. Diva's retaking that right now. Cookie shoved into a locker. Tread is low. Ken is naded. Beat is used. They do connect with the Ana. That's actually huge. That beat might be enough for them to sustain. They need to get the remake on Tread, or they need to pick, like, now. Cookie's got to carry this one right now. This is all on Cookie right now. Otherwise, they're not going to be able to do anything. Zodiel is low. He gets stuck. I don't think it's going to be enough. Genji should be able to live this out. I don't even think Ken should be able to get Blade off. Oh, he does get the DMAC. Oh, they are able to connect. And the Freya ult as well. Ken does not indeed get the Blade off, but this buys enough time for Tread to come back. He is back. Mei is here. There's really nothing to Blizzard here, frankly. So, he gets Suzu'd. Matrix in his face. He might pop Blizzard now just for zoning value, honestly. He doesn't even get it. He doesn't get it off. Well done. Well done for Peps. I love the chaos that they brought. Well done. I wouldn't be surprised to see who are you swap here, with or without Blizzard. The map is, well, I guess you can still get wall stall value, but... Well, Zox is struggling because you're the slowest person on the field without without an ice block here, so... Alright, so will we see a Mei wall on choke? It needs to be quick. We need to be here soon. Probably see Nano on Freya or Diva would be my guess. Diva's the safer choice here, but it depends on the angle here. Maybe Diva just would deny too much of the Nano on Freya. They're going to disengage that. What are they disengaging? No vision. He's just going to Blade tank, which honestly is fine. He has no idea where anybody else is. Actually, pretty nice fight there from Peps. Just using a Blade there to get the ball rolling, and then now you're in last fight territory, and they have to walk through the choke into you. Pretty tough. What's up, Bart?
Now Genji's going to be on pretty much the final fight of the point. And this is where the comp really shows cracks, right? Trying to retake a position, they don't have any mobility.
Retake here from Genji's gonna have to be I think, a Kitsune or a Nano Diva. That's my expectation here. And then trying to get space for their Freya. Diva's on the off angle. She's getting pummeled. I don't know what they're waiting for. Canale, like, on the flank there. There's the Nano on Freya, but... Used in response to Kitsune, that might... Tread's low, but we didn't get the kill that we wanted. It's not a bad trade, though, so it's 1 for 1, but they also got out of the choke, so... If Canale responds well here, they're looking for a beat engage, you can smell it. Yeah, no, they're going to disengage the Kitsune, that was good. They were thinking about it, and they're like, okay, whoop, they pop Kitsune just out. That gets Genji a little bit of space, though, so... And what do you even... They're looking to punish that rotation. Who are used walled? It's a good wall. Ice block, beat used. Who are used help? I don't think he's going to get it. Yeah. So this is just where Mei falls off, right? Like the isolation of being able to sit a Mei by herself on the flank without any help is very useful. But the problem is that that's not as useful with how compressed the fights are happening. So ironically, the tighter this point has gotten, the less useful the Mei has been. Because the wall on tank, I mean, look at what are you isolating here? Everything has mobility. So if you're not basically using Mei's survivability on a solo flank, there's no reason to play Mei. Right? And that was more useful on first point. Right now, it's just not useful anymore. And it's going to get worse because we're still relatively all kind of compressed in the same space here. I really think Who Are You should try to force Blizzard, even just for zoning value, just to cause some chaos, and then gotten off the character and gotten something like Genji. He's going to throw the Blizzard just for zoning value and then dies during the DMAC. We'll probably see a Genji swap here. Paps is going to try to snowball this here. They're going to keep things going. If they can keep the... They're actually going to go Tracer. They're just going to keep the ball rolling here. Tread may get DMAC'd, but not a problem, right? Like, the ball is still rolling. That's another pick here. And I don't think Tracer is going to be enough here, to be honest with you guys. We'll probably see a Blade. Yeah, they're just gonna walk into them. Ooh, they catch the Freya. Tread's got the remake if he needs it. Yeah, that's it, man. Worth pointing out as well, Ken has been choosing the deflect heal, so that's only the one map that he shows that. Yeah. Really well played by Peps. Really, really well played by Peps. I don't know. I think that the strategy with the Mei is fine on first point because he got. I mean, you saw it. He got a ton of value. He's survived a ton of pressure for a long time. But then, yeah, he just needed to use the Blizzard, man. Just throw it. You're not going to get value out of it. There's something good to listen to on mow the lawn. Enjoy the lawn mowing, mate. Make sure that it's not, hopefully you don't have it turned up too loud. Okay. I don't know if we'd see a Lucio defense here. It feels a little awkward if you're not forcing yourself on the enemy team. I'm curious. Okay, so they are going to run a Lucio defense. Interesting. Where would you position as a Lucio in defense here? Would you hold hotel with your Genji? Interesting. Or would you hold top? Maybe you'd probably just hold top here, I guess.
Unless your Mei is like catching somebody doesn't have a mobility skill, speed boost is way too big of a problem.
Smoking a joint first. Hazard for ladder. I think he's okay. Hazard is just a hard tank to play, but if you're good at him, you can find value.
Sticking with what's worked for them so far, though, they're continuing to play the high tempo style, matching what Genji are bringing to bear.
Okay, so they're gonna go Tracer, which I just find odd. Like I think Tracer is fine, but there's a lot of verticality in first point here. Who are you is obviously like, I mean, I don't even need to say he's one of the goats on Genji, and I'm just confused with the map. I guess they just completely clear first point. That's super odd. But like, who are you is doing right now, which is taking this high ground, holding this angle here. I just think Genji's better right now on this map. That's a dead Genji right there. Like, who are you is kind of tailed behind, but there's nothing. I don't know. It's odd. I don't know how Peps lost space so much there. Like, they just walked away. So I'm not sure what happened there. A lot of British phrases. I'm not really sure. Maybe I do. I don't know what British phrases I would be saying. That was just bizarre. Like, Genji just didn't even earn the space. They just walked and Peps ran away. And it felt like Peps were trying to flip the map strategy, but you only do that when you have to. You say mate. Oh, I don't know. I've said mate for years. I don't really know where I picked it up, but I've said it for like 7-8 years. I don't even know. Oh, jeez. This is just really disastrous for Peps. This isn't even good strategy necessarily. Not bad strategy. It just is, you know. They're just getting picked. Oh my days. Where did I say? Where did I get Oh my days? I know Stylosa used to say oh my days, but I don't think I got it from him. I don't know where I got that one either. Got offended from being called a British. Well, I mean, technically, my heritage is very British, but so it's a little bit of there's a mixed bag there. Pulse misses. Who are you marking the angle here? This is where Tracer's pretty good. Zodiel gets cooked. That's a nice retake for Peps. That one felt pretty cheap. It's from the lens, but no, because all the stuff that I say is I've said before. Hard to play, but if you can, you'll find value. Seems to be the current hero design philosophy to an extent, yeah. I think Juno is not as hard to play in terms of skill floor. I also think Venture has a relatively higher skill floor, but I don't think Venture demands like insane quite as much. There's the Juno ult, there's the beat, there's the Kitsune. Nail's going to layer the Kitsune on top. I like the layering from Genji a bit better. That should be a fight win if they can, and it is. Bomb is used in response, so you got to be careful if they do catch Zerion. Just a little bit of better layering there of the support ults. I think Peps double support ults basically at the same time, which is not always bad, but if you can live that beat engage plus Kitsune and then just pop your Kitsune a few seconds later, you'll take it. How would you give more skill expression to Juno? I don't think you necessarily need to. I think she's not easy to abuse or play necessarily. I've always would have said I think the easiest things to do would be increase her skill, her speed ring range a little bit. So buff that speed ring range, maybe nerf a tiny bit of her sustain. I think giving her back her range and her weapon would be a little bit nice, and then maybe just little things like that. So I'm talking about buffing her. so you need some compensation nerfs, but things that are going to be a little bit more easy to get value out of as you're better at the hero. But I also think her ultimate is not great. I'm not a big fan of her ultimate. I think it's by far the weakest part of her design. It's very easy to get value out of, and there's no been really easy way to. Yeah, it's too much. And they've never. I'm not even saying it's like too OP. It's just incredibly consistently useful and easy to use. Shooter while casting torpedoes. Yep. Zodiel takes top, gets the Matrix, but gets the resources. He gets picked. Ooh. And Pep's a stabilized. I don't think Torpedoes is overtuned at all. I think you guys are probably too stadium pilled, honestly. I think Torpedoes is very balanced. Very balanced ability. But that's just my opinion. Even with a new perk, I don't think they're broken.
Playing this far long range, you're kind of relying on Cookie to come up with some stuff. Maybe Ken to finish him off, but otherwise, if he gets in close proximity, that is where Tread's got to go after him as well.
Kitsune. Buying some time. Zeran layers it later. Oh, wow. Oh, Cookie is low. Cookie gets murked. Recall for HP. They need an additional kill here if they want to cap this. Juno does pull some dance moves on Who Are You, is able to live this one out. It just felt like Genji popped that early Kitsune ult there and just didn't get anything out of it except Matrix. I don't know if there was not enough of a concerted effort to take top right or what. But like, this fine to use Kitsune there. It was good. They just didn't do anything out of it. I feel like maybe they didn't take enough space top right. I'm not sure. Oh man, that is not what you want to see. That might have been a pick there from Zodiel as well. Mag shuts down the response from Cookie. That might be a backbreaker. Paps is in a bad spot here. FD God's going to need to come out of spawn blazing. 3, 2, 1. You need a Juno ult now. There it is. Juno ult. And, oh, huge. They were not able to disengage it. They're not able to disengage it. That's a big pick. Ken's on cart. Ken should be able to anchor. Can they disengage it? Yes, but that's what Peps needed there. Okay, so now we're back to stabilizing and controlling space again. Yeah, Juno is not a Juno gets a decent amount of value from healing, but yeah. I wouldn't mind if they like kept their fall off on her heal, but changed the fall off on her damage. Zodiel again was just a free kill, man. Can he live? He can. He gets Suzu, but that's fine. Ken Cactus, who are you? Oh my gosh. So Zodiel hands him a free fight win, and Ken says no. Ouch. Dang, man.
If your team Peps, you have to be doing a good job of ult tracking and have an understanding. They might have the.
They would like one more kill here, and they're gonna get it. So that's really all Peps needs. That might be the map, guys.
Yeah, great point. Great punish by them.
We'll see. Well, no. Okay, no. They should have time to touch here. They'll have time to touch. They'll have time to touch. Ken is trying to push a lot of early aggression. Is able to get out. The speed ring is oddly timed. Yeah, yikes. Tread might not even get his mech back. He does barely. They're going to turn on cart, but who are you? Yeah, so I think Genji's going to cap this. It's really going to be all in Who Are You here. Or not Who Are You. What am I saying? Ken, but Ken's dead, so. Okay. Not too shabby. That's a good hold from Peps, all things considered. Really good hold. Yeah, I think Rag, Diva's gotten better with her perks a lot compared probably to the average tank. Maybe, I guess. I don't know. But it's more of the Freya matchup. So, Peps has a fight to win here. They gotta win this. They got probably about a fight and a half, 2 fights. Do you have a video about layering supportals? I have one on layering as a whole, but not in specifically supportals.
There, honestly. Like, I think Gen G get the cap with time. I dare say if anything else happens, but he gets that sick. I don't think Horyu's going down any other way than the
Yeah, it's hard to know which tank benefited from perks. Excuse me, the most, because obviously balance changes happened outside of perks, but I'm not sure. I do think Sigma did well with perks, but I think his majors are not as useful in pro play. If you were a Sigma 1 trick, definitely big deal. But in pro play, you're not probably playing Sigma in situations where you need your majors. His minor is really good, though. Yeah, so there's this weird dynamic of, like, in pro play, you're going to see value in perks that don't necessarily add dynamics. They just make the character stronger at what they already do. Because the pros are going to pick around the characters thing. Like, that's why Diva's perk is pretty good, right? But if you had, like, reduced mitigation versus beams, it wouldn't matter for pro play. They're going to do a speed rotation. Can they flip the map? Zox is hiding. Huge nade. Huge nade. They catch Zarion. Will they meet back up with Zarion? Will they get the teleport? Oh, 50 God, no! They're going to push. Genji's in. They have to be careful to keep Zox alive. Don't get traded. Not the end of the world for Peps. You got plenty of time. But that pretty much guarantees you're not likely to build an ultimate for this now. Because that was... You can look at Peps' ult economy here. They're not building an ultimate for this fight here. With how messy things have been. Tracer, no recall. Blinks... Okay, there is the recall. Who are you definitely chasing that? Oh, Mag is low, though. It's messy. It's messy. They get the kill on Canale. They get the kill on Canale. Zodiel's there. That's it, guys. That's it. Wow. They just caused just enough chaos. Well done. What Diva perks to pick the most by pros? I would assume it's the booster distance. But I'm not sure. I actually don't. I would assume booster distance and definitely the shield HP. Definitely, I think. Yes, the punch major decreased to normal melee damage. Yeah, what is it, like 50% more? I think it's like 50 damage or 60 damage or something like that. You think Prey has primary flex or some sort of exception? Again, it's the same question. Is Juno a main or a flex support? What do you mean? Do you mean is she a hit scan character? Absolutely not. Is she a hero that's being played by the traditional hit scan players? Depends on the team. Depends on the team. Is the hit scan traditional player that they have, are they able to handle the movement that is demanded by Freya? If the answer is yes, then yes. If the answer is no, then they'll put their Tracer player on it. Mag took the heavy missiles at that point? Yeah, interesting. I think they're easier to land, and obviously they have a slightly better matchup versus armor as well, but... yeah, the remake... I completely forgot about that one, seriously. It has to be the remake, so you can actually use bomb. The HP for remake is huge. Seriously, okay, so what tank benefits the most at pro play? Maybe Ramattra? With I think it might be Ram, guys. It might be Ram. What are the lists of tanks? Jungle Queen, probably not. Zarya, maybe, but probably not. Because that's more of a dynamic perk set, not a pro perk set. Ryan, again, dynamic, not pro. Roadhog, I mean, we're not going to see him in pro, so it's whatever. Orisa does pretty well. The Burst Heal and Fortify and the Javelin Charge is decent in pro, so I would say it's an honorable mention there. Ram, both major and minor for Ram. Really strong from perks. Monkey, yeah, Monkey's pretty good with his heal and his primal. That's a good shout. Maybe Monkey, Ram. Who else would it be? Who else am I thinking here? Sigma, not as much.
And it has not looked good thus far, right? You lose 3-0 to the Ultimates. You also...
Hazard, yeah, probably Hazard up there. Honorable mention for Hazard. Honorable mention for Diva. Ram Winston, I think maybe the top two. Wrecking Ball, okay, yeah. So the slam and health packs definitely helps too. I think it's going to be Ram and Winston, though. Let me think. Malga, no. It's okay, but not really. You don't see Doomfist in pro play, but I do think the major with Doomfist would help a lot. Is it just Raymond Winston? Who else is there? Yeah, just Raymond Winston, I think. Raymond Winston benefit, I think, for the most from it in pro play. Just makes them better at what they do. Doom in pro play, has a lot of soft counters, a lot of things that can make his life difficult, and also is difficult to play at the highest level. His also is a little feast or famine, and also has a really unreliable ultimate. That's why Diva's, up until recently, not been something that we see a lot either. What's up, Woodcling? Banning Kiriko Genji because they don't want to see Kiri Lucio on Flashpoint. Paps bans Tracer. That way we can play some Know Who Are You on Tracer. I think we probably just see Genji Freya here potentially. Antiquary, think of the sub. Koshan, think of the sub. We might just see Diva, Orisa, maybe just Orisa, Genji Freya, Juno Brig. I don't know. It's going to depend on the support lineup with that Kiriko ban, and I'm honestly not too sure. It's going to depend on the support lineup. Yeah, maybe Sombra. Sombra's not bad in Flashpoint here, yeah. I think Doomfist is just not consistent at value. Arcadium. How viable is BAP Juno as a support backline? It's not great, honestly. Fabulous. It's not great. They don't really protect each other much at all. So BAP is not even a specialist character. BAP is just not good. BAP is not good. I was thinking of a short list of forgotten heroes being a little bit dramatic here. All right. Who would make your short list of forgotten heroes? Heroes that maybe aren't as quite so obviously fundamentally flawed, right? But heroes that just desperately need more development. EDRA, maybe. Baptiste definitely makes that short list for me. Symmetra. Doomfist. May. Moira is obviously a problem, and I think they just don't care right now. Zenyatta's not a bad shout. Reinhardt's also not a bad shot, but I think the reason why they won't do it with Ryan is because his pick rate. But I'm talking about characters that maybe don't have the highest pick rates either. Soldier. Yeah, Soldier. BAP. May. Symmetra. I still think Doomfist, although I don't think he's going to get anything super crazy. Part of the, when I say forgotten, I also mean maybe misunderstood. I think Ryan is not necessarily fully misunderstood. Yeah, maybe even Junker Queen, yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of those like medium characters that are like, yeah. Stupid. All right, so Orisa, Juno Brig, Orisa, Juno Lucio, so just hero strengths, and then there's the Genji Freya. Maybe Sombra from Who Are You? Yeah. It's just BAP. Okay, it's not just that the other heroes are better. BAP has been bad or very difficult / situational since Overwatch 2's release, since literal alpha. His abilities just suck. There's your double speed boost, man. They just shoved Genji in the locker. Genji's got to play this one really careful. Sombra, Brigitte, so much opportunity to punish mistakes, but if Paps is able to just get the proximity done, holy crap. You're going to have Kaneo run over. Echo's too squishy. Echo's not super strong. Beam is not as good. Copy's fine. 225 is just brutal. 225 is brutal when you're playing versus Genji, Tracer, Freya, Sombra. It's just brutal.
Yeah, and I worry about Genji because this is such a scary game for Exodial and Kaneo. Speed boosted an entire team double speeding on you with Genji is...
Yeah, so there's the tempo from Peps. They find the timing for the push. They don't connect, though. Genji catches. Genji pushes back with their cooldowns, sort of, kind of. Get a little bit more space for their Sombra, a little bit more space for their Freya. Now the cooldowns are back for Peps. They're going to try to connect. They don't connect. Kin was kept low HP. Trades happen. Could go either way here. Bit of a death match. Both teams trading resources here. Wow! FD God tries to connect with this team. He should have just played his life, man. He should. I don't. That's like the old Lucio muscle memory. You're like, you want to be with your team? No, you don't, bro. Play your life. Play your life. Frick your team, man. Don't try to make that transition. It's so dangerous. Yeah, the execution of Season 9, the more time that I have asked, studied, critiqued, and analyzed Season 9 from both talking with developers and looking at it more myself, the more I realize that, and this is gonna come across as rude, but it is the truth, it was just not, they didn't finish the job. It was a half-baked job. Oh wow, Ken doesn't get beat. Ken is gonna die, but that's totally worth there. Who are you? Dangerous there with the EMP, and now he's gone. And by half-baked, I mean quite literally, they forgot stuff. They forgot breakpoints and reloads and ammo clips and abilities. They just forgot. And so, you know, it's like so much of our perception of that was so terribly bad, and deservedly so, because they just didn't do the job. They didn't finish it. It was literally, quite literally not literally, but like it was half-baked. And it's not just me being dramatic. It was half done. They didn't finish the job. You could argue they still haven't finished it, but I think it's been much closer to complete now, so. And they've been patching it for a year since, you know. Tread's going to go Doomfist to touch. This is just exclusively to touch. And they might win this here, too, because you could actually get some work done with Doomfist here. Very small room. I don't agree, Looser. I appreciate your perspective, and I agree with you to an extent. I think people that are flipping out over it, I agree. But I also think that literally the day it was announced, I went through with a notepad on the list of abilities that they forgot in 30 minutes and came up with the changes that they forgot and they could have just done by turning numbers on. And they just didn't do it. And so there's some, I would say, a large portion of the stuff that they forgot was not high effort stuff that would have taken time. And oh no, they messed. It's inexcusable. There's some of the stuff that they forgot. Inexcusable in terms of not that they're evil people and they should be ashamed of themselves, but it was not a job well done. And there's really no excuse for it. Beat engage, connection. This is kind of what we wanted to see with Peps, right? Lucio versus Brig. Lucio gets in your face, he's better. His aura's just as good, essentially, as Inspire. His damage is more consistent. His slippery ability, his boop displacement. It's a bit of a common misconception. Brigitte, because of her range packed, and Lucio's just not as targetable as Brigitte in these messy old fights. Siceman, think of the sub. It felt like they put so much work into the health and hitbox, but they just forgot abilities entirely. I've played basically 0 Genji since the projectile changes. How's he feeling? My prediction is that he probably feels okay. Pretty good so far. Oh, that Genji's dead. Nice catch there from Genji. Venture could be good here. Yeah, it's probably more to the fact of Venture's matchup versus Freya is not all that good. So, and Genji's is okay.
And then they also have speed advantage while having high ground.
Glorious backcapping them while they're... Yeah, it's like an instant recap from Genji.
What are you missing? I mean, I don't know. I think the general perception for BAP has been a lot more positive than it's actually been. Like a lot of it's very similar to Kiriko, where people are like, "Oh, he's such a broken duelist. He has just like 2-3 lives." You know, it's like the narrative. It's a little bit like Orisa. Not right now. I think she's okay right now. Where like people don't like the character, so then it kind of becomes a narrative to push by a lot of people that like, "Oh, BAP is just broken, super great OP 1v1 character." Again, Kiriko, Orisa, you know, fill in the blank. When in reality, the character is just not that good. He might win 1v1s, but his utility is terrible. He falls apart in ult fights. And so it's very easy to kind of feel like BAP is really strong, but not thinking about the team game. And I still hear it today. BAP is always the broken support. I saw something on Reddit yesterday. Some Marvel Rivals, 2 IQ. Oh, yeah, at least we don't have supports like BAP and Overwatch. He's so busted. I'm like, yikes, dude. Both ladder and pro play, yeah. Because you can win 1v1s with BAP and ladder, but your utility is really weak outside of it. I have to, whenever I coach BAP, a lot of it is about finding value out of your utility, even though you can't really use it on your team ever. There's probably been times when BAP was decent. I'm sure he was, yeah. But it's always been through like a sheer numbers thing of him compensating despite being weak, if that makes sense. That's an unfortunate EMP. He catches it right as the beat goes off, and so it just takes a chunk of beat. I don't even necessarily think that it's power crept. I'm telling you, since Overwatch 2's release, BAP has been a problem. And I coached a lot of BAP in Overwatch 2's release because I was playing it in alpha with Landon because it was the only support you could play with Ryan. There wasn't Juno. You know, there was no Kiriko either. And so we had to play BAP, you know, and it was a struggle, man. Landon dies basically every ult fight. It doesn't matter.
I guess to try and catch them off guard.
Oh, that's an unfortunate. Mag can respond here. Tread will die. Catches it. Nice. He gets more than just Tread, it looked like, too, as well. The problem in BAP is just his utility is just aged terribly. Lamp is one of the worst support abilities in the game in terms of consistency of value. You know, Shift is very limited. It's basically just self-survivability is a lot of it. His ult's okay, but even then it's more limited. And his healing output is very tank situational. It's very good, but it can also be very bad depending on your tank. Yeah, it's... yeah, MO is horrible in Overwatch 2. Just terrible. Fights are way too spread out. His entire kit really needs to be reworked, with the exception of maybe his weapon, but even then I'd still like to see his projectiles and his heals be a little bit faster, and then be nerfed in terms of how much they heal. Oh wow, what a huge Orisa. That completely kills the push there from Genji. And this is a big one to lose too, because yeah, like you've committed 2 ults here. You need to make it. Oh yeah, you can't get traded. Thanks, Grace. I think so too. I'm here's what my thing is. Like I'm aware that like not everyone's gonna agree with my suggestions, and honestly, maybe a lot of my suggestions aren't good. But I just am trying to think a little bit outside the box. You know, provide instead of just endless number tweaks with certain characters. Yeah, they did stall the flip though. Yeah.
It's not like he's, you know, lapping Cookie in terms of the Freya play, right? Like I don't think you need to be that worried. I think they just need to kind of slow the pace down. If they go
And see, the thing is, Lamp doesn't even cancel ultimates, man. Not really. It depends on the ultimate, of course, but... It's fine. Canale needs to rally this. I don't understand these EMPs. They just feel a little early. I don't think it's going to matter because, you know, the EMP and the Orisa ult and the beat was used a little early. I think FD Guy wanted to hit somebody with beat before EMP became a problem. But I just don't see any reason why EMP felt. Just rally and push. Don't even EMP there.
No problem. Your team has another awkward, aggressive beat in. It doesn't work out.
Yes, Mag will finish off the final 2.
Suzu's just more consistent. You know, it's just a lot easier to get off. You can use it on yourself. It doesn't, you know, you know, the lamp perk helps, sure, but it's easier to land on the longer distances. It's easier to use on yourself. It actually cleanses, you know. Not everything is a 1-to-1, but just, it's better. It's a better ability. It is the MO of Overwatch 2, right? Peps is looking for a blade push here. He's just under a lot of pressure. The blade light still really coming in clutch there, though. But unfortunately, it looks like trades happen elsewhere. Sombra is such a great equalizer here in terms of just being able to hold that angle on backline while you're trying to push. Try to get the trade, but that's going to be a Gen G cap. Did Overwatch player count decline hard? It's dead right now, yeah. Not that I know of, no. Not that I know of. I don't know where you'd get that information. But I honestly don't have really any insider info on that at all. It's really hard to get information on Battle.net. I know Stadium's doing well, percentage-wise. Peps is kind of playing carefully here. They're looking for a farm on Juno ult while still trying to kind of squeeze space. Oh no. FD God catches Who Are You post-translocator with Boop. That's a beautiful retake from Peps. Very patient. FD God, you live, you die by it, you know? He makes a play, a big play there, controlling that inside space there. That's just where Lucio is so much better. Rivals declining, Overwatch is thriving. Well, I mean, Rivals is also declining from a perspective of being the #1 game of, you know, at the time. So it's inevitable it's going to decline. Oh, wow, what a play. Just the gumption there, you know? So, of course, Rivals is declining. Rivals' decline was inevitable, you know? But the question is where's Rivals going to kind of plateau, you know? And I think it's probably, I don't know, it's hard to say. Depends on how big the, you know, stuff their content output is. But I don't think it's a fair comparison to say that Rivals is declining, Overwatch is thriving. I mean, it's more context than that. Oof, nice stick from Zodiel. Beat engages a little late. They need to get a trade now. Juno ult's used. Beat's used. Oh, Peps has got to make some swaps here right now. Ken might need to go Tracer. It might be too late, guys. It might be too late. I don't know if Ken can swap. Ball? They're not. That's it. Doom? Ah, they're not touching, man. They're not touching. Frick, dude. That was the fight to win. Early. I just don't think Peps had the ults quite yet, you know?
Salvaging the stage for so far. I mean, now equaling the scoreline too. We talked about the doom and gloom that was, you know, foreboding if they weren't going to be able to get this one done. But Koryu was great with the Sombra. The EMPs were really nice, immaculately punishing the aggression from Team Peps. And the rest of
well played by Jinji.
Really brought it together. I was worried about Kanale in that map after the first fight, but he really brought it together and proved to be much more difficult.
Jinji still needs to drop their entire team. Yeah, Rivals and Overwatch. Rivals definitely took Overwatch players temporarily. The question is more about which players stayed. It's the nature of the gaming market today with how easy it is to like a lot of players move. Like you very like, especially considering it was like the first hero shooter that was actually adjacent to Overwatch in terms of feel. Rivals was going to take Overwatch players for a time. Like it took any games players. It was huge. Excuse me. The question was, you know, is it going to stay? Are those players going to continue to play with Rivals? And that is, you know, it's hard to judge. Yeah, she has a lot of tattoos. I think a lot of them were. It was funny. I had the moment where I actually saw. Zoe was. I think I mentioned some of this to you guys, but she did an Age of Empires thing over in Spain a little bit ago, and she did a really good job of it. It was pretty funny. I was like, I couldn't believe seeing her. Just like the jack of all trades now, man. I think she was doing another game not too long ago, right? I don't have an opinion on the Falcons roster or the drama. I don't know. The question is, can Rivals increase the competitive quality of their game, or can they maintain or will they maintain the content output consistently to keep people engaged with the new shiny thing? Basically. Valorant stuff too. Wow. What is the thing? Play Overwatch is streaming? Is there something? Hang on a sec. Twitch. It would be weird for Play Overwatch to be streaming something right now. Like, given the fact that it's like, hey, your OWCS is live now. Oh, it's the DreamHack show match. It's just like some streamers, I think, playing at Dallas. That is kind of odd, actually. They're trying to go entirely casual, no? Well, I would say yes, except for the fact they freaking dumped $3 million into their pro tournament. So I don't know, man. I mean, if I'm gonna be honest with you, if the competitive loss shield thing was a deal breaker for you, I don't think you were paying enough attention. NetEase has made it obvious, like literally like a month after release, how serious they were about their rank system. But I 100%, I'm being a little harsh, but you get what I'm saying. Does Overwatch have roughly 3 million? I don't think so. I don't know. I certainly don't think it would be all funded from esports as a whole.
I know I play on a BAP and I'm currently closing in on Diamond 66 so to five plus I know that lamp doesn't work. Well, in 66 it's much better. I will say BAP is much better in 66. So you might actually have a lot more success because there's a lot less movement and there's a lot more congestion and it's easier to get value out of BAP's kit in 66. He was historically a very strong character in 66. So your mileage will definitely vary in 5v5 versus 66.
That was like in the playoffs last stage. We thought they maybe even had a chance at Champions Clash, right? With like how open that second slot looked. You know, Peps gets
I wonder what the stay and play percentage is stabilized to. I have no idea.
season, but then Gen G gets double first round.
I prefer 5v5, yes.
With this team.
I prefer playing 5v5 casually, and I prefer analyzing 5v5, but 66 has some significant merits as well. I think off-tank is just so much fun in 66. I think it's amazing. And I think tank synergies is also really, really fun in 66. I don't find support and DPS play as much fun. It just really depends on the hero. If I'm playing 66, I'm playing tank most of the time. I'm playing like freaking D.Va, Zarya, whatever.
You know, the flexibility to constantly be swapping seems crucial.
Will the state of rivals rank affect how the game is perceived by professional esports? Well, it's not so much how it's affected because if you think about it, like professional players don't really care as much about ranked, but a lot of it is like having a good competitive system is what gets people into the esports. You get what I'm saying? And it just, when there's such a massive departure between the two, it's not good for a grassroots thing, you know?
Problem than individualistic.
Where would you put Freya in that chart? For skill ceiling, B plus A, probably. In the top 2 or 3 tiers, I think.
Like the top 3 team that they aspire to be.
Absolutely.
Oh, ban blog now. Yeah, let me pee really fast. Give me a sec, and then we'll do it.
Be ready to join us in a second. And here he is, Exodio. Thank you so much for joining, and congratulations on the dub today. It was a hard-fought victory. Pep's taking you all the way to map 5. How did you feel confidence-wise heading into this match against them?
So confidence-wise, so like we've been, I said this in the last interview, right? So we've been like struggling a bit, like in the previous matches. But I think we're trying to figure out like all game style like really well. So confidence into this game was really good, right? But they put up a really good fight, so yeah. I mean, I'm proud of them as well. I love Peps, so yeah.
It's cool to see the love, between you guys. I think you in particular put up a great performance on the Freya, and I'm just kind of curious to think about your thoughts on Freya in the meta. I mean, she looks super dominant. Pretty much everybody is playing her. But how do you see her kind of changing the meta for other characters, for overall style, since she's so different kind of than a lot of these other hit scan?
I mean, for me, like you cannot play any other hit scan that isn't Freya right now, right? So I'm a bit sad into that part because I don't really like playing Freya. Like I really hate it, but it is what it is. It's a meta, right?
It doesn't
But,
show.
yeah,
It looks like you.
It really doesn't.
Looks like you love it.
No, I just love playing Cass or anything like any other hit scan, but it's just what you have to play, right? And the playstyle is just so much different from other hit scans. So.
All right, let's look at that. Let's look at that ban blog. Perfect timing there, Vriska. Also, we're gonna have to mod Happy Stefano 1, 2, 3. So chat, Stefano is our new Spylo 2 assistant for coaching. We're kind of getting that up and rolling again soon. So shout out to Stefano for now being part of the Shield squad. Ban blog. Let's get that sucker pulled up here. The more have to go shower. Pull up my stream on YouTube, and then you can just screen go back. No problem. Where's my ban block? There it is. Good old Gavin Winter. Stefan took over Spylo 2 for now, yeah. Chicken had to take a break. New Spylo servant, yes. Okay, full transparency. I have seen, I skimmed this, Gavin Winter, little blog here, talking about bans. We're not going to go into his detail with this. We'll look at the numbers in a second. Notice first off that there is PC and console. And then differing in regions. Hang on, we'll go back to the actual graphs in a second. Alignment and thing. All this data, what do we plan to do with it? And talking with their hero designers, they explained they found the data we've collected so far very interesting and will be using it in the future to help inform balance changes. Heroes that are more niche or map specific may need to be more generalized if they're already banned where they perform well. So like a good example would be Widowmaker, who doesn't get banned until it's a Widowmaker map, and she's banned a lot. So then you need to have a more generalist Widowmaker. So I'm not saying I freaking told you so, but I freaking told you so. This is stuff I've been preaching for 2.5 years. So you're welcome. Frick you, get fricked. I told you so. Yeah. Really compromising my integrity here. Yeah, anyway. Specific changes. Ultimately, though, there aren't any specific changes that works based on this data yet. And hero ban data alone would never dictate how our heroes are balanced alone. Speaking of the system itself, we're happy with how it works overall, meeting most of its goals, and so on. Continue to release more, especially once we start releasing more data about hero win rates and pick rates in the future. So that's awesome news as well. So more information, more stuff, juicy sauce, and so on. This is really interesting here. So the prefer hero thing, they're looking to give it weight, and I really like the way that they're looking to give it weight. Basically, when there's a tie for ban votes, instead of making it random, if there is a hero that has been preferred by a team, they're going to prevent it from getting banned. In the case of ties near the bottom. So in other words, first, second place, that's fine. But if there's like a third place tie, if you prefer that character, it's not going to get banned. So it gives you just a tiny bit more opportunity so that if you can ban appropriately, you're able to play the character, which I think is perfect. It's great. If preferring a character does not protect it from getting banned if your teammates agree, but it does mean that if there's any sort of disagreement, the prefer will kind of protect it. So that's good. Map voting feature, season 17. Okay, sounds good. If you're still reading this after surviving the tsunami of data, may your wins always be uphill battles and your losses consolations. Thank you, Gavin Winter. So I'm actually, hang on, give me a second, chat. So I think I'm pretty sure they gave the content creators, yeah. So I'm going to open this up in stream here. Give me a second, chat. So they gave us the graph links because in the blog, you can't like click on the images. You just have to like zoom way in. But I got access to the pictures, so you're welcome. Shill bonus. So we can actually take a little bit of a cleaner look at some of these graphs here and talk about it a little bit. Why do people still allow team bans in the first place? Because to be frank with you, just because somebody wants to play a character doesn't mean that they should be allowed to play it, right? I know that's a bit controversial, but if you really don't want to play and your team really doesn't want to play with a Mercy, you should not be forced to play with a Mercy just because somebody favorited it. That would be just as easy, to abuse as banning favorited heroes. You know what I'm saying? Can you imagine going, haha, I'm going to favorite Sombra, now you can't ban her, haha, like that's, no. Yeah, so it's a nuanced topic. I think that they found a decent middle ground, and there you go. Yeah, just because I'm fine with the Genji in my team doesn't mean I want to play this one, right? So, okay. Sorry for any sloshing around as I'm drinking my juicy sweet orange juice. Let's take a look here. So, yeah, I got the pictures here. So let's zoom in a little bit. I know that's going to lose the stuff on the right just a little bit, but you'll be able to see it okay. So PC bans, Masters, Plus. So keep in mind, this is only like, I want to say 4%, 3% of the player base, 5% tops. So very, 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 very small minority of the players here. But it's more interesting about, how the higher level players ban. Because the higher level players will, number one, likely ban more strategically depending on the map, and number two, likely ban the characters that are actually stronger when played at the highest level. So Freya at basically feels like 75% ban rate, 70% ban rate. Not a big surprise there. She's really strong in higher ranks, so again, no surprise. Sombra, surprisingly still high ban rate. Now, Sombra also has a bit of a tricky matchup. The problem with Sombra is that we won't go in as detail with Sombra. We did that more on Thursday, but she just has like so many heroes that she annoys. So yeah. Pharah, surprisingly high ban rate. Now, that I think is probably more map situational. So, like, Pharah is really good in higher ranks on certain maps and when played well. And then Widowmaker's 20% bans are probably just on the maps. High rank players know to ban her. Sojourn kind of more towards the bottom. And then that's basically it. Yeah. Sombra's good against Freya. Yeah, that could all... Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. So if you're a Freya player or you have a Freya player on your team, you may want to ban Sombra to protect her. Very strong, very new, very visible. Freya ban rate is 100% the case. This would have also been the case with Hazard. Anything with a little bit of verticality and up close. A lot of Koth maps Pharah's really good at. Okay, now the thing that surprised me here was the Diva ban rate. The Diva ban rate. I honestly think that Diva has gotten better as of recently with her perks, which she's probably a little bit strong right now. I think the reason why Diva's banned so much is because she is also a higher value output character when played at a higher level. I'm going to be honest with you guys. Low rank players don't know how to play Diva. They're terrible at her. She's one of the most underutilized characters in low to mid ranks because Diva players do not know how to play the character. They're up there with like Kiriko players, up there with Mei players. They are completely clueless. Basically, lower ranked players would just literally win games because Diva Bomb. That's basically it. So, because Diva Bomb disproportionately has higher value in low to mid ranks, and that falls off dramatically. But what does not fall off dramatically, and in fact significantly increases in value as you get higher in rank, is mobility and Matrix. Matrix has been hated in Overwatch since the dawn of time, and 3 seconds of freaking Matrix is a long freaking time. It's a long time. You have that in combination with the Baby Diva perk, which is really good in high ranks because it allows you to actually use bomb and remech, even allows you to farm your mech easier. And then crucially, I think the Shields perk, which is pretty darn good, and you have a character that's like actually good now. I also think that her matchup versus certain tanks can be pretty tough. And she's also good versus a lot of the other DPS, and a lot of DPS players just don't want to play versus Diva. Diva is just hated all the time by DPS players. So this is kind of like the opposite of the Zarya ban in lower ranks, where people are like, oh, I hate playing versus Zarya. She just shuts down everything that I want to do. It's kind of the same thing with Diva. It doesn't necessarily mean that she's wildly overtuned or anything. It's just the same kind of psychological phenomena. You see less Roadhog bans than, but just because Roadhog's not super good right now, and higher ranks are going to ban a little bit more competitively. Interestingly, you still see a decent number of Zarya bans because I guess people just really don't like playing versus a tank that just feels like... Zarya's not a skillless tank by any means. However, she's probably one of the least interactable strategic tanks. Like, I don't think it's an accident that you have Diva and Zarya, who are characters that there isn't really a lot of like strategical outplay in how they use their abilities. They just kind of exist. Even with a character like Roadhog, Doomfist, Sigma, Malga, there's vulnerability, there's windows of strength, there's windows of weakness. I'm not saying that those are the pinnacles of tank design as a whole, but Diva and Zarya just kind of shoot and exist. So look at the heroes in each role that are like never banned. Anything in common with them? Yes, they're bad. Echo is very weak. They're just bad. They're just bad. Bastion, Hanzo, Soldier, Reaper, Echo, these things scale very poorly in high ranks. Yes. So they're not very commonly seen because they're bad, and that means that they're not very commonly feared. Bastion's obnoxious to play into in certain situations. He's not as bad as he used to be, but you're just never going to see him because he's terrible. So you either have characters that are unpopular or bad or both. Queen is honestly not that strong right now. But also Queen is not cancer to play versus. So you're never going to see Queen banned because people are like, Queen's an honest tank. And also Queen isn't super strong right now. Same thing with Ryan. I wouldn't say Ryan is a completely honest tank, but in higher ranks, Ryan is very honest. Same thing with Sigma. Okay, you guys can see the support. Yeah, you can see the supports under my face cam here. Here we go. On a very high ban rate. Now, my perception of this one surprised me. You notice that the support ban rates are a lot lower than the other roles. So people are much less offended by certain supports in higher ranks. But Ana still picked the most. My impression of this is more of this is tank bans right here. This is tank bans right here. And you can see it because it's also Zenyatta in that pick as well. Zenyatta's not that strong right now, but if you're a Roadhog player or a Malga player or maybe a Ramatra player or maybe a Doomfist player or maybe a Wrecking Ball player with the groggy sleep perk, you just don't want to play into Ana Zenyatta. You just don't want to play into Ana Zenyatta, right? It's not that they're low skill, but at this level, those players are going to get the value out of the characters, even if they're not optimal. So you're just going to ban to protect. Yeah, Jungle Queen player. So what ends up happening is that this is not something that you'd see if the DPS players had anything to say. I don't think the DPS players would care, but they just don't. If you're a Roadhog, there's a lot of these tanks that don't like these matchups. I think that it is a two-way street. I think that part of it is Discord, Nade, Sleep, yes, annoying to play versus. But also because some of these tanks have no consistent way of outplaying them. Because to be frank with you, Malga, Roadhog, Ramatra, and so on, their mitigation sucks in terms of the quality of the design. So frick you too, you get what I'm saying? But also, this is not a surprise. Mercy being banned here is because people really don't like playing with Mercy. Mercy is not very popular in these higher ranks, which is why she's not banned more, but yeah. Hey, Soren. You're just going to have, there are a certain percentage of tank mains that really don't want to play into Ana depending on the tank that they main. And the other thing that we've learned as well is that it is a good strategy in higher ranks to complement if your tank favorites Roadhog. If you got freaking, I don't know, a 6 on your team and my guy favorites Roadhog, you need to back up his bans if you want to increase your chances of winning that game. So even if you don't care about Ana, you need to help him out. You need to help a brother out. You get what I'm saying? And so if you compare that with a lot of DPS heroes, which are going to be more flexible in their matchups, and the tank players, I think there are a certain percentage of tank heroes that are still extremely limited with how they can outplay certain characters. It's not that's necessarily the sports problems, but yeah. Americans region banned. We'll kind of skim through this a little bit more. You can notice that Widow's banned a little bit more. Sombra's banned a little bit less because I think the quantity and quality of Sombra plays less often. You see a little bit of Torb ban there. A little bit more broad. I look at our impression of Western bans is that Western players are generally a little bit more broad in terms of what they play, whereas the Korean servers generally have always followed more mobile pilled, and they're generally a little bit more focused. They don't play as many different characters. And then we can take a quick look at this. Ban variants by rank. For all roles, yeah, supports don't really care. Okay, console bans. Yeah, it's a graph of team agreement. So, yeah. And you can see as you go down higher up in the ranks, you guys can't see Grandmaster right now. Let me zoom out just a little bit. But when you get to Grandmaster, teams are generally going to agree more on what to ban. Because the higher rank you are, the more likely you are to accommodate teammates. Yes. Console bans. Massive Sombra ban. Symmetra is thrown in there as well, which isn't a big surprise. Beam characters in lower ranks are obnoxious and Sombra because, and I talked about this with Gavin months ago, but it's hard to turn around in lower ranks. So yeah, that's why you even see occasional Tracer and Genji kind of tickling up there. It's hard to turn around. Great compliment to Pharah's health, I think, in terms, because you see Pharah's ban rate's actually pretty low, and Freya's ban rate very low in console. Zarya, I mean, yeah, Ball is hilarious. Again, it's just hard to turn around to deal with Ball. Mercy's hated because she pockets the Zimmers, and Moira just obnoxious. Okay? May I? Yes, you may, Didact. Say it. Say your thing. Speak your piece. Oh, look, it's Kenobia and Rad, or Rich. Didact, you are now the official spokesperson. Try to see if there's any other outliers here. Divas, a lot of console players I know really hate Diva too. 93% on Sombra. 93%. Symmetra's because of Diva's popularity in console, yes, but also because beam and shoot tank character. Mobility is inherently weaker and more hated on console. If that makes sense. Speak your piece. I think it's peace as in like PEA, I think. Mercy's in Masters Plus is high ban due to cheating and zimming. Diva's super high due to cheaters also banning Diva because Diva's what shuts down zimmers. Yeah, I find hit scan with auto aim assist is kind of a dictating characteristic of mid to or high rank console. You can recently open the recent player tab to see the enemy team. Yikes. That is a disaster. Are they aware of that? Have you given that feedback? If not, can you please DM me that, please? That's a really big problem. And console, apparently you can. Keep in mind, Grace, the higher Pharah ban rate was because we were watching high rank PC bans. High rank. We haven't looked at the across ranks. This is... Wait, where is it? Yeah, this is what we're looking for here. This is what you're looking for. You see this? So let's actually compare these two. This is going to be much more interesting. So you notice that Freya jumps on PC, Symmetra plummets. Pharah jumps on PC just a tiny bit too. I think it's just because... I don't know, man. Like, that's a good question. It might just be an opportunity cost. If you're not banning Sombra as much, you're banning something else, I guess, right? You take one, you give to another. Tracer's banned a little less. Genji's banned about the same, a little more. Yeah, Pharah's still struggling from people's perception. And then Doomfist jumps on PC. Ball's similar. Diva plummets. Malga also plummets because, again, just like, yeah. So a lot of the more dive-oriented characters. It's interesting that Wrecking Ball gets the exception on console, and I wonder if it's just because it's easier to stage in backline and just do stuff. And then if we look at supports, PC bans on a more... And even Zenyatta jumps in here a little bit. Yep. Well, it's not that they would rather play versus a Malga versus a Doomfist. It's how often do you see Malga versus how often do you see Doomfist. And remember, by people, what do you mean by people? Do you mean supports? Maybe. There is no measurement of agony. You get what I'm saying? If I'm a low rank player and my Roadhog main or my Rhine says I don't want to play versus Orisa. Okay, let me give you guys an example. I'm in silver. I'm a Rhine player. I ban Orisa. Please don't make me play versus Orisa. I hate it. I'm bad. My supports don't care. They don't have their monitors turned down. They're watching TikTok on their phones. They're going to ban Doomfist and Sombra and Tracer. They don't care. They have no capability of defending themselves versus dive. They don't care they don't know what Rhine versus Orisa matchup is. They don't care. If you die to Orisa, you should have swapped off of Rhine. And they'll flame you in match chat, but they'll avoid you, but they don't care. We talked about this when you get 6 on your team in Masters. You're going to ban on his end. You're going to help 6 out because you're a higher ranked player. Low ranked players, they don't care. They want what's good for me, and they don't care. And they may not even understand. There's no. We saw that with like the consistency of how many heroes are banned. It drops the higher rank that you get because people are more on the same page. So when you said like, oh, why is freaking Doomfist banned more than Malga? Because there's 2 support players. There's only 1 tank player. So anything that's obnoxious to tanks is only going to be seen higher ban rate in higher ranks. And low to mid ranks, you won't see anti-tank heroes be banned as often, I don't think. That's my... It's not that they won't, because you even see, like, Zarya, I would say is more annoying as a tank, but you'll see stuff that's more like Sombra and Freya and Doomfist and Wrecking Ball. The stuff that's, yeah, it's annoying as a tank, but Doomfist and Wrecking Ball is fine as a tank most of the time, right? Right? Genji's fine as a tank, right? But support players don't like it. Support players have a lot of power. As do DPS players as well. But I think DPS players, there's less, generally less, not cohesion, there's, what's the word I'm looking for? There's less consensus on what a DPS hero would not want to play versus. Whereas support players, just don't touch me. You understand what I'm saying? If I'm a Tor player, what am I banning? A sniper, probably, if I'm smart. Genji player, what am I banning? I don't know, Mei, Zarya, I guess. If I'm a Widow player, what am I banning? Definitely Sombra, I'm on the page with you there. But what's up, Biotact?
The Sombra bans. I wonder what Blizzard will do with her.
Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, there is no measure of agony. There isn't. If my Rhine player is suffering the double the agony of my support lineup because of Orisa, there's nothing to measure that because there's 2 support players. Okay, Freya bans over time on PC. The execution and understanding of the character got better over time. I wouldn't be surprised if bans were released with Juno that we would have seen a similar trend because people's understanding and execution of Juno also got better. Let's look at this one a little bit. Freya bans over time. That's really funny. We'll come back to the console bans in a second. Okay, console bans and Masters Plus. Widow goes up. You notice that. Okay, what do you guys notice as a trend? What do you guys see it? Do you guys see it? There's a huge outlier here with bans on Masters and console. Hit scans. Cheaters. Zimmers. For those of you guys who don't know, Zimmers are people that have mouse and keyboard on console. And so they get the aim assist and the mouse and keyboard. Also, Didact, yes, console is generally the more casual format, so they're not as competitively aware of what's good and what's bad, so it takes longer for people to figure stuff out. Well, Soldier is just the worst hit scan. So people are going to be like, fine. If you remember, you can't ban all the hit scans, right? So you're always going to ban the worst hit scan, always. And that's always going to be Sojourn, Cass, or Widow, depending on the map. Always. Maybe Ashe, depending on the map, but yeah. You can't ban, right, you can only ban 2 hit scans, so you got to choose. Diva is very popular. Now, it's interesting to see Malga here. I don't fully understand that, honestly. Maybe just I guess again you have more cohesion as a team, and so if your tank bans Malga, you'll see it. But yeah, I guess Malga is a hit scan, but like I don't know. Technically, yeah. But you could actually start to see tank bans having more emphasis in higher ranks because people are more willing to help the solo guy out. Skookong, think of the sub.
Can become somewhat relevant someday.
Yeah. And then support because Mercy with Zimmers is toxic. Brig is pretty interesting, though. That's a pretty high ban rate for Brig. Probably a dive DPS thing. But, yeah. Still interesting to me. There's some outliers here that are very interesting. Malga's interesting. Yeah, Brig counters Diva. Actually true. Good catch, Sarah. Good catch. True. Okay, regional bans. We already talked about America being pretty broad. Europe, probably pretty broad as well. More Pharah bans because the Saudi amount of Pharah. There's a lot of Pharah 1 tricks that you can just get free wins if they're on Pharah. Diva, there's not really any outliers here. Some interesting Hazard bans, which is interesting. I think Hazard's good right now, and you're seeing it in EMEA, so maybe it's more of a cultural thing. Yeah, pretty even. Pretty even. Europe is notably a console region. Okay, that's good to know as well. Yeah. If you guys want more elaboration on Diva, we talked about it back a little bit earlier in the stream. And then Korean, there's going to be probably a lot more. I mean, this is just how the region plays. Bans, picks, everybody's in line in higher ranks. Everybody agrees. There's not a lot of democracy in terms of it. You do what you're supposed to do, or you get screwed. You get flamed. Pharah is good, map situational. Widow is good, map situational. Freya strong. Sombra also more banned. You are going to adopt my, yeah. Nobody bans Winston because everyone thinks Winston's honest. Diva is Diva, goes without saying. And then the Ana Zensa bans, which are very interesting. But yeah. Yeah, Mercy's ignored because she's bad. Nobody will play Mercy in higher ranks. So yeah, very collectivist, very focused. Rate is definitely interesting to me. Interesting to me. You'd have to think about that one a little bit. But it's not as if you can't play Winston without Ana. Yeah. Yeah, Jungle Green definitely feels like the least banned consistently through all these. I'd say probably the case. Yep. Who's on DreamHack here? Raktak, I know SK, J3, Emong. They probably nerfed Freya also because it would suck to have a Freya that you literally is 100% pick rate. J! How do you let the Freya walk away? Please No Name and Calypso, those are those Blizzard employees? Because those aren't streamers. Those are streamer names. Or streamer mode names. Ban On has been a noted social media movement in Korea and China. Interesting. Yeah, so are they just like Blizzard employees or what? Maybe audience players. Ooh, yeah, that might be fun. Oh, 2K. In Plat, I favorite Winston. My team frequently bans Zarya. Yeah. That's funny. My favorite part is getting Zarya banned in Gibraltar in Masters. You're like, are you guys... Do you have your monitors on? Like, what? What the frick, man? That terrifying Masters Zarya on Gibraltar.
with the armory. You can see just kind of how the cash is distributed here a little bit. You see
So-
J3 is getting a lot because of the fact that that healing is just constantly there, constantly taking poke, getting so much value. And now we're going to be seeing some of those hero items like
Yeah, Squishy struggled against Zarya because
where you're going to be having
he just kind of exists and exudes pressure. And they also are really indiscriminate about feeding charge. And obviously Grav is like so freaking consistent of a tank ultimate. Is Grav the most consistent tank ultimate in the game? It's hard to really measure that metric, to be honest with you guys. Just like anecdotally. Feels definitely up there. Certainly up there. No, not in lower ranks. Not primal. Higher ranks, yes. Oh yeah, those look like they're just random players. Cage fight is pretty good. Yeah.
I was thinking about that's the one, that purple one there is the one that makes the radius 30% larger. So J3 is going to be healing probably not only
Mines is decent, yeah.
a lot of his extra team, and you can see that cash is probably just going to keep going up and up and up.
Maybe, yeah. I still think Grav is definitely up there. And I'm sure a lot of those low rank players are choosing the Grav perk too, so.
Escalating, and we'll get to see that for the first time here within this second map. As already pushing onto the instant deletion already from J3, finding the Kiriko out into the open. SK still looking to
Oh no, the casters don't know, chat.
That's so much damage or ceiling that's already lost for this team.
I don't think Rich knows about the Kiriko perk.
Find J3, so that's a lot of the damage
Instant deletion.
there anymore.
now still continuing to hold and position themselves in that doorway. Looks for the jagged blade, doesn't quite get the lamp, but a nice return by SK, but SK gets slaughtered.
Got some chores done. No, this is just a show match in Dallas. Any of you guys going to Dallas or any of you guys in DreamHack?
And eradicating SK.
I'm not, I did choose not to. I mean, I'm too poor to go to DreamHack, bro. It's freaking. The problem with traveling is I've already traveled so much this year already, but it's also like it's opportunity costs. You know what I'm saying? Because like I can't stream or coach.
Thriving for Freya. She loves sitting at these corridors, throwing in these shots. And
Why SK and tank at J3 and DPS? I don't know.
drop shot.
And you can see Jay already get quickly low on health from those shots from a distance down that narrow choke point, the hallway being a dangerous place to move in.
Yeah.
Taking an off angle, though, has that
Been a busy year for me this year. Very busy year.
is healing those close and
Told you guys about like my freaking weddings, like 4 weddings.
topped up by the healing.
I've been out of state like 6 times. I will be in 5 months.
Pulls SK into the clutches and is
Crushing.
down a second shortly after.
And one of the things that I'm really loving about this Cassidy pick is the hinder, right? We're seeing that the 11.2K, not necessarily the most in stadium catch, but just doing so much because J3
Married 6 times?
get out when the hinder's there. It's
I mean-
so much slow, and I really love the
I mean, you guys know me, man. High demand.
81%. This is final fight for Team SK.
And you can see
Fighting game journey? I don't know. I've never really played fighting games. I'm not saying that I don't like them or couldn't like them. It's just other things to be doing and thinking. And congrats getting married 4 times. Thanks, man.
dominate on this position and get it and take now the second map, or take it a 1-to-1 map score. And the aspect of it too is you did start to see those bounties come in, but it was too late to really cash out on it.
One of the other things that we noticed and we see this kind of between screens is the MVP bonus. You get 1,000 extra cash if you get that. So J3
Yeah, I don't know how they did the stadium with a workshop. They must have figured out. They must have some way. Of course, they have some way to do it.
I'm scaling.
The neutral mind games. Yeah, I believe it.
Let him cook. That's right now. Let him cook. And now we're going to be getting to those third powers and things like 23.9.
I'm still gonna become like an Age of Empires 2
That's a lot more even
player.
from Team Rocket Tech.
How many of you guys know Age of Empires 2? Well, because I got a cool little story to tell that happened recently.
Where the second power is available, and you can see a ton of minor abilities being sold.
Even if you struggle hard in the mechanics, bro. I have fine with mechanics when I play the game.
The one that got the triple when it came from the Death Blossom.
All right, so bro, guess who followed me on Twitter like last week? You never guess.
Basically bobbing in and out of engagements, which
Guess who followed me? For those of you that know Age of Empires well.
Ooh, and I love Emong's decision. Let's go win there. With that power. I love that one. That's one of my favorite ones.
I mean, I know maybe like 2 people will know who this person is, but who's like the Age of Empires personality?
For SK, what we saw from her with her build is that there was going to be
No, not Spirit of the Law. Spirit of the Law is a good shot though. No. Freaking T90 followed me on Twitter, bro. T90 followed me on Twitter. So I now have like 2 connections with like the Age of Empires personalities.
over the shoulder, getting that wider vantage
No, I wasn't followed by John Empire.
at the field a lot more effectively for these types of engagements, taking the advantage and also potentially closing gaps in certain areas. Even
The second is the Viper.
the time where you
I bet some of you guys know who the Viper is.
barrier to try and look around the corner
Fun fact about the Viper.
yeah, and I think
His brother
is a really big Lord of the Rings online player who I didn't play with, but I play with, and I've played Overwatch with him as well. He's on my friends list in Overwatch. So he's also an Overwatch. His brother is an Overwatch and Lord of the Rings online player, both the games that I play. So I've known him for a little bit. We're not like super close friends or anything, but yeah. So it's like, what a weird coincidence. Yeah, we finished the fan blog. No, so I don't think Zoe follows me. She did the El Renado Spanish Castle Age of Empires tournament. When am I gonna play Age of Empires? Wait, play what? Age of Empires? I don't know. I've not played Heart of Iron, no. Oh, opening pick. There's enough fortification for the squad to withstand the incoming damage. Utilizing that sign pillar, Dear Bob goes in for the carnage up close, generating ever so closely to that ultimate. But a Death Blossom in the back, that's that death step. Again, doesn't have the ultimate of the Death Blossom. Emong should be dead. Should be. Should be. JJ, why are you there? Oh my gosh, somebody get this guy out. Oh, I was a pick on the clone? I'm dumb. He won Super.
Great for Team SK, ends up failing, and that's checkpoint for Team Rakatac. Still a minute and a half, but with how well Team Rakatac are playing right now, they might try and just complete this map. The Death Blossom.
I swear that perk is so freaking bad, or whatever the Death Blossom TP perk.
As you're in the Death Blossom, you really are vulnerable. So this focus fire from Emong is so massive. The rampage down the stairs into the back room. Is there enough to follow up after it to completely capitalize on it? 55 meters approaching the tail end of this. Rakatac and their squad are in
AoE 4. I haven't really played it or looked into it much, but I'll take your word for it. I've heard it's pretty good. I know, shoot, who's the, oh frick, who's the guy who used to do YouTube content? Something, Zero Empires. Doesn't he dev for AoE 4? Zero Empires, right? I mean, I remember you used to watch Zero Empire stuff way back in the day. I'm pretty sure he's a dev for AoE 4. Man, that's a shout. Zero Empires. Holy frick. That's like 8, 9 years, 10 years, 11 years. I don't really play Age of Empires. I just enjoy watching the strategy. If I ever played Age of Empires, I'd have to play it like somewhat competitively, and like I don't have time for that right now. Maybe at some point in the future. But yeah, I don't really follow other games, so. Jay! Frick! Frick! Why are we always here, Jay? I'm lucky.
Very clean right now. The Freya starting to get ramped up, and this is one of the things that this hero does so well. You can get so much stadium cash.
Oh, he's doing the heal build? Oh, well, now I feel stupid.
It's so hard to deal with.
And now as we're going to be heading into our fourth map, this is where there is still some decent currency, and you can see there are still 2 full maxed out bounties available for Team.
I got messaged by somebody today. I'm going to be coaching an unexpected team, I believe, next month. So y'all will have to stay tuned. Don't remind him of Overwatched. Not Overwatched. Not Overwatched. No, it's not Overwatched. None of those guys. No. But if you guys can remember, there was another group of folks I may have assisted with. Yeah, I got my end with the Falcons. So you'll have to wait. Well, not exactly Schmungus. No, it's going to be, in theory, an alternative Schmungus. Unexpected journey, yeah.
It was
scaling for J3, but this would be where maybe you do get a little bit more gun to try and put the pressure on.
yeah, huge bounty. That bounty's huge.
It feels like Freya and Emon on the Jungle Queen are taking
So we'll see.
this lobby right now. We'll see exactly how they're going to be able to deal
I'm really gonna be ruining my support reputation though, because I'll be working with Necros, so that will be obviously disastrous to my reputation. I can't wait though. I told him, I was like, bro, I told Boger, I was like, bro, I don't coach your freaking game, dude. I was like, I could do like basic setups and ults and layering. He's like, yeah. He's like, we just want you to roast us. I was like, all right, dude. I'm gonna freaking call your game like Candy Crush Hero Shooter, but dude, the Rivals community I think just thinks I'm a hater now. So like, it's gonna be fun. I was like, all right. It's like, as long I'm not studying your game, I'm just gonna show up and flip you. Completely no idea what's going on. So it'll be fun, surely. I don't remember. I think it's like KG, Boger, Necros. I can't remember who all is there. Yeah. Yeah, I'll tell them the angle. I'll just tell them the position like Overwatch and just like completely trash their chances. Yeah. So we'll see. It'll be a while though before we do it. Dude, this perk is so freaking bad. The TP into lock into Death Blossom. Necros and support hate. Oh my dear sweet summer child. Necros said support players are boosted and the role is easy in Marvel Rivals, which is objectively true, but also because nobody wants to play support in that game because of the open queue format. And so then the support community like completely crucified him on like all forms of social media. And then he played support and climbed to Celestial. Climbed to a higher rank than he did in his main. And then the drama died. And neither side obviously like learned anything at all. So that was that. So you also made a video about this, man? Of course. But I at least gave context. And I said why they're boosted and why they deserve to be boosted. If nobody plays the role in the open queue format, get fricked. So.
Well, the nice thing too, and you're mentioning about the items is well to help emphasize it. I love that they've really gone with the concept.
The support role sucks in the game. That's actually fair, Blind. That's a fair criticism. Another watch streamer switching to Marvel Rivals. Yeah, that's it. All right, well, last point here. I feel so bad for that poor Reaper player, man. Surely I think he's got the hero perk. Isn't the TP into Death Blossom a hero perk as well? I don't think it can swap out. Am I wrong? I feel like that has to suck. Maybe there's like some strat you could do with it, but like, yikes. Jay's already dead. It can't be swapped. Frick. Lesson learned. I guess maybe if you build around it, but I don't know. Maybe the visor one was better, but I always thought this visor one was bait for Soldier 2.
Waiting patiently, seeing what Team Rack Attack is.
Oh, for a second I thought it was like a live mic thing. The Marvel Rivals player base. I mean, yeah, it's just a casual player base. It is what it is. Can't criticize that for that necessarily. Rack on the flank. Rack is 1. There's the ult. SK is low. SK is fine. Isolation on Kiriko. Kiriko's dead. Dude, Emong is freaking just like no chill. Zero chill. Like Like, just no mercy. Wait, SK. Oh! Juno ult as well. That should be a fight win, right? Adding in a second rocket. Okay, I see. Yeah, I think the Helix rocket build with Soldier. I only played Soldier like 3 times. And when I wasn't trolling with the stall build, I felt like the Helix rocket build was by far the best. That was one that I always pulled when I was actually trying.
And that's 2 big bounties, so if there is a way for Team SK to manage to get this point and continue to get this game going, they're going to have so much...
I could troll him over right wanting to bit for ultron release and throw a right click rework. Bro, I've heard so much controversy around that, I don't even know. I saw a thread the other day and the Marvel Rivals subreddit, and because I still find it's like guilty pleasure. It's just too funny. And they were saying that like, oh yeah, Rivals is better balanced than Overwatch. Straight up. Dead serious. That was even a surprise. Ah! Oh, dude, speak it! Yeah! Let's go, dude. This dude has earned it, man. Yes! Come on, man. Dude, I feel so good for that dude. He's got the freaking bad hero perk and been screwed. Now he gets his vengeance. I know that subreddits are going to have their own opinions and stuff, but I was surprised by that. Even I was surprised by that, so. Come on, come on, come on. Go, Jay, please! Stop shooting the tank! Why is he shooting the Joker Queen? Oh! Come on, we need one more. Don't let him get ult. Don't let him get ult. Shoot him. Shoot him. Yes. Dude, I'm so invested now. Nice, dude. I just, dude, we gotta go for the underdog, man. Any overdoggers in chat? Any overdoggers? I'm more of an underdogger, man. Let's go, dude. Any up dogs or down dogs? Yeah. Marvel Rivals must have been awful. Nah, it's fine. I mean, it was just fun. Marvel Rivals subreddit reminds me of like early Overwatch subreddit. They're just a bunch of support mains. I swear it's like 50% support mains or something like that. The heal also doing damage. Yeah. Dude, I had so much fun. It makes me want to go try Stadium again. The whole heal station build is so freaking fun. When I was playing with Flats and Karku.
Yeah, and you can see like kind of with these items that we're getting towards the epic ones, they all have like these different little things in them, but some of them do like.
Seriously, you're so freaking cringe. Freaking you and Tech and your MOBA builders. I haven't played Stadium in like 3 weeks, guys. Okay, I actually don't think I've played a single game of Stadium on live. Wait, no, I might have played 1 or 2 when I was playing with Karku and Flats. That was it. Maybe I'll join you guys sometimes. All right, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on, SK. Come on, Jay. Team Ravager. I think. No, easy target. Come on, easy target. Come on, easy target. Ooh. Ooh, okay, early. He's out. Rack's a little close. Oh, look at that HP. Why does my Freya have 550 HP? No, don't kill the Reaper. Don't kill the Reaper. Good pull there. Emong's low. Oh, they got the Juno. They got the Juno. Chill. Oh. Oh, he's doing the. Come on. Does SK have the lunge build or is my crazy? Oh no. Axe build? Okay. Come on, what is Jay doing? I don't understand this build. What does this build do? Is it like healing and damage or something? Nice, humble egg. Thank you. I actually felt like my hazard guide was not my best in terms of my communication, so I'm glad you found it helpful. In hindsight, I don't think I did as good of a job. The good news is that I think my what am I trying to go with this? The Frey guide, the one that I just put together recently. It's not released yet, but I think it's a bit better. Please kill Emong. Please kill this man. He's gonna kill everybody. He's going to kill everybody by himself. That is insanity. Wait, no, they got him. They got him. They got him. They got him. Spit in his grave. Spit in him. That's actually huge. Way to go, Jay. Isn't Joker Green like kind of bad in Stadium though? I don't know much about the Kiriko clones, so I'm not gonna lie with you, Frieden. It's a fat ult. Holy crap. Death Blossom, Death Blossom! Go! Go, no! Okay, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. They're even. Okay, Emong down, Emong down. Oh, Emong ulted. Shout to keep Jay alive. Jave's alive. Jave's fine. Kill the rat, kill the rat, kill the rat, kill the rat, kill the rat. No! Get him, get him, get him, get him! Okay, we're good. They might need to disengage this. SK's got ult, though. Use it, use it, use it! Use it! Use it! Huge, huge! Dude, we're so back! Get her! Get her! Jay, please! Bit of an audio delay. Nice, guys! Oh, no, no, please. Okay, we're good, we're good, we're good. Shoot her! Jace, he's right there. Okay. Nice, guys. Let's go, guys. We're so back. Drunk Queen's a noob stomper? Yeah. Come on, man. Come on, man. Hairline check, by the way. There's your forehead. Or head. Oh my gosh. What is my hair doing? It's settling and going in different directions. Look at that. Look at it. Like, wait. Can I flatten it out? Hang on. Wait. It's like a paper plate. Okay. Albert Einstein? Yeah. Frick, dude. Dude, this is so intense, man. Holy cow. Come on, easy target. 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 Driver Green Heroes Fantasy? Yeah. Okay. Dude, Emong is so insane right now in terms of this stuff. Alright, here we go. Sarah Lee, what's the most underrated build for any hero, you think? Like, in other words, like, most underrated builds generally. You can give me a few here if you have one. Or if any, or Tom's still here. Big Genji? What does that mean? HP stack and blade farm? Or what? Alright, here we go, boys. Come on, easy target. Come on, easy target. Come on, easy target. They don't have the choke advantage. This is bad. It's a lot of damage. Suzu's used. They don't have any angles here, boys. It's a decent torpedo, though. Emong's low. TP's used. Death Blossom actually pretty useful there, but the Junker Queen builds ult. The cleanse is there, though. Emong is maybe punishable. There's Suzu using defense. No ultimates used. They should have a support ult here. They should have Kitsune. There it is. Wow. No way. Wow. Oh, yeah, the melee. That's right. Hyper Ring Juno build? Just basically like perma speed ring or what? Moira attack speed? Come on, come on. Don't touch, don't touch. I'm a little scared of their setup. I don't like how far forward they're pushing here. Yeah, so they're going to give point. They should still have Juno ult here. Like, this should be a Juno. Okay, it's a mirror. Copy. Frick. All right, what's going to happen here, boys? Boy, this is so incredibly close. Huge torpedoes. Juno ulted with torpedoes as well. Wait, they didn't even use the Juno. What the frick? Dude, they're going to get this. Emong needs to live. Will he live? Oh, no. Oh, no. This is what they had the angles. They were able to live and survive while down 2. And they're going to win this one. Ooh. Okay, SK's got Queen ult. They should have Visor again soon and Death Blossom. I'm not sure if it was used. Uh-oh, he missed. Visor. Now! Jay! They're trying to stabilize, I think. Kitsune, JQ ult, they need a support ult now. They need Kiriko ult now in the Visor. Uh-oh, Cassie's down. Oh, no. Massive JQ ult. Right into the Juno.
Oh, and it looks like this is going to be it for Team Rack Attack. I mean, Team SK don't really have anyone. It's just SK trying the best to be able to stay on this point with easy target. Death Blossom potentially might be there. We'll see if SK can survive. Solo needs
No, SK's dead. Frick. No. Give the player cams, man. Let's see it. Shoot. Choice. Thanks for the raid, mate. I appreciate it. I would have loved for them to be like stand up and start throwing crap. That would have been me. That would have been me, I reckon. Hope you had a good stream, mate. I appreciate the raid. What's up, A Jackson? Fun and productive? I was thinking about you, man, with the dream hack. Pretty good, yeah.
Howdy, coach. How's your Saturday going? Fun or productive, I hope.
He has no weapon power? Yeah, I have no idea. I'm just saying random things. Dang, dude. Hey, that's Jay's girlfriend right there, I think. Gotta hang out and play board games with her in Spotlight. She's really cool. Why does Samita look so different? Hilarious! It's Emily? Yeah.
We have our Overwatch 2 Stadium Showdown champion. Rock Attack, how are you feeling?
Feels good to win a stadium game. I mean, I've been playing it a lot recently, and it's great to play it on a stage.
Well, I am very proud to be able to give you this medal.
Oh my gosh, this is so cornball. There's no way he's getting a medal. And he's, oh my gosh. Getting a freaking medal. Who would have thought Vegas Eternal Rack Attack would one day be on stage winning a medal? Crazy, man. How the times have changed. And what a inspiring story. That's just incredible, dude. Chills. Chills.
The groundwork to it, and it's just like a step over the line, and it's been really fun for me.
All right, let's hear it for Team Rack Attack, everybody.
Let's hear it, guys.
I'm gonna send it back to our caster.
Can you guys hear it?
Exciting to be able to see Rack take the dominant victory here. Again, they have medals for all of those.
Rax versus Landwin, man. Let's go.
For Team SK. Honestly, it was fantastic.
He won the stadium competition, Remy. Come on, as if you're not tracking that. Come on, dude.
That's what we're getting. So, you know, it's been a great time, and I think that, like Rex said, tryouts, it's so fun.
How do you guys not track this stuff? You guys should know.
It's free to play for everyone.
Yikes. What do you mean it goes in the resume? I'm tattooing that in my left butt cheek, bro. Showing it to my parents. This guy's got the Uber outfit thing going on here. And the hair to boot, too. Look at that. Look at that earring, hair, outfit combo. Holy smokes. I'm gonna feel like a piker now. Dude, the pants! This looks like something Pepper would wear. Like, flamboyant to the max, man. This is like a freaking the Bee Gees if they were still around, man. I still occasionally go back and watch that Staying Alive music video just because of the sheer aura from the outfits, man. Bard fit. Dude, I want to wear outfits like that, bro. I wish I had a shirt like that. I need to get a shirt like that. Freaking love that, actually. That's crazy, man. All right. I have free will. Yeah, maybe. I just wear my wife's shirts. That's basically what I do. I'll raise the coaching prices to buy more shirts like that. Maybe that's the strategy, yeah. I do. I wear. This isn't my wife's shirt, but the watermelon. I literally wear. To be fair, she wears my shirts as well. So that melon shirt is not. That's not mine. We kind of interchange clothes just a little bit. Do a shopping stream to get new fits. Maybe. I was thinking, guys. I was thinking if Poop Kip is still here in YouTube chat. Do you guys want to like? I'm trying to brainstorm what we're doing here. I'm gonna show you guys. I'm gonna show you guys the secret sauce. I'm gonna show you guys the secret sauce. Let's show you guys the secret sauce. How the frick do you zoom in here? 150 should be good. Yeah, we'll do 200. So, okay, first off, we need to mute this horrendous abomination that's playing in the background here. I was trying to brainstorm, like, what are some things that we want to do next? Bing chling. Wait, no. How do you move a column? So how do you move a column? How do you move a column? Why do I not know this? L, take on music. How do you do this? Grab the letter of the column. No, frick, go back. So it's the hand, okay. Okay, so I need to select both of these and then click. No! I could have Control Z'd, yeah, my bad. And then let's move this. Let's go here so you guys can see. What do you got? Let's go through this list. No. And see which ones are not done. So these are all video concept ideas on a sheet we've had. Bro, this isn't... I was good at Excel, but it's been a long time. It's been literally like 12 years. Let me know if any of these guys stand out to you. Or these concepts stand out to you. I was going to do some of this on stream earlier. Let me actually update the stream title because I guess we're done with the bands. Ralph debate on what? Well, let me actually check our DMs. Because he had some ideas, I think. Perks, maybe Season 9, 5v5, 66. Maybe hero design as well. Game starting kid? Nah. Playtime, Hardstick Solution, Ralph Debate. Stuff that I've canceled is Nope. Weekly Community Challenge, the worst YouTube comments. Beginner's Guide to Scrimming is a Nope. Just not enough of an interest, I don't think, for it. The Year in Review 2024. This one is obviously like whatever. Oh gosh, chat. The freaking Overwatch 2 dictionary. Oh yeah, remember we had the whole... Wait. Where is it? Yeah, I still have the doc. Yeah, remember we did that in stream a while ago? Here. Remember this? We got all the things that we want to explain or define. I think with hindsight, I think this should be one video. I think this should be one video with timestamps, like 1 minute definitions, 2 minutes tops on each of these terms. Maybe not all of these, but we'll kind of go through and prioritize. Yeah. Town Center is what I did with Mercy and Sombra. I might do another one, maybe. Yeah, potentially in-game examples. Depends on the topic. Hero Misery, I do like that as a series. Would have to reevaluate it. EDRA Town Hall next? No, I think it's better to either do topically important heroes. Pro concepts, low elo breakdowns, high elo breakdowns, Complain X Hero, forced play for 2 hours, ranked anxiety, principles for ranking up, the ultimate old guide. We actually started this one but never finished it. The Genji myth, compositional fundamentals, most important for every hero, like cover matters, building a strong mind. Drunk right here, misery win. We'll see. IRL fundamentals, why unranked GM sucks. I had a whole script here, which I didn't actually do anything with, but I'm probably going to re-record this week of me talking about why coaches' ranks don't always matter as much and what you can learn about that. Because I do think it's an important conversation to have, because I'd had a lot of sessions recently with people really struggling with educational content overload and like stuff like that. And then talking about unranked GM and yeah, There's just like a larger conversation I want to have. Maybe we could have that today. Maybe between matches today. Maybe I'll pull up the script and kind of talk to you guys about it. See what you guys think. I'm not Diamond 5 in Freya. My point being is that like Freya was like another good reminder of like, it doesn't matter how much you know. At least very little. Like people are actually, okay, this is what it was. Whether it's for themselves, it's usually for themselves, but people are really ignorant, surprisingly, completely unself-aware about how skill in anything in Overwatch, or just, I guess, stuff in general works. It's actually crazy how the Western school system has brain-rotted people into thinking that if you study a book, you're good at what you do. Like, it's actually insane. Maybe it's not even the school system, but it's college, it's the same thing. It's actually insane. Like, that knowledge is equal to skill. It's insane. Top 5 Overwatch baddies. And it really hurts people who are trying to play this game. Like, I come across a lot of students and a lot of people that, like, I get messages literally every week about, like, this is what I'm doing, this is what I'm watching, these are the ideas, and they just have no idea. Because it's like, it just really concerned me, you know? There's like zero entitlement. Dude, I came up with a term with the script. Dude, I want to talk. You know what? Screw it. I'll talk about this. Let's talk about this. I'm pulling up the script right now. I pull up the script. I'm just going to kind of use it as like the points I want to remember. So I came up with this idea of like what I call the entitlement gap, which is basically like, I know so much about something, therefore I should be incredibly good at it. And like I said, I don't think it's the school system necessarily, but we see that even with college. Like, I have a bachelor's in finance, and I learned, first off, a lot of textbooks I had were really boring and really not all that useful. I learned more from YouTube, not just because I'm a visual learner, but because the explanation of something in a real life example felt a lot more cohesive and interesting for me. I was a lot more engaged. And I'm also convinced that I would have learned a lot more about finance with literally a 3 or 6 month internship than the 3.5 years that I spent studying for my bachelor's. I don't even think that's the case. That I know that's the case. 3 months internship would have learned significantly more. Now, I'm not saying that learning through books is always bad. I think being exposed to new ideas and then being able to implement them is really important. But it really concerns me how many players that I've like run into coaching wise and asking questions that just don't understand the difference between knowledge and skill. And it kind of coincides, like I was saying, with like the whole Freya thing. So for those of you guys in chat that didn't see me suffer through 40 freaking hours of Freya, I'm totally washed mechanically. Freya also has a relatively high skill floor. And we know this from what we have been told by the Blizzard developers, that you kind of have to pick up the character's mechanics and nuances. And so I struggled for a little bit. And I eventually climbed to Masters, no problem, did well. But it took me longer than I would have expected, despite me knowing all the right things to do. And I had, honestly, this the first time I've ever played a hero on stream where I had to freaking set a no backseating thing, because I had so many people in chat going, why aren't you doing this? Is there a reason that you're making this mistake? Are you doing this? A lot of it was I would say probably a good half of it was, 2/3 of it was no harm done, no ill intentions, legitimate questions because everyone's learning. But a lot of it was just kind of passive aggressive implications. Oh, you know so well, why aren't you doing so well? Which is this crazy implication, implication that just simply knowing things means that you're good at it. And obviously that's annoyed me, which is bro, how do you, but it's more important because it really highlights that people really don't understand how to learn and how to actually get better at something. Knowledge is what, right, exactly. Knowledge allows you to start practicing this. So it gives you the direction, but you still have to put the hours in. You have to put the time in, right? And so many of you guys don't know my story with Overwatch, and for those of you who do, bear with me. I got into Overwatch, my first-person shooter, mid to late 2017. It was about a year and a half late, and was bronze. It was terrible. I had the wrong sensitivity, was playing on a crappy laptop, had no idea anything about hero pool, and I had been good at some other things in my life, and so I eventually applied myself. I got coaching from IOStux, talking to me about cover and hero pool and the basics of practice, and really applied myself, and I climbed from bronze to grandmaster in about a year. Not high grandmaster, sorry, like mid grandmaster, didn't just touch grandmaster, and I stayed there. I was on a Zenyatta, had a great time, loved it. A lot of it was just challenge and practice and challenge myself to a good hero pool and to good training habits and grinding my mechanics. But there weren't really any shortcuts. I didn't really get stuck at any time. I definitely had moments where it was difficult, but as long as I improved my practice and self-reviewed and set goals, I got better and better and better. And about around the diamond level, master's level, coaching definitely became more of a priority for me, but I stuck with it because I wanted to prove to myself that I could do it, but also to make sure that I understood the process of getting better. And yeah, what is this BAP Life Fever stuff? Kiriko ban, I guess, and it is a bit odd. I think the BAP, okay, so this is just trying new things, I think. But man, this feels really vulnerable to ball, man. So you have like a fragile support and a DPS that can take an aggressive angle. But yeah, this is weird. I like Space Station's tank and support lineup versus this comp a lot. Like BAP is just folding over. But yeah, long story short, I was successful, shockingly, not because I'm a wizard or because I was super smart, but because I had enough knowledge to give myself direction with how I practiced and just kept practicing and practicing and practicing and practicing and self-evaluation and practicing and self-evaluation and practicing and good training habits. I walked the talk, and so I knew it worked, right? But in terms of like coaching and knowledge of the game and my ability coaching, I didn't get that much better outside of checking to make sure that the system worked, because coaching, to get better at coaching, takes coaching practice. Like you have to practice coaching and over and over and over and study communication and set goals and listen to yourself coach and study other pro players and take notes. And so to get better at coaching, I needed to actually coach. And so once I hit Grandmaster 4.2, I decided to stop. My priority was team coaching at that point in time and individual coaching. And I actually love that EMP. And so that's what I did. And I got really good at coaching and climbed from there to Contenders to Overwatch League. And, for those of you guys who don't know, my history as a professional coach, obviously did a lot of strategy and macro. Was a head coach for many Contenders teams. And I think did very well, especially later in my career. Sheer Cold, Phase 2, did pretty good squeezing the most out of teams that weren't able to do as well as they could have. But more than that, going into London and all the teams that I even head coached, I was the micro coach. I was the one-on-one coach because I knew how to coach every single player, every single hero individually to a very high level, even heroes that didn't play, because of my study. Not because of my ability to play the character, but my ability to study to know how to play them and to know how to play, know how to grind. Right. And then with these specific situations I would do in this character. Yeah. So anyway, long story short, that's kind of been my career as a coach, is just taking the base experience of how to train just as a player in a game, which is training time, schedule, and then spending a lot of time doing that myself and working with thousands of players who have, along with actually coaching the game and spending time at it. But learning how to coach is not, you don't just read a book about Phil Jackson or John Wooden. You have to coach for thousands of hours. And I think I've had probably more time one-on-one coaching than any person I know. Certainly at the variety of levels and at the level of quality, right? I work really hard for the level of coaching that I do right now. Doesn't mean I'm perfect, but I don't think there's anybody that's as good as me. And there's a reason for that's the case. I've really worked hard at not just the understanding of the game and so on. So then the reason why this matters is because to get to that level took the time, took the work, took the effort, and the little bit and the knowledge. So then when we get into the game, you look at this here and you're like, how do I get to this level of professional level of play? How do I get this good? I study the game. I study constantly, Well, I think the example is exactly what I was complaining about earlier, which is, how was I diamond on Freya on her release? How is that possible? How is somebody that knows angles and because I can't. It's hard to do those things. It's hard to do them. Like to do what these guys are doing right now does not take just knowledge. It doesn't. It takes the instincts. It takes the ability to do it. Soren, thank you for the sub. Instantly, in the moment, no hesitation. And you could say that okay, even the best sports coaches aren't the best players, and that's true. But I actually don't even think that analogy is perfect, because I think you can always blame like some sort of athletic prowess or jump height or age. With Overwatch, you can't really blame that as much. I know people do, but in my experience, the reaction speed and stuff, it doesn't really matter all that much. What matters is the instinct, the skill, the ability to make the snap-second decision-making. Maybe the best sport analogy would be something like basketball, where it's a very dynamic and flowing sport and requires instincts. You don't have time to think. I would question somebody who, not question, but I would be surprised if all the successful best chess coaches are actually pretty good players. Maybe not the best, but pretty good players. Because chess is the type of game where you have the opportunity and time to think every problem through, in theory, without the pressure of the board or whatever else, to just kind of think about each decision a little bit more objectively. Overwatch is not that game. Overwatch is not that game at all. It's not just the mechanics, but its positioning, its cooling usage. It's done so with the reaction time. The speed of this game is really unlike anything else. And so knowledge is not good. Knowledge done, decisions accelerated is demanded for you to be better at this game. Yeah, maybe they might have issues playing speed chess, right? You have to recognize these things instantly and know. So you don't even think like that. This is the thing that people have to understand. Pro players don't necessarily think more than you. They have thought maybe more than you in times past, but these players are playing almost completely instinctually in the middle of the fight, and that takes thousands of deliberate hours of practice on those individual characters. Thousands. They just do it. Now, it took thinking to get to that point, but it doesn't take thinking now. And in fact, thinking is one of the big reasons why a lot of players or individuals are chokers. And the reason why this is so important to understand is because if you're like, you guys out there, like even me, you want to get better at your rank, you want to get better at Overwatch, you need, I love these EMPs from Maimon, honestly. You need to recognize that thinking is required to develop the instincts, to develop the actions, to educate the actions, of course, to be more deliberate with your practice and not be brain dead with your practice. But ultimately, all you're doing is you're training your instincts. And crucially, Stefano, you're the therapist, you're the wizard. When you train your instincts, you don't train your instincts 50 concepts at a time. When I was stuck with Freya at one point, I had to revisit this for myself. I was struggling with Freya and not making as much habit improvement as I'd like to. What helped me a lot, unironically, was forcing myself to go back and think about something really fun or really simple or really easy. For me, the one goofy thing that I did was to just focus on tracking where were the enemy threats at all times. Like I wasn't asking myself to improve my positioning or cooling usage. It was just, where are the enemies right now? And then see what happens from there. And just doing that over and over again, I got instinctually better at what I'm doing. And for the individual player, it's the same thing. I come across so many players that, and Stefano, you coach too, you know this as well, where it's like they're I had thought of this analogy. The best analogy I can give you guys for the gardeners out there, clay soil, right, is generally considered very nutrient rich, right? It's very dense, but it doesn't drain very well, and it stagnates a lot. And sand soil is the alternative. Sand soil is very thin, drains very easily, but doesn't control any nutrient. I think a lot of people that try to get better at Overwatch are just clay, stagnant ponds with bacterial overgrowth. 7 different concepts going in their head at any time, watching all these unranked GMs, coming in with all these concepts or ideas. No offense, watching all the Spylo videos. I'll take one for the team, right? Coming in with all these concepts, and there's just no cohesion and direction of what needs to be practiced. There's no vision for this game. This is what I'm practicing. This is what I'm doing. I'm going to let everything else go. I'm going to let my mind focus on what I need to do so that I can turn this into an instinct. You know what I'm saying? And gee whiz, there's so many people that screw this up, man. There's so many students of the game that suck at the game. And there's no one. And the reason why this is so dangerous too is not just because it stagnates you. You become not a bad player, but because I was talking about the gap of entitlement, right? This is where it kind of comes full circle here. The gap of entitlement is where you know so much so that for whatever reason you feel entitled to perform to that level. And then I have these people come to me and like, coach, I should know better. I'm super inconsistent. I can't do this. And they but they feel like that I'm entitled to something better because I know better. No, you're not. You get nothing. I'm not entitled to Masters and Freya because I can coach Freya at a Grandmaster or whatever level. I'm not entitled to that because I can't do those things. I haven't put in the hours in. I haven't put in the time in. Heck, half of you guys out there probably have better mechanics than I am because you play the game more than me. I'm not entitled to that. I have to put the time in. And the thing is like, I actually don't even like calling them egotistical players because actually it feels like that. Even non-egotistical players struggle with that. Where it's like, man, I feel like I should be able to do better. And the worst part is when they internalize that incapability and they misprescribe it. They say a lot of stuff on how many students have you coached that describe themselves as their main problem is their inconsistency. I actually think maybe 35% of my students describe them as their problem is inconsistency. Inconsistency. So first off, physiologically, inconsistency is ubiquitous. It is in everything, in every sport, in every path of life, inconsistency happens, right? But the problem is especially with Overwatch, we treat this inconsistency as our inability to apply knowledge when that's the rule, not the exception. Everybody's inconsistent, and your knowledge, and the worst part is that people will study harder and study more. It's like, no, that's not the solution. That's not you need to practice with more deliberation and with more simplicity, if anything. What was the, I'm guilty of this outside of Overwatch too. What was was it the Nietzsche who was talking, is it Nietzsche who was talking about like, he only has one book in his house at one time? He never like overloads himself with concepts until he's like thought it through all the way steps. Is it Nietzsche? Am I mispronouncing his name? Maybe it's somebody else. You know, I think learning for the sake of learning, just for the sake of entertainment, and I think I love learning. But learning is not the replacement for skill in anything, right? And so many people with Overwatch, and I think what it is, and I think what irritates me is this happens all the time in real life as it is. But for whatever reason, I think it's because it's a video game, it's way more prevalent in Overwatch. Nobody goes up to a basketball coach and says, no, coach, I've watched all these videos, why can't I dunk? You know, or how come you can't dunk, coach? It's like, in Overwatch, it's like I'm backseated and harassed. And then even worse, I work with students that feel this sort of entitlement despite not putting in the quality hours. You know? And it I just think there's just like not a lot of, this is going to come across as harsh, but I don't think there's a lot of real life experience. I also think the demographic of video games is a lot younger, so they're just more likely to be ignorant of stuff. As Kellen somehow survives that. Holy crap. But yeah, long story short, that's just how life works, man. You know, video games are not. Like video games, and especially a game like Overwatch, I don't give a frick how much you know. What can you do? What have you practiced? How fast can you do it? You know? Right. So it's all mental based. It's not just reaction speed or mechanics or hand-eye coordination. Not even close. The funny thing is, you guys have seen me positionally. I would describe pre-fight positioning as being a strong point of mine in relation to my rank. But mid-fight positioning, I actually would describe as a weak point on most characters I play, whether that's Doomfist or support. I constantly find myself in bad positions mid-fight because that's instinctual. Pre-fight setup, I'm usually okay because I got time to think. Mid-fight setup, that's when my instincts kick in, and my instincts suck. You know, they're not, my positioning is a weak point. The brain part is a weak point. What is traditionally a brain part is a weak point for me. You're better than I am in mid-fight positioning. And cover use, I suck at cover use. Well, how is that possible? Because my instincts suck. I'm out of shape. That's how it goes. And yeah, what is this game, man? This is actually some crazy Overwatch. So just this entitlement gap is so toxic because it can really harm your, not just your improvement, but because there's that sense of entitlement, you can feel cheated. And like there's something in my brain that's not working properly. And the answer is there's nothing wrong with your brain necessarily. You just are applying yourself in a way that just is not, you can't you can't learn that way, man. You're gonna suck. I can't go into fray and expect that I'm a mechanically intense hero with high mid-fight positional demands just because she's a dive character. Coach Spile is gonna be good. And as soon as I got over myself, like 15, 20 hours, 30 hours, 35 hours, it was fine. Unconscious incompetence. You don't know what you need to know. Conscious incompetence. You know what you need to know, but your skills aren't there yet. Conscious competence. You are able to demonstrate the skills, but you have to concentrate and think about it. Unconscious competence. You have the skills and you can do it without thinking about it. Right, exactly. Yeah, the arc where I went to plat was pretty funny. And I do think that even if I'd had a better attitude about it, I don't think it would have mattered. I didn't have the skill, right? But I guess my point being is that the attitude or the expectation can exacerbate and lengthen that curve, right? Where you feel like I'm entitled to something and you're not. And so it can definitely make the process a lot less fun. So, this is crazy, bro. Classic NA Kiriko ban nonsense. Oh, gosh. Yeah, Kiri ban was affecting that, so... Your sub is expired. Goodbye. I think there's like an interesting, anecdotes here about like just like we kind of touched on it a little bit earlier, but like how pros think differently than you. They don't. Not really. Pros are just generally I don't know the statistics, but there's generally nothing super exceptional about pros outside the fact that they've enjoyed the game. I've always felt like talent when it comes to video games is more of either the opportunity that you had to do those things, so talent is opportunity, or just the pre-life skills that maybe had a tendency towards enjoying these type of challenges more, What do I do if I have all the knowledge and yet I don't have any interest in applying it? I'm kind of with you in that one. There are certain things in my life that I'm not super good at, but I just love learning about it. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think the learning and the embracing of knowledge is probably healthy for your brain, problem solving and so on. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. It's just it's the entitlement, I remember when I was working with London, just the most recent example, and I think there's a couple of unique aspects of it. Working with Backbone on Reaper, working with Backbone on May, and I really do think that he's the best May of all time. He died so many times with Ice Block, screwed up so many walls, blizzards, so much. It took us so many hours of practice and experimentation and VOD review to figure out what he needed to be doing more. And I felt like a lot of his Ice Block usage was just bad HP awareness that took time. Sparker Soldier, I think one of the better soldiers, top 3 soldier in the league. The flanking and angling, but that was definitely hard for him. That was unique to him because he had the traditional old basic hit scan brain. He wasn't as comfortable taking these deeper flanks, so we worked on that constantly. 4 hours a day, 5-6 hours a day, VOD review, whatever. And then also because he was often in these crazy deep flanks, we also had to work on his communication. Well, spoiler, that was not Sparker's strong point either. So we were interchangeably either working on the communicational side of things or the quality of the angle side of things, the same way that I work with a platinum player over and over and over and over again. And he did it. He got it. But the thing is like, I was kind of in that unique position to where like, not only was I coaching those things, but I got to see that progression. I saw that progression every day. And it was so slow, sometimes you don't even notice it. And all of a sudden one day, Sparker's angling, Sparker's communicating, Backbone's dominating on May. You guys didn't, and of course, some of you guys probably don't even remember this, but like if you're watching, Sparker dominate Soldier, you didn't see where he started, like you didn't see where that came from, like from what point, and that he's just like you. We worked with an eye tracker right before at the end of London, and this eye tracker scientist guy, and I got I got given the responsibility to work with him. I think Chris was not so invested in the value, and long story short, I always ended up working with the eye tracker guy. I never really remembered how much value they actually got out of it or not, but I was like the liaison. And we had these VODs and these eye tracking devices, and I was immediately struck by watching Hadi play. I bet I could dig up some of the videos. Maybe I will. You know what? Screw it. I will. I'm gonna do it. Give me a second. Maybe when we're between maps, I'll show you guys. I won't show you much because I don't know. I'll show you a wee bit. Here you go. So check this out. And I was struck. So this green circle is the eye here, okay? I was shocked by how much mid-fight, look at where the eye goes, checking his ultimate, checking up, checking left, checking right, checking his HP, checking his right, mid-fight. And I was shocked, I don't know how much it's going to show in this particular fight, how often professional players check their health, check their cooldowns, check the target. Constant eye movement, depending on the stats. Just check the bottom right. Checking here, checking there, checking target. And this is especially in pre-fight. There's never a surprise about where targets are going. You can see most of his eyes just on the crosshair now. But the crucial thing would be like before fights, where positions. And it was just, and the crucial thing was actually then using this information to go, hey, like kind of going back to that backbone example, right there, checking his HP. You know, you're dying a lot with Ice Block. Are you consistently taking the opportunity between fights to trade, to check your HP? He misses his Carnage there. So he's taking a quick second to look at his CDs, very briefly, almost peripheral, and then decides, okay, what am I going to do with that information? And again, this is trained. This is trained. There are no, the bit rate's terrible. There are no shortcuts to this. There's no shortcuts. And I guess it's just kind of like, okay, I guess we're going in here. That's kind of what I'm saying. Like that takes hundreds and thousands of hours to train that. Deliberate practice. Yeah, it's really hard to see that improvement because it is so slow. You know, I'm watching 50 educational tips and tricks videos. So I wanted to talk, this kind of started with somebody asking about like why I don't like unranked GM. Besides my whole like ethical concerns, not to be dramatic, but like you shouldn't be ruining games, you know, even if it's a small percentage. The Overwatch 2 MMR SR thing generally gets those guys to higher rank faster. But even like good unranked GMs, and I think there are some really good unranked GMs in terms of like narrating good advice, good feedback. Even then, I still feel like there's so much going on in your screen that there's no real one consistent lesson that you can apply. But also, those guys are doing so many things simultaneously that the average player, if you are plat, could never replicate. The best thing an unranked GM can do is consistently preach one message. But even then, even the best unranked GM, I'm not saying they're not helpful, but I'm saying that there is the problem of that they're automizing, instinctually executing so many things simultaneously that you can't because you're not as good as you. So it's hard. I'm not saying that every unranked GM is a cash grab or that every unranked GM is not useful. Of course, they are very useful. I just think that they're overrated, and I have concerns about if they are the best educational resource because of that. So, I guess my point is that every educational resource has flaws. Even a coaching video, it's not designed for you. It's going to be flawed. It's not for you. So you will find it helpful. But my point being is that educational resources are tools that should never replace training. Never. Yeah, I agree with you, Matt. Maybe the best aspect of unranked GM is this feeling of like, I can do it. I just have to. It's possible. It's possible. If I'm good enough, there's a chance, right? That's true. Doing more self-thought reviews, yeah, for sure. Being more aware of your own gameplay. But even when I coach people to self VOD review, I still think people self VOD review for too long, to be honest. I think self VOD review should be short, answer questions, give you short goals, and go back and train again. Should be looking, I would say a good 60-70% of shortcomings for ranked players is how they practice their training habits and not necessarily the strategy or knowledge that they have. 60-70%. Very rarely do I come across a student that doesn't benefit immensely from practice. Personally, and I can speak this from experience, when I climbed from Bronze Grandmaster, the most important thing I learned was how to practice. Hero pull, taking breaks, training my mechanics, warm up, going in with basic goals, playing at a good time of day, not playing tired. And consistently, whenever I have struggled the most in playing Heroes to Masters since then, from like Plat or whatever, it is almost, I would say 75% of the time is due to how I'm practicing. There's nothing inherently virtuous about being a higher rank, but if that's what you want, you have to know what it takes. It's instincts. How do you take knowledge and turn it into instincts? You don't internalize more knowledge. I love knowledge. I love strategy. The vast majority of my time has been spent on knowledge in terms of how to convey it easier and simpler and more systematic. Something that's easy to replicate in game, but it is not a replication for skill. So, and it's incredible how many people don't understand that. It's incredible how many people are heart stuck because of it. Thousands of hours, thousands and thousands of hours. Whether you want to do that or not, it's your choice. Training volume and playing through bad days is important, but breaks and refreshing mentals is important. So should it just be about trusting your instincts? Which, yeah, I think the more trained your instincts are, the more accurate your instincts are. But I also think it's difficult. Poke. I always recommend more mature players to take breaks when they feel like they need to. Players that have been training for a long time. Newer players, I generally encourage to force themselves to train for at least brief periods of time and practice listening to themselves. Because there is a tendency for lower ranked players to just feel like, oh, I don't feel like it. There's a tendency to avoid ranked or to be scared of it. So you have to be aware of those biases. Some nice shots. And ultimately, they're going to lose it anyway. I'm not sure who the best Hazard player is right now. Chat, what do you guys think? Who's one of the better Hazard players right now? Right, new gym goers, you have to be very careful. I would say to a new gym goer, never skip gym day. Kuffa? Okay, Kuffa. But also, be careful. Don't overdo it. You keep a very easy workout for them. So like with new rank players, you never tell them to play for 4 hours a day, It's something that even if they were quote unquote tired, they could probably still tolerate. But as you get to the higher ranks, there's higher volume demands, but also you should be much more willing to step back as necessary. So anyway, I guess the script wasn't really necessary here, but I just kind of, yeah. I hope that kind of makes sense. I know this is not the first time I've talked about it. Maybe I've not talked about it as clearly as I have here, though. It's just something that is just very close to my heart with what the people that I talk with and what I've been doing, especially recently. And it's so important to get it right. It's just every time I'm, reminded of that importance. And it's a good reminder for coaches out there too, because I know some of you guys are coaches. You have to put in that same level of deliberation with how you're coaching too. So many coaches. I actually think that some of the coaches that spent more time in ranked in the Overwatch League and contenders were the worst coaches. Stop freaking piddling around in ranked. Who cares about your freaking high rank, bro? You got to coach. You got to study. You got to watch your VODs. You got to spend time with players. You got to learn how to communicate better. You got to VOD review your VOD reviews. You know what I'm saying? Stop playing ranked. It's just an excuse because you want to play the video game. I see so many coaches do that. And yeah, so no offense. I think being able to do that occasionally, just make sure that your improvement system works, especially for ranked coaches, which is, you know, a lot of what I do right now. But you got stuff to do. Vaderu, the Vaderus. I mean, you do. I mean, I'm not even joking. You got to know how you communicate. I go back and listen to my guides usually. Listen to how I communicated them. Maimon? Yes, mechanics are very important. They're overrated and underrated. They're overrated by lower ranked players because in terms of... Well, actually, I wouldn't say it that way. I'd say they're overrated by low ranked players, but low ranked players don't know how to get better at mechanics. But I would say mechanics are extremely important. Most important thing you could possibly do. And by mechanics, I mean aim, crosshair movement, or crosshair placement, positioning, in general, just moving your character. But there's just the problem with mechanics is that if you fixate on them and you don't know how to, you're wasting your time. And then also, like, it's not something that you can really get shortcuts for, just grinding. Well, Soren, I've done it for, like, literally 11,000 hours. So, of course, you're going to be a bumbling idiot compared to me. I'm the best in the world. At least that I know of. And I'm sorry that I just am, like, of course I am. I put more time in than anybody else. Does that mean anything? It's freaking video game coaching. Meaningless. I like it, but it's not all that meaningful. Doctors have accomplished way more than I have. But you're better at me at other things that you've put more hours in. So who cares? If it's important to you, you'll put the time in. That's it. What is meaningful? I mean, I'm saying that it just time being put in, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you're less or more of a person. It's just what you have put time into, you know? Shouldn't be charging somebody for coach? Of course you could be. If you provide value to somebody, of course you should be. I also think that, yeah, I mean, of course. If you provide the value, then I'm sure you do. I think coaches can be very valuable. Giving another perspective, 100%. Do you play much other than when new characters come out? No. Almost always, almost only during the new characters. I do like pugs, you know, with my subs and such for fun. But aside from that, no. Okay, thank you, Sarah Lee. That's good to know. Best in being humble too. Hey man, I don't have to undersell myself. Doesn't mean I'm an important person. Doesn't mean that what I'm doing is that critical or even that difficult. Don't need any false humility. Krusty was GM. Krusty was GM. Krusty just wasn't consistent. Krusty was diamond at points in time. Krusty was basically me. When he played, he was able to get the Masters Jam. Didn't play, though, for long periods of time would be like Plat Diamond. First time getting a super nice back because you're not playing playing. Yeah, there you go, Alexa. Nice, dude. This is crazy, man. What a match. Sorry for yapping over this, but this has been really interesting. He was always diamond for years. I'm not 100% certain that that's the case. I think that was partly urban myth, but I'm not 100% certain. Thank you, Sheesh. Yeah, so you shouldn't feel guilty for charging for anything as long as you're providing value for it. As long as you're putting effort into it and providing value to the person, then you shouldn't feel guilty for charging for it. Otherwise, that's like saying a collegiate player shouldn't be proud of being for their collegiate team if they're not, like, champion. That's ridiculous. You're providing value. It's a gradient, you know? I enjoy competing at things that I'm not that good at. So, you know. A coal miner shouldn't get paid unless he's the best in the world at it. That's true, actually. Thank you for that, Sarah Lee. It's hard when you're aiming to be the best at everything. I think aiming to be the best at everything is a sign of mental immaturity. And I mean that with as much respect as possible. I admire that, and I think that that can be an amazing stepping stone to doing great things. But you can't be the best at everything. You probably can't be the best at any one thing. And if you are, you're going to have to do so at the expense of a lot of other things. You're going to have to make sacrifices. So either you are going to be a developed and well-rounded, nuanced person, healthy person, or you're going to be a slightly unhealthy, overly fixated, successful person. And either of those things are different than what you think that you want to be, which is the best at everything. You get what I'm saying? I have made sacrifices to be the best at what I am, and I'm right now actively working on dialing back that and becoming a more healthy person, but it has been a very difficult thing to me to be able to do that. I am a strange person. I might be relatively amicable and polite and social enough, but I have done things that are weird in my career choices and my life choices. And I have to live with those consequences, and I also have to decide about whether I want to continue in that direction moving forward. Don't recommend it. So that's kind of the thing. And you're going to find that basically to be the case everywhere you go. That's why I don't play as much Overwatch anymore. That's why I've scaled back a little bit of my coaching, because I don't want to be a full-time pro coach anymore. I don't want to be a content creator. I've stopped doing short-form content a lot because I don't like. I also have ethical concerns with short-form content. At least spamming it out. I've slowed down my YouTube releases, not only for my own work ethic, because I'm very disillusioned with the dystopian future of content right now. And how it's just endless consumption, and I don't want to be part of that. I don't want to contribute to that. So I'm like kind of undergoing kind of a transition right now, to be honest with you. Choose your potions. Yeah. Should get coaching on haircuts. How do you manage hobby time? I try to find the app. I'm as efficient as I possibly can with work. As efficient as I possibly can. I'm not always good at it, but endless short form slop content is the future. I think so too, but I'm not. I refuse to participate. I might release a YouTube short for promotion every now and again, but I'm just I can't. I don't feel it doesn't feel right. I'm done, and I've already started kind of offshooting in different directions behind the scenes. Missed a mortgage payment for becoming a cult leader, yeah. Thank you, Raina. Okay, so Space Station down 2-0. They're going to ban Mercy. I think that's just to protect support, to be honest with you, because I think they want to kind of utilize the flexibility that CJ and Squid have. Whether it's Onakiri, EDR. I mean, I don't really know. I honestly don't know what they're going to play here. DK bans Orisa, so Kuffa can play Hazard. That's pretty much my expectation here. Lifeweaver's good here. Lifeweaver, I really think the BAP Lifeweaver is all about high damage output and having a get out of jail free card for your Baptiste. Not to mention Lifeweaver as a whole isn't just a get out of jail free card anymore. His damage is good. His healing is good. Gold, I say good. His ult is good. And he's good on this point too. A lot of verticality. Pedal's great. That's my take now. I think it's like what we saw earlier with EMEA with Lifeweaver on Circuit Royale. I think as long as there's a decent excuse for it in terms of a hero to pull, I think Lifeweaver apparently seems to be just good. You know, so like it's not like I still think you need a target to pull, a BAP, a Zen, a Pharah, whatever. But once you have that excuse, it's good. SSG banned Mercy to protect or support. The Mercy ban is just, this hero we will never play, so we will ban it. It has really nothing to do with the Mercy itself. It's just a safe support ban. I also think that like Lifeweaver is one of those supports that can kind of just live a Freya if he gets double bolted, so which is pretty unique. I mean, I think BAP is cheeks, but maybe the verticality is good enough. Maybe the damage is good enough. And Ultraviolet's a really freaking good BAP. And you have a Lifeweaver pull if you need it too. I don't know if it's good. I really don't know if it's good, guys. I'm not saying it's the optimal strategy, the best strategy for this team. I'm just saying that there's some logic here. I don't know if it's good. Yeah, he immediately swaps. There you go. Was a good try. Go next. I'm just explaining. If there's a feature to manually drag and edit your UI elements in Overwatch, no, maybe. Maybe you could argue it would be more easier for your eyes if you had your shift and E closer to the middle of your screen or your alt bar, minimizing the amount of variance with your random side eye motions. But that all of these would involve significant muscle memory change and practicing that. So all I could, and it would look so ugly, you know. But basically, it would just be about reducing the amount of eye motion necessary. He's going to go Ram because choke. I also don't know how Hazard feels versus this support lineup either. Maybe SSG should have banned Life Reaver. True, actually. That's actually so real of you, actually. Yeah. Cuff is struggling a little bit. Shouldn't be the end of the world. They're just a nano. Just don't stagger this. He'll definitely, I think I'd imagine Cuffa might, well, maybe you'd swap on third, but they'll have a recontest here. Cooldowns by your health. The MMO setup. EMP is so freaking free versus this comp. Even if you have a couple people dodge it, it's like there's no Suzu, there's nothing really to deal with it. This has been a really free push here. Even with this rally ban, I think the rally is like, I guess, I don't know, man. Kava needs to run. Yeah, he's gonna grab Mega. It's recontestable. If Maimon can live. Maimon can. They're not pushing cart. Lethal. This is okay. Like this is like they've angle max. They've ganked max. You know what I'm saying? Like they've like everyone's just kind of dying, but like they're just getting trades, making it chaotic. Oh man, that sucks. They got the trades. Lethal's probably gonna need to ult this though. Yeah, he ults it. There's the nade, but like, even, I mean, again, the trade's there. So now Juno ult, Admiral's going in. Now CJ's dead. He's gonna nano Winston, but is that gonna be enough? Cuff is on cart. Juno's out. Admiral probably stays Lucio to get back faster. Hack there, or excuse me, Virus and Cuffa. There's the bubble. Force keep the Sombra out. Bubble broken. Maimon's getting close to EMP. Seeker, with the Uvankara, whatever the frick she says. Easier to land versus a composition like this. So that's a pretty big deal here. So if Seeker gets a sightline, should be enough. Guys, little Virus there. Transcade's out. On his low. Dive on backline. Gets the pocketed. Hacked Mega Health back. EMP is available on Kellen, but they catch Maimon, and that's going to be a cap. Should be a cap. Yeah, it's cap. Decent stall there from Geeke from a really bad start. New Vanker. Something or another. Kiriko Lucio. A little bit more speed it. Move it. Run him over. Keep chasing. Close the distance. Probably will stay Winston here for the duration of this point, both tanks. I would be surprised to see any major swaps from here on out, outside of maybe Lethal onto Freya, just because of the point. Maimon's going to get out. They get the trade in Sugar Free. Geeke walking forward. Yeah, Ram would be stuck on the ground, but I don't think that's necessarily a problem if you can force point, but maybe it's too much. It's probably too much with the Freya. I think Freya, you need something to contest the height just a wee bit. EMP and these These EMPs have been great. These have been some lip EMPs right here. Just take what you can get, man. Don't mess around.
I mean, this sound barrier, how do you use this here? I mean, Kellen's definitely going to just jump in with Nano, but...
Can they get another trade here? I really like Geek to get some more space out of this. That's the Nano there, defensive Nano. Kaffa doesn't really want to use Primal there. Primal and Nano being used. That's going to force beat, but honestly, Geek is freaking thrilled with that. They also catch Sugar Free in the way out, and they're going to get more. I'm surprised Kaffa's going to Primal that, but it's not. You don't need to really be greedy. You're so far ahead in old economy. What's just playing it safe here? And they get a nice little 15-second stagger there, too. Yeah. They're going to go Brig Swap. Makes sense. Seems really good. I'm still curious to see if Lethal is going to turn his monitor on. No. If Lethal is going to use... He feels like he's got the wrong perk now for the map. And I'm curious to see if he's going to go Freya. If he ends up dying here. There's a lot of pressure on that bubble. He's going to walk forward. I actually like this. You know, this is where Sojourn's actually pretty good, is the flatter verticality here. I just don't think you really want to play backside verticality point with Sojourn here. They saw a bubble, they took space out the bubble. They know that there's no layering there from Space Station whatsoever. So even getting traded here for Lethal is totally fine. I wonder if they hold here, like actually hold this far forward. Good positions for your Lucio here. Again, better. And just feels like more of a things are even here versus Freya, as opposed to where Freya maybe feels better later on. I actually like this hold from Geek. Just for the heroes that they're running as well. We're going to see a Nano on Winston here soon. Trying to clear that Winston up first. I don't know if Bubble's been used now or not. There's the Nano. He's going to try to rotate to get value of the Nano. Geek is going to kite this out. I really wish they hadn't. That was awkward from Geek. They didn't seem to make up their mind. Kuffa's going to die for that indecision, but Kellen should die as well. It's really important that he does. He's close to ult. Maimoon is going to EMP nothing because he doesn't need to. Good hold. Good job by Geek. Starting with second point, that was well done.
And a late sound barrier from Geek, again, not required. They're going to hold Space Station Gaming on that third point. Johnny, a very clear win.
What do you think of Winston, Sombra? Are more meta picks or more map dependent picks? Definitely map dependent. Definitely map dependent. I think the Sombra is something that can deal with Freya well when the map is friendly for her, but Tracer can really give her issues if the map isn't good for her. And I think Winston is just a strong tank on good maps, but he's not great with Freya. I think Winston is balanced right now in pro meta. I think that part of his struggles, if any, are more to do with the fact that Freya is stronger and not because he's necessarily specifically weak. And no, the current ban system would be terrible in this environment because it's this is a ban system. Once you ban a character, you can't ban them again, and so we'd run out of characters really fast. Hey, Rashi. So the ban system works really well for pro play because there's a series of maps back to back to back. GK pick up proper. Probably see. I don't think we see BAP here, do we? Maybe they do. Again, the first point attack. Lethal will not. Lethal will go Freya, but okay, yeah. Kiri Lucy makes a little more sense.
The flip and the phone. Kellen on the phone. Uzi calling. Or Smurf on the phone. Sorry, if you want to go super far.
No way he stays Hanzo. Yeah, I was gonna say he's just doing a little bit of scouting, a little bit of pressure, a little storm arrow in the sky. Goes Sojourn. Interesting. I think Sojourn's good here. Maimoon is smoked. Little screwy there. Sugar free.
Oh right, Sugar Free. Okay, back into this game though. Let's stop geeking out a little bit. And esports on the other hand, Johnny.
With a skill boost backflips, little known tech there. That is. Thank you for highlighting that. I appreciate that. I did not know that tech. Now I do. Thank you, Blind. Could ban the same hero multiple times. Yes, because then we'd have basically mirror matchups for a large portion of games. You have to force pros to play variety. You can't trust them. And I mean that unironically. Kellen, smoked. Pants are down. Naked cheeks in the air. Shame, embarrassing. Somebody call his mother. Seeker is down. Lethal is the GOAT. And that is that. I would be surprised. Wouldn't be surprised to see a squid swap here. Other than that, I think Space Station stays. Seeker's actually going to go Sojourn. Maybe it's just better matchup there on the map. I honestly don't know. Squid's going to stay. Okay, well. Pretty congested map here. Let's see. Kutsune Gaidu! And then Nano Winston. Oh! Wait, Seeker's freaking hit. I GOG, yes. I GOG every morning. I wake up and I say GOG, and Pepper hits me with a frying pan. Sombra, there's the verticality that we talked about. You notice he doesn't even try. It's like it's pointless. What is Will doing? He's cool because he is playing Sombra. So please don't not question Will. Thank you. Primal Rage. Sojourn. Can we connect with Sojourn? Hack on Sojourn prevents the follow-up with the dive. Callan is still going to go for it because he's got healthy HP. Will is down. Sojourn down. Nano. Primal. Pulse. Yibbity skibbity. Why does your Winston sound like a wise old wizard? Because Winston is a wise old wizard. True story. He is the silver wizard of the Forgotten Forest. Yeah. If you want to enter the Forgotten Forest, you have to have the silver wizard's permission. Otherwise, he'll Goomba stomp you and throw his potions at you. They're going to just int with beat, and that's going to do just fine. Lucio's unable to make the rotation safely. No, it's not the Dark Forces. The Silver Wizard's a good guy. What does GOG mean? So let me tell you guys about GOG. GOG means get on the game, or get on game, you know. But I have decided that GOG means get your game on. Get on game. Like, as in, get your life together. Stop playing freaking video games. Throw some iron around. Eat some raw meat. Scratch your gonads. You kind of get what I'm saying? So I wake up, I say GOG. I don't say I mean video games. I mean get your life together. Grow up. Take some illegal testosterone supplements. Develop a complex. You know, supercharge your brain cells. Crash out in a gutter. That's what you should be doing. When I GOG every morning, that's what I'm thinking about. And so I GOG every morning. It's not going to catch on, little bro. I don't give a frick about it's going to catch on. Most of you guys couldn't handle it anyway. Why would I want to catch on? You guys are a bunch of puny sheep. Kuffa's caught. Kuffa agrees it. Just a wee. They're going to walk forward. Kitsune and point once they get Kuffa back. Will those test supplements? Potentially, yes. Kitsune and point, Primal Rage probably to disrupt, maybe even Sojourn ult. They force slide. That's a probably good time to Kitsune. They do Kitsune. Seeker's in trouble. Lethal's in trouble, but they get the trade. Pulse hits. Still very winnable for both teams, but Callan has Primal, which means really this should be nowhere to go that Kiriko and Sombra can't be chased. Okay. Yes, you missed the GOG because you're not a subscriber, and so you don't deserve to hear the GOG. Ooh, Callan Bubble Forest. Kafka could push this now. They've got about 5 seconds to push this. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Disregard. They're playing slow for beat or EMP. Right, they're just gonna go hard. They're tracking beat. They're tracking beat. Get him. Get him. Ah! Got away. That's actually well played by CJ. Credit goes to credit due. Beat is used. EMP is used. They catch Callan with the EMP. He doesn't get his Primal Rage off. Then Kitsune is layered on top. That's such a good fight plan there from Geeke. Cause havoc. Make the beat ugly. Callan goes backline trade. Solo EMP the monkey so that he doesn't even get his Primal Rage off. Beautiful. Space station set on fire and let into the woods. Nothing could save them. Really well done, honestly. Fight plan there. That was really well done.
try to aggressively primer as well to force out that sound barrier. It just feels like GK are just playing on a different level right now.
It's really well done. Seriously, good. It was a good ult plan there at the end. They read the room really well. Credit goes to credit due. That's right.
So, SSG fans, are we hitting the padding button?
Why does SSG look so terrible this stage? No idea. Meta, Freya, bans, unluck, confidence, randomness. Stuff happens. Straight up. Randomness. Stuff happens. Not saying it's random to win. I'm just saying that you never can tell. There's a million different variables.
I'm not going crazy, he says. Come on now. GK are tough, but SG should be better than those teams.
You're expecting GK to be at the top of the leaderboard and at the top of this stage, right? And I think this proves it in one way. I think their record, especially looking back at the team.
Not enough water, yes.
China, they look sick.
It was a bladder infection for the SSG. I haven't tried out the Genji changes, no. Yeah, GK is very good, right? Yeah, I mean, I look at this backline. Admiral, UV, Kuffa, Lethal. Maimon I'm not as familiar with recently. He was good, quite good back in the day, but I have not been familiar with Maimon's game in probably 4 years. So I don't know how good he is compared to the others. But, I mean, UV, Admiral, Kuffa, Lethal, it's pretty freaking good. I mean, I would... Yeah, I mean, I favor the backline and the hit scan, I think. And, yeah, maybe with the exception of Sugar Free and, I don't know, Kellen Hero Dependent, you know?
Final fight is a perfect example of that. Solo EMP and Kellen winning as Primal Rage, killing the Winston, so they can't hold on to that final point.
From floor sleeping? Why are you sleeping on the floor, Stefano? You gotta stretch your body and move. You gotta wiggle. Wiggle your way to happiness.
I think this was just more a matter of GK playing really great over.
Yeah, I mean, SSG is like, yeah, I mean, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with SSG's backline. It's really good, but I mean, it's UV Admiral. I feel like probably right now, like probably the NA's best backline, I think.
We saw how Lethal was having an impact throughout that series, and at times, of course, you're being protected.
Stefano, jump out a third floor window and land on. What would put your back into place? I don't know. Fire hydrant. Fix you right up. I would take a bath, Stefano, and I would do some dynamic stretches and movement. Just not necessarily static, just get it warm, you know? Get some sleep, magnesium, maybe some turmeric, black pepper. Make sure you're eating some protein. Maybe a foundation series. There's a 10-minute foundation series which might help you with your lower back.
So first things first, of course, congratulations. Thank you so
Maimon. Will is here.
You are the newest member of this squad, slotting right in, and it's looking clean. How has it been like for you to come into
Nice, Stefano. Keep wiggling, man. Keep wiggling.
Roster, even though you obviously are playing under a new org now.
I just freaking love watching Overwatch since the bans, man. That match, like, it's like dive and stuff, you know, and like hybrid. I just love it so much. It's just so nice to watch. Yeah, it's the wrong mic, I think. Get the freaking echo. You have trouble in your backline IRL? Let me see if I can find that foundation workout. Foundation, 10 minutes back. You might this was kind of helpful for me. This is like some back strengthening stuff. You might try this out. See how it feels. It's been a long time since I've done this. It's like some dynamic stretching and strengthening, some isometric stuff. It's gonna hurt. Just a warning, but you might give this a shot.
Yeah, can you share?
I'm trying to think if there's any other ideas. Are any of these other ideas stand out to you guys as being something that you guys might want to see? Ask Spilo, objective tips, communication 101, replay viewer, dev interview miniseries, live coaching. Oh yeah, you guys are gonna love this one. 80s style Pilates aerobic sub goal. Oh my gosh. This would have to be like a full-on study though. Oh gosh, that would be live on in infamy. Utility equals responsibility. Reading the game, same mistake twice. One change for every hero. Chess versus Overwatch. 2, polish, don't grind. Intelligent swapping. Communicate with your eyes. Managing tilt. Recoaching bliss, but people don't play tank. Spilo to GM. Coaching my own VODs. Informational inconsistency. Overwatch U. Making functional comms. Stopping yourself in good practice. Stop flicking. Overwatch practice is unintuitive. Balance versus casuals and pros. Tank versus DPS. 3 rules of quality meta check. Why Doom is toxic. Who benefits the most from perks. Death of the shot caller. Collab with Coach Smash. Patreon. Ask Spilo. When not to shoot tank or roast review. The misunderstood heroes. You've hit rock bottom. Hero bands tips. Like Jane Fonda, but Spilo, yeah. Chess versus Overwatch 2. Yeah, I'd have to put more study into it. Basically, the TLDR is something that I already touched on earlier, which is like, if it's not speed chess, you have... Okay, so here's what it is. When you have a game that is slow-paced, it is important to have opaque strategy. You understand? When you have a game that is fast-paced, it is actually fine to have a game whose strategy is not opaque. In other words, you could, in theory, pause at any given moment and say exactly what you should do. You get what I'm saying? So with chess, it has a much more opaque strategy because everything is visible on your screen. There's no informational retention. It's all that's given. It's all given. You can see everything at all times. But with Overwatch, it's fast-paced. And it's not as complicated to solve in any one given moment necessarily. So it happens at a much more rapid rate because it's more about a question, kind of what we talked about earlier, how fast can you make those strategic decisions? Knowledge versus skill with managing tilt. Yeah. The tilt one is tough because tilt one is more about the habits that you've done, Stefano. And frankly, there is no one simple thing you can do with tilt. Like you can't watch a guide. You have to like develop yourself as it. So I've done some 66 coaching. Yeah, I don't get as many 66 VODs, but yeah. Why Doom is toxic? Yeah. Doom is toxic, I think, is going to be part of a larger series I want to do about like Symmetra. We talked about it earlier, but like Mei and Bap, heroes that have been left behind, you know, or have aspects that need more work. Oh, an opaque strategy means as in you can't understand it. You can't see it. If you're new to chess, you will not see the same things that even an intermediate player will see. Right? Whereas Overwatch, an intermediate Overwatch player can often see the right thing to do, but they just don't have the experience to make the decision in the moment. Oh, that's interesting, Poke. Yeah. So I find the slower the game, if it's a competitive game, generally the more difficult it is to understand the strategy. Whereas the faster the game, it's more easy to know what the right strategy is if you could pause at any one given moment, but you're not always given that, or you're not given full information. I hate to always talk about Age of Empires, but Age of Empires, there's a literal fog of war. You don't always have full information, so you're forced to make decisions without full information, because if you had full information, there would be very little strategy. It's significantly easier for me, who doesn't even play Age of Empires very much at all, who I can look at a game and be like, oh yeah, they should have done that, right? Because I see everything. Yeah, Stefano, yeah. Imposter syndrome. Yes, I have. I do get that one a lot as well. I think imposter syndrome is a ramification of people not understanding how slow improvement comes. And also people's lack of objectivity with their strengths and weaknesses. Let me give you an example. When you improve from bronze to grandmaster, it happens in thousands of tiny, tiny little increments. So you don't always see that big chunk of improvement. It happens super slowly. I used to always have this weird question I'd ask myself. I was a weird kid, okay? I'm always like 8 years old, and I was like, all right, this door is cracked. You know, there's a little sliver of a crack. If I was kind of like halfway, not really paying attention, and opening the door at a centimeter per hour, how many hours would it take for me to kind of go, wait a second, that door was not open 10 hours ago? You gotta get what I'm saying? Like, it would happen so slow. All of a sudden, I'd be like, how many hours would it take for me to notice that somebody was opening that door at an infinitesimally slow rate? That's how improvement works. And so that can be a contributing factor to imposter syndrome. The other contributing factor to imposter syndrome is people don't always know how bad they are because people don't always self-VOD review. So, in other words, I will look at my master's Freya and go, wow, I thought I did better than that. Then I will go look at my diamond Freya VOD and I'll go, oh my gosh, I was way worse than I thought I was. So I will see the improvement once I realize how bad I used to be. I assume that's what you're talking about, A. But can I see you in your home? No. Yeah, go for it, Poke. Yeah, Sarah, I've worked with some pro players that have that problem. It's a really ugly personality flaw. It's usually rooted in the fact that person only has their identity tied up into that individual skill. So they feel like if I am not the greatest Overwatch player, I am nothing. But yeah, it is a really ugly personality trait where they bring others down instead of bringing themselves up when they win. And they're obsessed with how good other people are on. And the goalposts constantly move. I'm not going to say who, but there were one or two pro players that I work with in my career in Contenders in the Overwatch League, and it was miserable working with those individuals, and it really slowed or significantly hindered their growth. When you say, oh, I'm not good, they're just bad, that is one of the most toxic things that you can possibly say. It's not only egotistical, it's also disrespectful and just a miserable outlook to have. It's a miserable outlook to have. I deal with it quite a lot, but more in general, like life, more general license, like my own feelings, what I do, I feel is fake or not enough, you know? Yeah, I would have to be a more in-depth conversation in that regard. You just need to, I don't know. Okay, let's look at this poke.
Maps and teammates, inconsistencies in your own play, there are many variables that play a part in causing losers queue, and while a lot of them seem to be completely outside of our control, I've figured out a ton of different methods to take back control over the outcome of matches and avoid this phenomenon. So that's what I'm going to share with you today. There are 3 different versions of losers queue.
Look at this
and the
editing.
first one is caused by external variables, which include—
Why is that egotistical? Because you are offended that this worthless piece of trash is competing with you. That's why. You don't think that they're deserving of your presence. In fact, a lot of self-hatred is rooted in ego. That's a bit of a broad statement because there's a expectation that we set for ourselves because it's what I deserve. It's who I really am. I just constantly underscore what I think I actually am or what I actually deserve. A lot of self-hatred is ego. You're obsessed with themselves and how good they should be and sometimes are, and that they always expect themselves to be that good. It's a very disturbing, endless cycle. If somebody if somebody really thinks lowly of themselves, they would not be bothered by a low performance because they're not that important. But a lot of people aren't like that. So, respect to enemies is appreciating them for the skill and that they can show. Well, it's disrespectful, but that's exactly what ego is. It's thinking, I'm better than you. You're trash. And the only way that I would lose to is if I'm also trash. Right? And so it's when people say that, they don't actually think that they're trash. They just think that I'm trash right now. Right? You kind of get what I'm saying? The ego is a shield from self-hate, interchangeably. But the problem is that I don't, for some people, being more confident in themselves, for a lot of people, being more confident in themselves is a great way for them to get over their ego, right? Because they don't think of themselves as only an Overwatch player. I kind of talked about that earlier. But I also think that you can all look at it from the flip side as well. I think a lot of egotistical people or self-hating people need to go out and help other people. You need to go out and help people. You need to go and be a servant to other people and be like, wow, there's a lot of meaning even when it's not all about me. You know what I'm saying? That's obviously easy to say. It's a much more complicated target, and I'm far from qualified to talk about it. What's up, Dante? Thanks for the raid, dude. But I don't know. I think it's a dangerous cultural thing to say, oh, you just have to love yourself always. I do think that self-respect is so incredibly important and something that takes practice and training. But I do also think that only fixating on yourself is not always the simplest and best solution. So, and I can speak from experience that sometimes the times I feel the best about myself are when I can feel my value and how I'm assisting, helping, and serving. Yeah. But that I guess a very complicated topic, just food for thought. Sorry, Poke. How are we doing here? We will watch this, Poke. Maybe after this. And by ego, I don't necessarily mean thinking. What is the phrase from C.S. Lewis? I really think it's a good phrase, which is it's obviously kind of like a catchy little phrase, but I think it's quite accurate. It's not just about thinking less of yourself, but thinking of yourself less, right? Like that phrase, right? I think about that all the time. I don't think less of myself. I try to be as accurate with my opinion of myself, and I certainly think more of myself than I actually am, right? I think we all do. But I think it's important to not only think of yourself. And I think that's where the toxicity with things can kind of come in, you know?
But they have Knife on the bench as well. Yeah, they do have Knife on the bench, who saw some playtime last week, came in and played the Sombra, and they said in that interview...
Zero needs to pick a hero. Yeah, Zero is AFK or... Winston Ban, which Wow, wait, Rhino? When is Rhino playing professional Overwatch? Am I out of the loop? Nobody without self-confidence would use that haircut. Yeah. Yeah, all right, Poke. I'll take a look, man. Freaking DPS players, dude. Wow, Rhino. That's a throwback. Yes, Coach Rhino in Uprising Academy. He was a squeaker. He was a bench riding squeaker. I felt really bad for him because he was basically just a sub for when Kron Dop, boy, that's another shout out, couldn't make scrims because it was too late for Kron because he had like a really strict. He was in school still at the time, so kind of a screwy situation for Rhino. It was really unfair to him, but he had a very successful contenders career after that, so it was good for him. Oh, he's in UCI? Nice. Good for him. Good for him. Oh, Uprising Academy and the Trail of Tears. The pile of corpses left behind by that organization. Holy crap. Killed more coaches and players' careers than... I mean, I honestly don't even know. Than remote Overwatch League teams. Yeah, cheers, A. I'm sorry I couldn't go more in depth. I'd have to understand your situation a little bit more. I don't feel like I fully understand. Ana Brigitte ball is odd. You know, it makes sense for the map and for the heroes being played, but the nano target's probably going to be more Freya here. You know, actually, that's the thought. You know, Freya with nano could do a lot of work here. You have pretty much any position you want, so there's not going to be a real concern about not getting value. Okay, Lucio. This is, dude. What year am I in? Rhino, Lep, and Luke Mino. What is this? 2020 or 2021? What is going on here? Crazy. Brig to deny the ball, Brig to pocket the Tracer, Lucio, because the map is good for Tracer. So your DPS can have a little bit less pocket, but can have another hero that can actually go out and do stuff. So, and Lep obviously is just he's a good Lucio. So, oh, that's a doozy. 2020, 20-0-20. Yeah, that's right. Which killed more careers, Shanghai versus Boston? I'm not as familiar with early Shanghai, but Boston had some good players. That's the problem. Like Boston we had some good thing to play. It wasn't just like, oh, you know, it's actually good potential there, but yeah. Okay. Yeah, I need to be careful. How's the game audio? Can you guys just barely hear the casters? I want the casters to be kind of in the background. Pour a 40 out for Tap. Frick, man. Why'd you gotta say that? Timber. Is Tap playing Rivals still? What is Tap up to nowadays? I saw Tap was like, he was like rank 1 in Rivals for a while. Beating up the elementary cool kids with dodgeball. Tree is just going in. There's that nano, like I said, the nano Freya. It's really easy to force value with Freya with the amount of mobility that she has. Cool. Rocket, my brother.
Rocket's Tracer is just sublime. RuPaul does manage to get out of the way of Rocket, who is on a little bit of a tear there, but Nightmare's still controlling the point. And getting these Wrecking Ball comps off of the point, Johnny, is next to impossible.
How good is Chronic, y'all? That is a name that's vaguely familiar, but is definitely one of the, I'll say, new kid on the block relative to this old fart. How is he? We have a game for old people. Yeah. I think Tap just goes to school now. Right. I know he was collegiate for a little while. A little while ago, I want to say about a year and a half ago, I was hanging out with the old Dutch boys. With Don, Krondop, Tap, A10, I think. We were in a voice call, just chewing the fat, talking about the old days. Fun group of boys. Beat engage. Chronic is isolated. Can they connect on backline? Rally is there to sustain. That window's down. Good news, Nightmare still has point. They should be able to stall point. Probably close to 90 if they play it correctly. Luke is dead. But, again, can they get the stall? They can. They can. They're going to get it more than 90, it sounds like. 93, 94, 95, 96, 97. It's not a bad stall. You get rid of hammer time? I did. I condensed it into content suggestions. So if you have any hammer time stuff, just throw it in content suggestions. Chronic is highly rated. About as good as you on a bad day? That's not too shabby. That bar is really high here. Bad news, a lot of ults were dumped in there for Nightmare. They only really have Nano to contend with here, or to play with, rather. Hammer time was just reviewing content, educational content, giving my opinion on it. Some damage on Rhino. I'm curious to see what the Freyas are running here. Are they still using the crit perk, or would you go for Ice Bolts versus the Balmir? I assume there's going to be Balmir for at least 2 of these rounds. Nano onto Chronic. Connection isn't quite there with the shots. He does force some damage onto the ball, and reverse Nano. Tree has the better angle. Chronic is dead. RuPaul is dead, though. Lep is on a mission. Trades are there. Vega's dead. Backline's connected. And now if we can keep the Rhino alive, and we can, that's going to be a nice flip there for Nightmare. Odd setup there for the backline. Backline got rolled from Liquid. Some good connects from Lep there. Infected is going to potentially die. Mines are used. Clear some of the mines, and he's dead.
Cleared out by a slam from Infected, but quickly dealt with. As now it is go time for Liquid to try and get back into this. They're going to get a couple of touches using the mines.
And that's it.
A good anti-nade again from Lucamino. A polar shot from
Good stuff.
the side. In fact, in the
Do you ever do more meta concepts like Capitology or OC? It is on my list of things to consider, yes. I definitely think it is a blind spot in my content for sure.
despite the percentage banks, Johnny, it felt way more one-sided.
I know Capitology, I think, put a video that people wanted me to review recently, but I don't think OC does more like the compositional stuff and much more well-edited quality content pieces, which I don't think I would ever go for personally, just based off of my strengths, but yeah, we'll see. Probably the same comp here. I don't know if you'd play Lucio here, though, is the only question.
One death for Lep, 0
Actually, I mean, I don't know. What do I know?
looking good. Looking really close.
I don't feel like Lucio's good here. It's too open, I think.
Know he's going to do well in a meta where Tracer is almost perma played.
Wow, they're going to play Lucio. Wow. I get that, man. I guess you can rotate your Ana around because you're not near as static as you are in the previous map, so I can come up with a reason, but it would be lying to say that I expected Lucio to be played here.
And be the difference maker. I'm ready. Off to a good start on Ilios draws.
I mean, hey, he's good with it on the Lucio, so we'll see if it can continue. Looks like Vega's going to do the same thing here, Johnny.
It just doesn't feel like you have a lot of pocket onto your... I don't know. Maybe the matchup versus Ball is pretty good in this map.
It's so silly sometimes with the Wrecking Ball, because Wrecking Ball is like, okay, we set up, we slam, we go in, Tracer, Lucio can kind of follow up, or it's the Frey is getting kills. Like,
Lucamino down.
like two-tapping someone, or the ball is just like constantly cycling slam. Lucamino
Tree is absolutely farming right now.
from Tree, so
Not sure if that's all damage on Ball or what.
the point, of course, and give it over to Liquid, but
Overwatch in chess terms? Bro, I don't know chess terms. I was a chess prodigy and that never happened. I learned how to play chess when I was just turned 4 years old. My grandfather taught me. Really liked it. Got books on it. Played it a lot. Never really had anybody to play it with besides my sibling, who is like 3. So I just never really played it after that. And so it kind of fell off. I like chess, but I haven't played it seriously in literally 25 years. So 24 years. I played it up till I was like 7 or so. So 23. Dante Raid. You're a little slow, but thank you. I appreciate it, Stitched.
it's worth noting as well, Johnny. The perks, we're always going to see these two perks as well. The free dash when you updraft, and also seeing critical health.
So he's still using the crit perk. I forgot to take a look at that here. It's good to know. There's a nano. That seems like way too early of a nano. There's backline's not taking. That was a miss from RuPaul, honestly. There's no ball. There's no backline. There's no nothing. I don't get the nano there. Something was miscommunicated there. Rhino does get picked. Rocket's in. We should see nano and chronic here because I think we're seeing enough space being taken here. So don't be surprised if we see, there it is, right? So the difference here is that there's nowhere Tree can go. Like the commitment has been there. You shoot ball, like even that right there. Look at the damage there. Just monstrous, right? Really odd nano, honestly.
What team/player that you've coached would you say you were most
Sheer
successful
cold.
with coaching?
Sheer cold. I will take a lot of credit for how that team did. I won't take a lot of credit for some of the other teams that I did. But that one I think has definitely had the most impact. I managed a full-on coaching roster, trialed coaches, delegated really well, managed a lot of really tricky personalities, coached, wow, Chronic, there you go. Was able to coach micro and macro, I think, pretty effectively, and we wildly overperformed what our roster should have been able to do. So best case scenario for me that season. And that was also coming off of Uprising Academy. Big loss in confidence in myself, and I really felt like I leveled up my game and showcased it there. Is the best frame map? I don't know. It's a good map for sure. Definitely a good map. It has that verticality in the sightlines that you need. Lab gets the kill on RuPaul. I don't think that was off the map necessarily, but yeah. Get you back in the loop on chest? Yeah. I don't... Maybe. Doesn't know what to do with Genji? I don't think they're really concerned with Genji. I think that the vision with the projectile speed was pretty fair. I think that there's some good criticisms about blade damage and so on. But I don't think Genji's like that big of a problem, to be honest with you guys. Very small beat. I think Genji's performing pretty fine, to be honest. I think actually Genji's one of the best positions of the entire cast, I think. Defensive nano. Pulse is there. Not necessary. Tracer's dead. Pulse could be used on... Will he get it? Will he get it? A Rocket's going to get it, I guarantee you. I'm going to chop off my left knee if he doesn't hit this Pulse Bomb. I don't even know how I'm going to do that, but I'm going to find a way. Check it out.
They're trying to stall this out, but obviously have to touch. Infected losing a lot of health. And with a Moira Lucio composition,
Frick.
healing is just not there for Liquid.
Nice nano boost there on to Chronic, but Chronic needs to come up with some big kills here. Rocket's found his one, but
What was the plan there, Rocket? Like, what was the plan? I'm going to be crippled for life, and that there wasn't even... You didn't even try. You didn't even know about the fate. Like, what the frick, dude? I lose my knee to a Moira stick? He doesn't even freaking try.
Goodbye, knee.
Thank you for the sub. What? That wasn't even... He didn't even try. This guy's straight up, like, tossing. The Capitology video? I've seen it, yeah. I think it does a good job explaining map control. I mean, Korean's just better at it, but yeah. Yeah, it's freaking stream sniping me in a pro match. How do you do that, man? Well, you know, actually, now that I think about it, what really is a knee? You know, maybe we should reevaluate here. Are they gonna play ball here too? Makes sense, I guess. Luke on BAP? I mean, it's a good map for it, but really? Boy, this is weird, dude. BAP, what? You just kind of DPS stuff, but what can you even DPS? He dodged the slam. That's big. He's got the hack defense versus ball, which is definitely helpful. And to be fair, Ana's not great here either. I still had questions about the Ana. Not that it's bad, there just isn't really a good choice here. And Luke is pretty good at BAP. I guess, but like just to live, Freya, nade, tracer. I guess it's the verticality. Like there are reasons here, right? It's like the Lifeweaver stuff we were seeing on King's Row. Verticality, nothing to pocket. You just do your own thing, you know. But my goodness, is that enough? Is it just a variable? I guess just to shoot. Yeah. You sure BAP is that bad? Camara, the supports coach? I am sure. I am sure.
And usually we like, oh, they're gonna play all out dive here. They're going to be really aggressive. Right. But they're almost like drawing Liquid in. They're saying like, hey, you have to step up to reach our Batiste or get to our Lucio.
Tracking this smooth? Yeah, I mean Luke is I don't even know how many hours Luke has in this game. Rocket. My right knee too. Gotham chest would be awesome to collab with. Nice, good to know. All right, cheers, mate. Thank you, He-Man. I always see Herman jokes and He-Man jokes. Very different. Herman doesn't sound like a very He-Man name. Gotham chest doesn't like Overwatch. I'll try not to hold it against him. It's not for everybody. You'd have to have a certain level of IQ. Before the last two pulse bombs, yeah, 100% stick rate. Big nano. Actually connected with that nano, so that's nice. Was a tank main? I love that, actually. I wonder if he quit during Brig. Or Orisa. We reacted to that Overwatch tank video from like 2017, 2 days ago. And holy crap, PTSD for how bad tank could feel at times. Rank 1 scores in Kovacs? Makes sense. I know he's got the Vaxta. I think he has the Vaxta challenge record. It's kind of interesting for teams that are opening with the hack there. They actually don't virus right away. They kind of wait for movement patterns to settle. So you either open with virus or you chill for a second. Super stack of ults here. Mine's gonna be pretty brutal here. So we'll have to wait and see. Chronic rotating. They're gonna probably try and just EMP whatever touches. They might just solo EMP the ball, honestly. Yeah, they're going to. And they're gonna catch Tracer too, I think. That's it. That's a flip there. Pretty expensive, but Rally's used as well, so I guess that there's no way they beat, right? Shouldn't need to beat. Yeah, it's fine. Nice. We'll open with Hack, allows you, once the phrase distracted, to kind of shoot and pepper. So, pepper, I say. Yeah, Sombra's good versus Freya. Sombra's also pretty good in this map, too. So, we've seen a lot of, like, niche Sombra, depending on the situation. Nice shots. You could Freya ult that if you see an opportunity, but it looks like we're going to hold it. I mean, there's also no reason to be super greedy here. There kind of looks like they're, yeah, bait the beat engage, live the beat engage. Vega's isolated. I think Vega dropped and got smoked. Ooh, okay. Probably doesn't matter. Oh, no, he missed the jump. He's freaking dead. Nightmare wins this. Pulse bomb or nothing here. Pulse bomb or nothing. Has to be pulse bomb. I think, because I think, in fact, it's just going to freaking die. Good point shuffling there, by the way. Trusting the Tracer to touch and then trusting the ball and then getting the nano in. But the BAP win is uncontested because they have to touch point. So, again, this has to come down to pull. Oh, no! Oh, no! Oh, no! He gets the lamp off. Huge. That was actually really well played by Liquid. They actually like shuffled the point there really nicely and gave themselves an opportunity. But, nope, Nightmare too good. Was she a problem when you did Freya Masters? No, because she was banned in 80% of the games. I played a couple games versus Sombra. It felt tolerable. Like, you had to... It depended on the map. I was pretty good at tracking her positioning because I was like, I'm going to beat her, you know? I was like very egoed with it. I was like, I just know where she is at all times. And so, okay. But there were one or two games I had that were definitely tough on bad maps. I have not seen the Doomfist video from H-Bomber guy now. Chat, are they doing unofficials in Discord? Hang on, I don't know why I'm asking you guys this. Oh, wait, Pepper's home. Perfect timing. Hey! No, I'm still streaming. H-Bomber's Doomfist guy video is... Oh, I need to watch the poke video first. Hang on. Let's watch the poke video really fast, chat.
There are 3 different versions of Loser's Queue, and the first one is caused by external variables, which include anything outside direct control of the player, such as the map, teammates and enemies, as well as their hero picks, and the list goes on. For example, imagine you're a ball main, and you load into a Circuit Royale match with both your DPS insta-locking Junk and Sim. On the other side, everyone seems to know how to play a ball comp, picking characters like Sigma, Widow, and Zen. Needless to say, you and your team get stomped despite everyone's rank being perfectly balanced, as the matchmaker simply can't account for the interactions between maps and hero pools. Wow.
I'm gonna speed you up, Poke.
That was so much fun! Situations like this suck, and unfortunately, they're bound to happen from time to time, as that's simply how probability works, so all we can do is accept them and move on, right? Actually, no. Think of all the variables as puzzle pieces that are randomly drawn from a pool full of different shapes every time a match is created. Depending on the luck of the draw, forming a cohesive unit may be a simple task, or an impossible one. Every player in the match gets to control the shape of their own piece, and so a team may try different combinations to find the best possible one for the situation. However, this type of coordination is unfortunately very hard to come by, meaning that the only variable you can truly control is your own piece. That might not sound like much, but it actually gives you much more leverage than you would expect. This is because your decision has a ripple effect across all other pieces, and the recent OpenQ 66 mode is a great example of that. Being a top 500 player on all roles, I initially assumed that the best way to climb to my goal of PM5 in this format was to pick the character with the most carry potential for each map, which usually meant going tank to dictate the flow of the game and enable my team to succeed. However, despite performing like a smurf in all matches I played, I wasn't really moving in rank. How is that possible? Well, the wins I was getting were all really easy, but the losses felt impossible to carry, with half my team playing like plats in a master's lobby. This caused me to enter a loop of rotating roles between tank, DPS, and support based on what my last bad experience was, desperately trying to plug all the holes in the sinking ship I was in, and failing miserably. I crashed out. Struggling on a mode I should excel at made me lash out at my teammates as a way to cope with my own shortcomings, and I got silenced in the process. With no one else to blame but myself, I smiled, thankful for this deserved punishment that set me in the right path again, as in the next few days, I speedran all the way to my goal with an 83% win rate and a 10-game win streak to end the grind. So, what caused such a drastic change? It's quite simple actually. Without the ability to communicate, I was forced to look solely at what I could do and control, and with that, I became aware of the ripple effects of my hero picks. Rather than forcing my teammates to work around me and hoping they had the hero pool and knowledge to do so, I flexed around them instead, being the glue that held my team together each match. Essentially, your degree of flexibility can either exacerbate or diminish the effects randomness has in your games, and by misusing my ability to flex, I initially forced a lot of master players to play characters they were plat with. With all this being said, I should mention that flexibility only works if you can actually perform the role that is being asked of you. I can play Genji into characters like Moira because I'm experienced and skilled enough to handle the matchup, and I can swap from Ball to Orisa to counter Mauga because I'm good enough at her to put into practice the advantage she has over him.
Interesting.
Lots of
Could you
players
turn up a little bit? Yeah, I will. I'm trying to make it sure it doesn't echo, but let's try that.
Counter swap game because they're only good at identifying the issue at hand, and those
better?
who don't swap can also run into issues if they can't adapt their playstyle. The second version of loser's queue is caused by emotions, and it is very dangerous as all rational thinking goes through the window. Tilt will not only cause you to lose focus of your own performance and prevent you from learning anything from the session, but it can even make you unable to stop queuing until you get your rank back. Something that simply won't happen when you're playing like trash, and thus means the situation will snowball out of control as you lose match after match.
Sorry, I'm speeding just
potentially
because of
bad
the
habits which
digital
all the
next
time
map.
spent making terrible plays. These cycles are so vicious that it's almost impossible to stop them midway through, so external factors like time need to do the heavy lifting to force the machine to come to a halt. Emotions aren't inherently good or bad though, and it's possible for you to process them in a healthy way, such as by turning frustration from a duel you keep losing into extra focus so you can come out on top in the next encounter. However, this is a very volatile approach, so the best way to prevent tilt queuing from ever happening is to keep your eyes locked in on the most important objective in ranked: improvements. Ranking up is a consequence of getting better, and to do so, you need to look at your own gameplay, set clear goals to work on, and put in quality practice time. For example, if I'm working my positioning, I'll use objective metrics to judge whether the angles I'm taking are good or bad, regardless of outcome. It doesn't matter if I miss all my shots and lose the fight after taking the correct position, as I succeeded in the goal I was working on. The opposite also applies, so I shouldn't be happy about winning a fight if I positioned poorly. The great thing about this mindset is that it makes tilting basically impossible, seeing as it reframes success into something you have full control over, which is the effort you put in rather than the outcome of the match. In fact, I can attest to this, as I literally can't remember the last time I tilted when grinding DPS in 5v5, since that's the only queue I'm always pushing to get a new peak on. In contrast, I constantly get annoyed when I do my occasional climbs in other roles and modes, as I already know I can reach the rank I'm aiming for in them, so it's only a matter of when it will happen, and thus I actually care about
I think this is largely true, but it does take it. I will say that winning and losing does have a small effect, a little bit. But yeah, this is so far
a waste of time. It's crazy
Here's
just
what
how much
Stefano's thoughts are
mentality
too.
affects your experience. The third and last version of loser's queue is caused by internal variables, which
About the
includes
game,
anything
okay.
that affects your own performance,
We're
such as
almost done.
sleep, exercise, diet, mental state, etc. Basically, everything that plays a part in real-life sports is also extremely important for video games. Being internal variables, you would expect to have a lot of control over them, and that's indeed the case. Leading a healthy life will translate to better performance during matches, but it won't give you perfect consistency. Some days are simply worse than others. There have been times when I've logged on to play the game and felt extremely good from the get-go, and others that simply didn't click even after warming up for half an hour. The important thing here is to be consistent about your habits, not about your performance. When I check all the boxes, most of my gaming sessions are great. All the times I slack off and decide to queue for long hours, I get tired and that affects my gameplay, making me lose more often and thus bringing down my mood, which once again impacts how well I'm playing. Don't fall into the hands of laziness. Stay disciplined. Climbing the ranked ladder is a slow process, while dropping is a much faster one. A trick that helps here is to take short breaks between every match, as that will give you time to process how you're feeling before queuing again. This will help you spot any potential trouble before it hits you, such as a lack of energy or motivation to keep going that day. In conclusion,
Almost
there is
done.
so much stuff within our control that it's not only pointless to worry about what's outside of it, but counterproductive, as we can sabotage both ourselves and our team by focusing on the wrong things. Not only that, as long as we're improving, who cares if we get James Bond as a teammate once? That simply won't matter in the long term unless we let that minuscule portion of our ranked grind poison future matches, turning a statistically insignificant game into a significant loss streak caused by none other than ourselves. Oh, and one more thing, once I reached Master for the first time ever, I was faced with my biggest challenge yet, dealing with high latency. There weren't enough high-ranked players on my native server for me to keep climbing there, so I had to step into a completely new and uncomfortable world if I was going to reach the heights I was aiming for. At first, I thought about giving up, as the task ahead seemed impossible, almost as if the universe was mocking my efforts with this unfair challenge. However, I kept pushing. There were many ups and downs, but by focusing on the positives, I was able to move forward one step at a time. And, after a few months, I reached top 500 for the first time, then the second, and the third. And before I knew it, 180 ms of latency didn't seem so bad anymore. Now, I can proudly say that I'm one of the highest ranking Genji players in the whole game, and while I still dream of playing on low ping, I kind of don't even want that opportunity. Reaching rank 1 would be so much more satisfying if I do it against all odds, wouldn't it? Thank you for watching. I'm Harmless Poke, and
Yeah, I mean, given the length of the video, how much you were able to communicate with that length of time, it's really good, dude. Sorry we missed a little bit of the first fight, but yeah, well done, Poke. Good stuff, dude. You have to grade a video based off of what it's able to do with the amount of time that's given, with the educational informative value. So my only nitpicks would be nitpicks, exactly that, and something that you wouldn't be relevant in a video of that length with that editing quality. It's really good, dude. Well done. Well done. Really, like, very clean, very clean. Nicely done.
Knife wants to get these manual hacks onto people like Chronic, or even onto like a support, right? Onto lane, Camino, so they can't use CDs, but it's just not working out at all for Team Liquid.
Definitely something to be proud of. Nice job. You wrote the script. You get the credit. How cooked have the matches been? They've been okay. We've had some pretty good games today. It's been fun. They've been super silly, some of the comps, but I think there's been logic behind most of it. A lot of teams experimenting. And I don't give a frick anymore, man. As long as I don't see teams trolling with old economy necessarily or not taking angles and stuff, I'm just happy to see some variety in comps and some creativity. Any other body parts am I willing to bet on Rocket? No. That is Harmless Poke. He's actually in my Twitch chat. Harmless Poke on YouTube. You can check him out. He's a Genji content creator, GM, extravaganza. If Rocket dies with Blade, you lose an elbow. All right, bet. Jeez. It's so satisfying to watch, I'm not gonna lie. She's so overtuned, but it just, clickety clankety, juicy. No, I've not done any fantasy.
We're just like 2020 posting, 2021 posting, but
okay, can we just say there's 10 ultimates, by the way?
A wild life we run loose in the streets of Korea. Frick, man. Lock your doors, guys. All right, Rocket blading. 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 And he lives! He lives, chat! He didn't die during Blade! My elbow is safe. I freaking love that. I love that, guys. I can live to write a letter. Thousand. Jeez, Poke. Frick, dude. That's crazy. Beat is cheating? Sorry, dude. I can't hear you over the poles grinding across the grass as you're shifting them backwards. Wasn't near as smooth in as it was in my head. Nightmare is nightmaring. Nightmare doesn't really have anything ult-wise, but they have gumption. You know what I'm saying? Tree is freaking dead. 3, 2, 1. What I say? Just yeah. Let go. Let my man. I can't think of a good funny phrase. I'm gonna stop right there. Inside Spilo head cam. Brain cam. Lep is seeing these opportunities to just YOLOing it. I mean, to be fair, though, it's like, I mean, Tree was like 5 HP, but yeah. Let's not be narrative farmers. Let's sow the seeds for a better Overwatch viewing experience. One that's more nuanced, mature, and chops off body parts. Alright. Kitsune. RuPaul, TP, Force, Lep, caught, Lep down, Tree. With the kill, Tree down, Chronic on the angle. Will he use the ult? He forces the TP. He doesn't need the ult. He's not going to use the ult. He is going to use the ult. Genji, 1. Kiriko, 1. Kiriko, killed. Indecisiveness, freaking kills Chronic like the plague. What is wrong with him? Rocket, he's going to blade. He's going to die! No!
But maybe the intimidation was enough. Lep comes in with a kill on the Lucio, and yeah, the blade. We won't talk about that.
Dude! Not my right elbow. Dude, my knees and elbows. Frick, man. I mean, to be fair, Tracer's okay here. It's more of a broad, flat map situation. Dude, come on, guys. The elbow cutting man will be here.
I've only, dude, what is gonna happen to my pro athlete career? That's gonna be my retirement plan. Ankles next? Nah, dude. Okay, fine. Left ankle. What's the next parameter? One of the next 2 pulse bombs have to kill anybody. One of the next 2. Just, I don't have to stick. You just have to kill somebody. As my hair gets flatter and flatter. You can tell I'm getting deflated because my hair just doesn't have the same energy. Real Spyla fans know. Painkiller is dead. There's a joke in there somewhere. Nightmare getting the trades. Infected crashing out on Luke. Tree crashing out on Rocket. It's a huge car accident. Ah! It's actually not that impressive. It was good, but it was a straight line. I could have hit that one. Lep. Dude, Lep. Do it, 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 Lep. Frick you, Lep. Painkiller killed with pain. Tucker's stream. Who the frick is Tucker? Getting into pro play teams? Just start getting good at the game. So if you don't have, there's lots of discords that have like teams looking for player, you know, diamond, masters. You got to start there, gold, plat. That and get really freaking good at ranked. Not a single one of these players isn't like top 10 and ranked. That's just insane. Chronic is just not missing. Chronic's fingers are made of pure aluminum. All right, Rocket, I need a pulse bomb.
4 versus 5 scenario, and no doubt in their mind they drop the kit sooner or should earn themselves another opportunity to close out this map.
Rocket.
Now Chronic has been huge for his team.
I'm Tucker. I said I'm tuckered out. Rocket, I need one from you, my friend. I need one from you. Come on, Rocket. Team Rocket. Come on, Team Rocket. Come on, Team Rocket. Let's get that TP. Get that TP. There's the take aim. We're doing good. Good little harassment movement here. Angling on point. Little far. They're going to have to come to point, though. Little tickle, tickle, tickle. There's dash. Okay, that's okay. Okay, well, listen. We got one more. Next time. Next time. Wait, there's not going to be a next time. Nightmare's going to win. A 66 roll key coming back? 0 chance. I bet the farm. I'd bet my left ankle. Coach Tuck. Nicely done, Nightmare. Ankles are safe. I really have to go Tinkles. Give me just a second.
From the entire roster, Chronic really making a name for himself here on the Freya. I feel like, you know, across these few stages at OWCS dating back to last year, we've spoken a decent amount about Chronic, but the way Chronic has looked on this Freya so far, he's arguably playing some of the best Overwatch of his career.
17 and 4 for Chronic at the end of that. Tree 9 and 10. Not hitting the positive there, kills to death.
Wow.
Dude was taking him out every single fight. Like, run the tape back. Run it back. Every single fight. This guy is killing Tree over and over and over again. Chronic, I wouldn't even say this is a life game. I think Chronic is just improving at a rate that potentially people didn't expect. I think Chronic right now is trying to stand up to some of the best DPS players we've had in the region, and even like through Overwatch League's history and also OWCS's. I think he's stepping up in a big way, and we're seeing improvement from the guy week to week, and Freya just feels like his hero. Feels so natural for him.
Yeah, it's a real interesting little asterisk in his career, right? Because we've seen this time and time again throughout Overwatch history, right? That a new hero releases that is played in a slightly different manner, and it can have a huge impact on some people's career, right? We're dating back to EMEA earlier today, right?
Have fun, Tinkles. Oh, he's really cute.
You know, I'm not really feeling Freya. Like, Freya's not really my type of hero.
Aww.
Obviously, I have to play Freya because it's the strongest hero for me in this moment.
Fluffy.
He is very fluffy.
Chronic, who has been really good on hit scan player.
That's really
heroes
cute.
in the past,
Looks like the dog's getting along very well with it.
found the groove on Freya, where
He's
some
cute.
other hit scan players have struggled.
Who is this again?
So
The girl that found Grimby.
turning point for
Oh.
Chronic as well individually.
Says,
and his kind of
we found him running from cars in a Marshall's parking lot about 2 weeks ago. He's very sweet. Loves to cuddle.
No.
Look at his paws.
Tucker's wife. I know, he's a big boy. And I knew what this was all about.
No, I don't want to.
Stream is going. I don't know. The bit rate is hanging in there. I have not developed any severe injuries besides chopping off my right elbow and left knee. But beyond that, it's been fine. But honestly, those are expendable. Is Jaws brother of Harmless Poke? I can see a little bit of the resemblance, yeah. A little bit. No, not both knees. Just one. I did not agree to both knees. Have you figured out the latency spikes yet? Nope. Nothing. It's you? No, I don't have fiber. I don't. There's not fiber where I live. You'll stop. Thank you, Semitic. Oh, I'm going to eat a horse. I'm going to eat a horse. Are we in Juno Brig Arissa met again? Not really. Not really. I think Freya is kind of on Juno Brig just a wee wee. You know, and we've seen a lot more support variety, but it's hard to know what would be meta with no bans. I definitely think it would be Freya. I think it'd be map situational, probably Tracer, Sombra, or Genji. And then I think it would probably be... I mean, Orisa honestly could be, yeah, because Ram's really strong, but Orisa beats Ram. And Orisa's got a really good matchup versus Freya. You might be right, yeah. The support lineup, I think, might be more dynamic depending on the map, though. Yeah. You saw Samuta's brother on stream earlier? Was that Rich Rad? You just gotta say that because he has a mustache. Sombra? Yeah, because of her matchup versus Freya. Wait, A says you've ruined watching higher ELO streams. I was watching a J3 video, but all love to him, but bro cheats on Tracer so much it's insane. I love that from you, actually. Freaking speaks facts. Hazard ban. Because Hazard probably would have been played here otherwise, or potentially could be. Nightmare bans Genji. We might see Freya... Tracer? Freya Tracer? This might be we might see some Orisa here. Sadly, this might be Orisa here. How is she in flat maps like Suravasa? She's fine. She's fine. She's good enough, like she's overtuned enough to where she can overcompensate some of her map situational weaknesses. It's like a release Hazard, same thing. Just ban Freya. I mean, they banned Freya, but I think like has to be an ego thing. No, like at this point, like Nightmare is. Chronic is just dunking on Tree, right? But like, can you imagine like Tree saying, "Let's ban Freya," or you know, like it's some. I mean, I don't even know. Like, I don't know, man. At some point, you're gonna. I don't know. It's tricky. Because even if you did ban Freya here, it's only the one map, you know. Malga's just very. It's like he's got aspects that are abusable by pro players, and there's a huge familiarity with him, so. The problem with Malga is that also pro players freaking love Ramatra. And Malga destroys Ramatra. So it's like, yeah. But we might see some Orisa Freya Tracer here. That's my prediction. Almost certainly Juno, but yeah, probably Juno Brig. But I'm honestly not sure. Could be Kiriko Lucio. They don't have the Diva heroes, though. I don't think they can play Diva. I don't know. This will be interesting, though. Doug Stevens or Steven Duggins. Freaking love Steven Duggins. Orisa, Juno Brig, Team Liquid playing what I would expect. I don't think Nightmare will roll out in that comp, but you never know, chat. You never know. Damage boosted Malga. I mean, and then he life people when he's out of trouble. It just seems like an airtight strategy here. Orisa's usually the brawl thing of choice because of her ability to push and pull. She has mobility and she has her survivability ultimate. And because of her favorable matchup versus both of the other brawl tanks. So it's like you kind of need Orisa to be weak for her not to be played over Orisa Malga. Sorry, Ramatra Malga. Juno Kiriko favors the map. Maybe they don't want Lep on Brigitte either. We saw Juno Kiriko earlier today, though. This is not new. It's a wide open map, so you don't have to play Brig. This is Dunasapi or Rorado Stefano. Yeah, so you have speed ring for your Orisa, but you have an angle control with your Kiriko. You kind of angle with your Tracer, you know? At least you should be. I don't know where Luke is. Luke seems kind of peel botting from the back there, in which case I like the Brigitte here. Runasato. But you do have to angle max here to outvalue the Brigitte, otherwise she's going to be Inspire value, Pocket and DPS is stronger, Denial of Tracer is stronger. Dorasapi. I really like Dorasapi, honestly. That's actually so real. Dorasapi. A lot of push-pull here. I don't know what the frick is going on. I can't see jack all. Corpses throwing into each other. Got a question for you. Hello, Logan. I do and I both plasters play. We want to push GM. We struggle as we have very different playstyles. He has a DPS, so step play break me into with the changing playstyles. Let's go straight. Should we just ego? What do you mean, change playstyles? If you're climbing to Masters, you want to get the GM. Playing aggressive is not bad. You just got to be smart with your aggression. So no, keep playing aggressive. Just be smart with it. Use cover, use timing. Play around your team's timing. But you don't have to heal bot just because you're Grandmaster. GK, what's up, mate? How are you?
Hello there. Do you like Star Wars?
I like aspects of Star Wars. I was a huge Star Wars fan when I was an older kid, 10, 11, 12. Now I wouldn't consider myself a Star Wars fan right now, but that's more semantics. I do like aspects of Star Wars a lot. Rocket Raccoon. Alright, chat. I'm sacrificing my ankles if Zira doesn't hit. Or Zira or Tree don't get a kill with their ult. Zira or Tree, this one of their ults here. I want to kill in the kill feed. Well, okay, maybe like a stick and like the kill melee afterwards. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's Juno. There's Juno. We should be seeing one of them here. One of either the Frey or the Pulse Bomb soon. Rallies used. Layering. There's window of opportunity. Tree is freaking dead. That's okay though. Okay, so they both die, so they don't use it. Okay. That's alright. That's alright. That's alright. We're here to live another day. Did you share the big news? No, I haven't. I've been keeping it a secret. I'm ecstatic, but I don't know who to tell anymore. The rumor is true. I am indeed getting plastic surgery to extend my nose. Okay, yeah. Okay. Let's focus on the game. Oh gosh. Okay, Zira. Yeah, no, that doesn't count. That doesn't count. Come on, Tree, guys, why are we using your ultimates? You're gonna meet Ewan McGregor, dude. Nice, man. Nice, mate. Well done. Have a wonderful meeting. That's excellent. That must be a lot of fun. No, I'm not going to be getting plastic surgery to extend my nipples. That is bogus. I was just trying to think quickly, what would be the weirdest thing I could say? And then immediately regretted it. All right, Tree. Oh my gosh, put him in the old folks' home. Ah, no, pulse bomb down, Zira. My ankle, Tree. Dude, Chronic is just toggling, man. He's toggling. All right, Tree, please, my ankle. My ankles. Dude, what? Please, Tree, we need a kill. RuPaul's dead already. The pocket on the angle is too much. The Juno ult is used. The Orisa's ult's used in response. Wait, that counts, right? That counts. We comboed, right, chat? We comboed the Orisa ult, right? We comboed. He chucked into the Orisa ult. Please, guys, come on, dude. At the least, it's no. Please, dude. No. Okay, fine. Then we'll have to do it on next pulse bomb. Fine. No. Okay, it's close enough. It's close enough. You guys are listen. Next pulse bomb has to stick. Zero has to stick pulse bomb.
142 meters to 6. We're 4 minutes to go. This is surpassed.
Before and after double reveal. No. Double or nothing. Yes, double or nothing. Has to be a pulse bomb stick kill. Dude. I mean, Push is the most reversal sweepable. Oh my gosh. Chronic kills 3 again. Call him a weed, bro. Pull him out. Oh my gosh. Please don't pulse bomb this, Zero. Please, Zero.
It's looking like they're still losing the fight, which is not what you need for Liquid to get back into this one. Goodbye, Sarah.
No, you don't get my no. I said ankle, not ankles. See, you guys are thirsty, man. I want to have like at least let me have an ankle. I have one good leg, one good knee, and one good ankle. I did not say that. I meant ankle. And Epic Prince Gaming says you're such a great coach. Thank you, Epic Prince. I appreciate that. Come on, Zero, please, please. This isn't Zero. Give me Zero POV. I need to give him my energy. It's like my dad stands up during sports games. Come on, Zero. Where is Zero? Is he on backline?
Does net them a kill, Johnny, but Rocket is still farming. Same with Chronic. Tree gets his revenge eventually, but 2 minutes to
Double or nothing, we get 2. Oh, frick, dude. Actually, okay, fair. I respect that. Dude. Stop doing that. Bro, my ankles are on the line, man. Shut up. I can do whatever I want, man. RuPaul should be dead. Oh, no. Too far. 0, no. Vega help. Dude, it's agonizing how difficult it is to land pulse on these comps, too. You guys can see how long they hold pulse. Dude, this is like agony. This is worse than not having ankles. I'm completely on edge. Please, Zero. Come on. Okay. That was Fortify right there. That was Fortify.
Oh, there's another postpone kill. Yeah, I mean, Zera's got a post as well. I'm waiting for a 30-player kill streak. Rocket is 31. Just end it.
Bro, no! That doesn't count. The game ended. There was no pulse bomb. He didn't even use it. I'm keeping my ankles, bro. I'm keeping my ankles. No, I'm keeping my ankle. Dude, I'm pulling up the YouTube VOD. I'm pulling out the timestamps. I'm pulling it out. Hang on. OWCS. I'm going to show you the millisecond that game ended. No, the game was over, bro. The time was over. Look at the meterage here. Use your eyeballs. Okay? 1.31, 0.8, 0.7, 5, 4, 1, 0, game mode over, and the check mark. Wait, whoops. Sorry. Let's go back a little bit. 1.08, 0.9, 0.6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, game mode over, UI off, check mark is still there. It doesn't count. Look, it's over. No, I said if he sticks the pulse bomb. He didn't even try. He didn't even enter the metric by which a pulse bomb actually is stuck or not. He didn't show up. I'm betting my ankles on accuracy, not him actually pressing Q. That's not fair. I wasn't betting my ankles off of whether he was going to actually use it, but on whether it was going to hit or not. No, but it doesn't even count right now. He's just touching point, throwing it in the void. Like, who is that pulse bomb even aimed for? Dude, look at the pulse bomb. It goes over the Orisa's head, okay? I don't think there was actually any... It doesn't... Like, 55, thank you for the sub. No, I'm not chopping my ankles off. So you guys can suck it, and yeah, frick you. So, yeah. Get fricked. L ratio. Did you ever play flag football? I have. Yeah, frick you guys. Goodbye. I'm ending stream. Goodbye. I'll see you guys on Tuesday. You're never going to find me. YouTube, thank you guys for being normal. Twitch, I'm sorry, but you're just too abnormal. No, I'm done.